High winds, heavy rain expected as spring storms hit the area. Newly released body camera video shows what happened the night a Chicago police officer was shot and killed, and helping careers take flight as the FAA looks for more air traffic controllers. Let's begin tonight with your weather. O'Hare is expected to have a ground delay. That's starting in about an hour and a half at 8 p.m. Today's warm weather giving way to potentially severe storms. Look at the camera shake because of the wind. We do have a tornado watch right now. The storm spinning up tornadoes in other parts of the Midwest. Meteorologist Larry Meyer's got us covered. He joins us now with the ABC 7 AccuWeather alert. Larry.
Here's the timing on the tornado watch until 11 o'clock for the city, up into Lake County, back to the western suburbs and south of the city as well. In northwest Indiana, you're not under a watch at this point, and then the tornado watch expires at 8 o'clock out to our far western counties. Here's a check of the radar. Things are pretty quiet right now around the immediate area, but as you look at the top of your screen and back to the west, there are a number of thunderstorms that are producing severe weather. Still got a tornado warning here just north of Darien and near Lake Delavan. This is lifting off to the north, pretty close to Whitewater as well. And then back to the west, there are more thunderstorms that have fired up along the cold front, just now crossing the Mississippi River and out ahead of the river too. We've got some storms firing up. This line of storms you see here, it's coming together into a well-defined line of storms that will sweep across the area as we head through the evening hours, with the concern for some high winds, large hail, very heavy rain, and some embedded tornadoes. So all severe weather hazards are possible with this line that's going to move through. Behind that cold front, it's much colder, and that's the colder air that moves in tomorrow night, or tonight into tomorrow. Here's the forecast timeline. This is really important to look at the numbers here in terms of the timeline, because at 8 o'clock this evening, the storms will be making their way through the I-39 corridor, pushing into parts of Kane County, up through McHenry County, and then sweeping towards the city around 9 or 10 o'clock or so is when the storms will arrive here in the city. And again, they could be quite intense as they blow through, and then they'll sweep off to the east as we head after 10 o'clock towards midnight, and we'll dry things out late tonight into tomorrow morning. Heavy rain also a big concern. Rob will talk about how much rain I'm expecting from these storms and more on the severe potential coming up.
Okay, sounds good, Larry. People in Des Plaines bracing for more water after dealing with some flooding this week. Officials have fortified areas prone to flooding as the Des Plaines River continues to rise. It is expected to crest below the major flood stage of 17 feet. Fire officials warn it could still be dangerous.
We advise everybody to stay out of those floodwaters. There can be currents underneath. There also could be washed out manhole covers, which creates hazards of being, falling into one of those. So if there are any floodwaters, we advise everybody to stay out of them.
People who live near the Fox River also keeping watch. And you can get the latest forecast anytime with the free ABC 7 Chicago News app. This is a great time to download it if you don't have it. Just scan the QR code on your screen. You'll get a link to download. The family of Adam Toledo is asking the court to dismiss their wrongful death lawsuit against Chicago police and the city. The 13-year-old Toledo was shot and killed during a 2021 chase in Little Village. Video showed the teen throwing a gun behind a fence just before he was shot. The lawsuit was about to go to trial. A spokesperson for the city's law department says the family has a year to refile the case. Toledo's family has not said why they're asking this lawsuit to be dismissed. Iran announcing today the Strait of Hormuz will remain open for
Meteorologist Larry Maury with an update here on the ABC7 live stream. It's quiet right now across the city, but we have a tornado watch in place for much of the area until 11 o'clock this evening. Northwest Indiana, you're not included in the watch for now, but the watch goes until 8 o'clock for our far western counties. And as I showed you on the radar a second ago, things are mostly quiet around the immediate Chicago area, but on the side of your screen, you can see intense thunderstorms out in the western part of the state and also up into Wisconsin. There's still a potential tornado here, a tornado spotted on the ground just outside of Lake Delavan here, just to the west of Lake Geneva. So that's where we've got a tornado warning in place. And as we look into the western part of the state, there are a number of thunderstorms that have warnings with them. All these yellow and orange boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings, and there is a tornado warning down here close to the Galesburg area. But this entire line of storms, it's coming together into a well-defined line that will march through our area as we go through the next couple of hours. That line of storms is firing up along a cold front, and the front is the focus of these storms as it pushes through. Behind the front, it turns much cooler with temperatures in the 40s already back towards Des Moines. That's the colder air that spills in overnight tonight and will be with us for the weekend. But here's the timing, 8, here's 8 o'clock this evening. An hour from now, the storm's moving through parts of DeKalb County, LaSalle County, up into McHenry County. Intense storms here, high winds, maybe some embedded tornadoes, certainly heavy downpours, and maybe some small hail. By 9 o'clock or so, the storms will be reaching the city here with, again, the threat for very high winds, maybe some embedded tornadoes, heavy rain, some small hail as well, and the storms will continue to move eastward. There's 10 o'clock moving into northwest Indiana. Most of these storms will be out of here by 11 o'clock this evening, and we'll have some leftover rain overnight tonight as temperatures start to drop into the 40s by daybreak tomorrow morning. So in addition to the severe weather concerns, we've also got a flash flooding concern because many of the rivers are already in flood stage, and when we throw in more rain tonight, those rivers may continue to rise through the night tonight. Flood watch in place until 5 o'clock in the morning. And look at the rain forecast here. An inch, inch and a half, some spots maybe 2 inches of rainfall as we go through the next couple of hours. So we don't need the rain, but we're going to get it here tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow, breezy and dry, temperatures in the 50s on Sunday, patchy morning frost Sunday and Monday morning with temperatures in the 50s. So stay alert tonight. We've got the AccuWeather alert for the tornado watch and flash flood watch with temperatures in the 40s by daybreak. And of course, we'll keep an eye on these storms as they move closer to our area. Thanks for joining us here on the stream. We'll have updates throughout the course of the evening, and be sure to download our app if you haven't downloaded our app, the ABC7 Chicago app. I'm meteorologist Larry Maury. We'll send you back to programming. Off to the west, we've got a couple of new warnings I want to share with you. First is a tornado warning here for northern parts of Boone County. There is confirmation of a tornado on the ground just north of State Route 173 in the northern part of Boone County. So if you're up in that area, northern Boone County, take your tornado precautions right now. This is a serious situation with a potentially tornado on the ground. The spotters have confirmed it has at least touched down at one point, may still be on the ground. So take this one seriously here in Boone County. You're under the tornado warning until 7:45. And then a large area of DeKalb, Kane, McHenry, you're included in a severe thunderstorm warning here until 8:30. And I'll zoom into where we have the tornado warning. Just north of Caledonia is where this rotation is located. You see this little bowing feature right here, this little notch right here? That's where I've seen the rotation kind of show up on the velocity data. And right where you see just north of 173 along 76, this little jagged edge that's along this velocity data where the winds are going in different directions, there has been some signs of rotation. And right now it looks like up around the Manchester area, up 76 is where this potential tornado is located. That's where I'm seeing more of a circulation at this point. There still could be some brief spin-up tornadoes down along this portion of the storm as well. That's moving close to Poplar Grove. So if you're in Poplar Grove, Leroy, Manchester, over towards Chemung, take your tornado precautions now and let this storm pass on by. A really dangerous storm here with a potential tornado. And then looking back towards the west, look at all these storms lined up across the western part of the state. Those will be moving in as we go through the next couple of hours with the risk of some very high winds, large hail, very heavy rainfall, and some embedded tornadoes. In fact, if I had to rank the worst of these storms that will come through, it will likely be some high winds, potentially up to 70+ miles per hour, and the threat of some spin-up tornadoes. Widening the view even more so, this is a cold front that's now moving into the western part of the state. Along that cold front is where we've got all these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in place. Behind that front, it turns sharply colder, and that's the colder air that moves in tomorrow. It's warm right now. Temperatures are in the upper 70s. We've got dew points that have climbed into the 60s, so there's just enough moisture to help fuel these thunderstorms as they move through our area. Let's time it out for you. So as we head towards 8, 9 o'clock this evening, here's 8 o'clock moving into the western suburbs, 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, reaching the city probably around 9 or 10 o'clock or so, and then they'll quickly move off towards the east with the concern for more severe weather, even in northwest Indiana, as we go deeper into the evening. As by the time we get to midnight or so, most of the severe weather's out of here, some leftover rain overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Flood watch in place until 5 o'clock in the morning, and of course we have the tornado watch still in place as well. That tornado watch is in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for much of the area. Set to expire at 8 o'clock. It looks like they just updated it. Greg, did you see the update come through?
I did, yeah. So what they're going to do is they're going to actually extend it to 10 o'clock in the evening. So that 8 p.m. one goes until 10. Goes until 10 o'clock for the western counties. Then it'll probably continue for 11 o'clock for those counties that are a little bit farther off to the east. So yeah, basically it's for the western, about half or so of our viewing area, it'll be until 10 o'clock in the evening. For the eastern half of the viewing area, it'll go until 11 o'clock this evening, including Chicago. So as Larry was talking about here, I'll give him a chance to kind of look through his stuff. We've been watching these storms. They pass now off to the east of the Quad Cities, specifically the northern portion of the line. And our radar is actually uniquely situated here to be really close to this, which is why I'm so glad to have this radar. Larry, you and I were texting back and forth about this very cell before we got the tornado warning on it, because again, since our radar is closer to it, we're going to get lower level scans than they're going to get from the Quad Cities radar and from the radar that is down in Romeoville. Ours really the better part of probably only about 30 or so miles away from it. So we were seeing the lowest level scans of this storm before it actually was warned. So kind of reorienting here, all of my maps were down off to the south as I was tracking some decent lines down there. It looks like they've trimmed up that warning that's still going on around the Poplar Grove area for Boone County, which again goes until 7:45 for about the next 15 or so minutes. But you can see that rotation is still there. Basically any instep that you take in the line, I would say probably the best is just north of 173 right now for an actual location of that tornado, just south of Blaine to Poplar Grove. Anywhere really in this section of the storm, actually that last scan is really good to zoom on in of it. So that's off to the east of Illinois 76. It's off to the north of 173, kind of Beaverton Crossroads, Leroy type area. And if you live in McHenry County, this is just out off to your west at this point, but you already do, I believe, have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way, I'm going to guess, probably until about 8:30 this evening. 8:30 this evening, just judging by the eastern progression of these storms. So again, kind of the wide out view gives you the best look at where the rotation areas of concern in this line are. And Larry, as you know, it's kind of like playing whack-a-mole a little bit here with these lines as they get going, because little transient rotations pop up just about everywhere. Additionally to that, tracking a storm system that's in southern Wisconsin at this time, that still has a tornado warning for it. That is just north of Lake Geneva. I believe there's a spot called Spring Grove or Spring something just off to the north of Lake Geneva. If you are from around the area, you know exactly where I'm talking about. That is continuing out off to the east, and that warning, which again is through southern Wisconsin, I know a lot of people go up there, especially for the weekends. Maybe you know some people up there. Goes until 8 o'clock in the evening, so about half an hour left on that one, although it's probably going to outrun that warning box, I would imagine, by that time, Larry.
Yeah, and the tornado warning for Winnebago County has been canceled, but it's still in effect for Boone County until 7:45. The circulation has moved out of Winnebago County. We were showing that throughout the course of the past 15 minutes or so. So we still have the tornado warning for Boone County until 7:45. In addition, there's a flash flood warning for Winnebago County. They've seen a series of storms through the course of the day today, so we've got a flash flood warning for Winnebago County. And here's the severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Boone County, DeKalb, Kane, and McHenry counties until 8:30. That's this large area, and I'll take the box off and you can see this large area under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for the complex of storms that's moving off towards the east. But there again is where we still have the tornado warning. This red box is the area still under a tornado warning. I was watching the velocity data while Greg was talking, and it looks like the velocity is showing a little weakening of the rotation. That's a great sign. But there is still a little bit of a bowing echo. So you see this little curvature right here? Those are signs of some high winds coming out of this storm. And potentially when you see that happen, you can get little notches to form that can produce some brief tornadoes. And as I switch over to the velocity data, and this is our live ABC7 Doppler.
And Larry, they just expanded it, the tornado warning into McHenry County, so we should probably go.
We're going to pause.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's pause right now, and we're going to go on live on ABC7.
Mm-hmm.
Prompted the tornado warning. There was a touchdown just back towards the Caledonia area a few moments ago. I haven't seen any new reports of a touchdown with this storm at the moment, but it's certainly capable of producing a tornado at this very time. And as I zoom in closer, this is our live Doppler 7 Max radar velocity data. So this is our radar that's actually relatively close to this storm, where we can pinpoint where the rotation is located. And as I get a new sweep in here, just near Leroy, down south of Leroy, there's 173. Here's Chemung. Right in this general area here is, if there is a tornado that's developing or even on the ground, it would be in this general region, right along the leading outflow winds of this storm is where there could be a brief spin up. Even up here, not too far from Bigfoot, is where we might also be seeing a little rotation marker as well. So this whole area here where we've got this intense thunderstorm blowing through could produce a tornado at any moment. And as I switch over to the radar data, you can see a little notch here near Leroy, and then even another little notch right over 173. Those are our two kind of markers that we always look for to see if there's rotation within a storm, and that's what I'm picking up here on live Doppler 7 Max radar. Now, let's track this out. It's moving off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour, so it's got a lot of pace to it. I'll put a storm track here on this storm, and we'll take it into northern parts of McHenry County. If you're in Chemung, Bigfoot, Harvard, over towards Hebron as well, take your tornado precautions at this time and let this storm pass on by. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it could produce winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. So over towards Harvard at 7:39, Hebron at 7:53, and Wonder Lake at about 8:01. That's the timing here of the arrival of this potentially high wind and even a tornado concern as it moves off towards the east. Meteorologist Greg Dutra is here as well. And Greg, our radar's been really picking up on these rotation signatures pretty clearly.
It has, yeah, very clearly. It's almost a case study for why we put our radar in the spot we did. We put it smack dab and a little bit to the north in between where the Quad Cities radar is and where the Romeoville radar is. So the Romeoville radar, that's the National Weather Service office for Chicago. That's 60 miles away. It's about 75, 80 miles away over to the Quad Cities. And then our radar is only about 30 miles away from this. So again, we kind of wanted to fill that gap. And this is the reason why. And the reason you want the radar close is because you get lower level scans. That beam goes out at about a half a degree when it's in storm mode. That's as close as we can put it to the ground without it hitting trees and buildings and getting all cluttered up from what we call ground clutter. It goes about half a degree up. So we're really looking at only 1,000 or so feet off the ground as we get out to that about 30-mile range, between 1,000 and 2,500, depending on what scan angle you are at. So again, really good views of this. And as the National Weather Service was getting ready to warn it, Larry and I were actually texting back and forth about it. I do want to go over kind of the line as a whole. Just at this point, what we've seen are areas of rotation that have fired up along this now linear complex of thunderstorms. It's a much better scenario for us from a strong tornado perspective than if these storms were still discrete or individual lone wolf isolated storms, or whatever you want to call them. So thankfully, they have kind of gelled together a little bit. Plenty of damage reports coming out of these. The main threat is going to be those high winds and also some pretty large hail. But we do, of course, have some of those signatures of tornadic rotation in the storms out there, not only in Boone County, but now we've warned for McHenry County. Still have a little while for it to actually cross over into McHenry County. That's why I want to give you the lay of the land here for folks who are maybe just flipping on their televisions. Speaking of which, we still do have a tornado watch out. It has been updated since the last time you may have watched the news on our air earlier. It was only until 8 o'clock in the evening for a long and slightly off to the east of I-39, including out to the west of I-39 too. That's now been extended from 8 o'clock on to 10 o'clock. Of course, they'll trim counties out of that as this line of storms moves through. And still for Cook County, for DuPage County, and counties off to the south where this was expanded just a few hours ago, that goes until 11 o'clock for this evening. So getting back to that rotation that we now do have on the radar, kind of out near the Chemung area, this is the velocity data. I'm going to actually switch it over to, that was the reflectivity radar. I'm switching over to velocity data, and the latest scan, again, coming in from our radar, which is incredibly close to this. You see, that is the live sweep and the new data coming in. And as I look at it, I'm not seeing as bad a rotation as I did a little bit earlier. I am picking up on some pretty high winds behind the line, though, and we've seen some gusts that have got into the range of about 75 to even I saw an 84-mile-per-hour gust out as this moved across the Mississippi River. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these back here, kind of behind it, are in about the 65 to 70-mile-per-hour range. But I can't look at this and point exactly to a spot where I'd see a tornado on the radar. Now, your best...
Greg, I will say, though, right over Chemung, if you go to the loop of that velocity data, and I got to put up here on Maine.
Sure.
Or a backup computer, rather. There is another little notch that's formed right over Chemung.
It's almost like the town name's in the way.
Exactly. It's kind of hiding it.
Yep.
But here's the loop.
You're
and
right.
if you look real closely, you can see right there. You see that little curvature right there? There's a little notch that's formed right there. You like to see this as just a firm straight line. It means there's high winds, which you hate to see. But when you get these little notches that kind of nudge up in there, that's where you get the rotation signature, and still a possibility of some rotation right over Chemung. It's not really distinct where you're thinking it's a large tornado if there happens to be one, but it's probably just enough that it could spin up a brief tornado along with the strong gusty winds that are coming out of this storm. And Greg was talking about the high winds. You see the darker shades of green. Sometimes they show up as blue pixels on the velocity data here. And again, this is our live Doppler 7 Max radar, which is really close to the storm. These are high wind gusts coming out of the storm, racing off towards the east. And so once the initial gust front comes through, and if you're in this area, I want you to be in your tornado safe room, but you've been in a thunderstorm before where you felt that presence of the wind just hit you and then it downpours. That's what this line is represented here on the velocity data. Right where you have this little curvature is where there could be that possible tornado. So looking at it on the velocity data is really good for us to give you a sense of where the rotation is. But I don't want you to just say that if you're in Chemung, that's where the tornado is, because at really any point here from Bigfoot Prairie down towards Harvard, which is right here, through Chemung, down to the south and west of that, there could be a spin-up tornado along this entire area. That's why all of northern McHenry County is included in this tornado warning for the next 15 to 30 minutes or so as this storm races off towards the east. And this will be the case too with the other storms that we're seeing back to the west. You see this big complex of storms where we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings for Ogle and Lee counties, and then stretching down towards Hopewell as well. There's another tornado warned storm just outside of LaSalle County right now, or just to the west of LaSalle County. These storms will continue to slide through, and we'll have to be concerned for some very high winds and these little brief spin-up tornadoes along with the high winds. So, Greg, right now here in the city, things are pretty quiet, but I expect this line to get here probably around 9 to 10 o'clock or so in the city, with the concern for severe weather here locally in the city and the rest of the area as we go through the evening.
Yeah, definitely that high wind threat. Also just seeing some reports come in, and it kind of correlates with what we're seeing on the velocity data. Some signs of rotation, but nothing sure that you can point your finger at. And they're saying that they do have a spotter who's kind of watching a funnel as it makes its way down 173. Now that means that it's not on the ground as a tornado, but it's tornado warned, because at any point, as we've said, this can spin up, especially as it ingests that pretty humid and warm air from the south. We could see that drop that funnel down. So they are saying from ham radio operators that around White Oaks and 173 that there's some debris that's up in the air. Now, whether or not that is actual housing debris or some crops that are being pulled up from a field, or even just some dust, it's tough to say, especially with that leading line of
That is just about
winds.
a mile west of downtown Harvard, too, for a reference point.
Yeah, and that is, yeah, again, that's along the 173, Route 173, just out off to the east, I would say, of Chemung now, kind of where 14 runs into the city. And as that latest scan comes through, you're getting the data as I'm getting the data. And again, you can see that notch, and it does get stronger and weaker every single time. But as Larry was saying, anywhere really from Bigfoot Prairie south to Chemung, and I would even say south of that to the southern edge of that warning area out to Heartland, you all have to be worried that this could potentially put it down. But yeah, you can very clearly see, let me get a drawing tool in here, kind of what we're talking about. See how that kind of kinks right there in the line, how it goes in, down, and then over again. It looks like almost an S or a lightning bolt that's turned on its side. That is the area that we're watching here along this line, just so you can follow along. And as you see the scan come in, of course, as that gets more defined, we're more worried that there's a little bit of rotation on that leading line of storms. I know there's a lot of colors on here, especially because our radar is so close to this and getting really high fidelity data. So I am going to go ahead and track this out. It's moving pretty quickly. I'm going to actually use a cone instead of a line. It's moving pretty quickly out off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So that puts it in spots at like Wonder Lake at about 8:04. And again, that's towards the end of this warning. This warning goes until 8:15, 8:08 in Richmond. Hebron's at 7:58. So in about half an hour from now, it'll be moving through these areas. But again, that's right on the northern border. And as we said, really anywhere that's in about that 10-15 mile box, about 10-mile box north and south around the town of Chemung, you guys have to be concerned about this. This will pass, it looks like, just north of the town of Woodstock. Beautiful town as you drive up through there. And also be aware, it's pretty wooded up in that area too, so you're not going to get really good eyes on this as it makes its way farther off to the north and as we get closer and closer to sunset, Larry.
And that's going to be an issue. Usually this time of year, you think when the sun goes down, the threat of storms weakens a little bit. Not the case in this situation, because there's a lot of energy and a lot of juice in the atmosphere and a lot of little high velocity wind going on at different levels of the atmosphere, which will keep these storms going even now that the sun is going down as they march off towards the east. So just to recap again, we've got a tornado warning in effect until 8:15 for McHenry County. The tornado potential is now right now in the far northwestern corner of McHenry County, but it's moving eastward. So anybody in the northern parts of McHenry County, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now for at least the next 30 minutes or so and let this storm pass on by. The rest of McHenry County, the northern parts of DeKalb and Kane County, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:30. And we've been watching real closely on the velocity data, and we're going to show this again, and we're going to show it during the course of this tornado warning because it allows us to pinpoint exactly where the most likely location of a tornado is located. This is still the traditional reflectivity data, and I also got to mention that there's still the tornado warning up here near Lake Geneva and off towards the east of Lake Geneva as well. You've got a tornado warning up here, but right now this part of the storm that's now moving over Harvard is where the risk of a tornado is located at this moment, moving off to the east. And we've gotten several reports of some brief touchdowns with this storm as well.
I'd say the rotation's better now, just south of Harvard, just if you want.
It really is. Yeah, look at that right there. Also getting word that the Boone County tornado warning has been canceled. That's expected because you can see the circulation has moved out of Boone County. So you're clear of a tornado warning in Boone County, but you still have a nasty storm overhead. Right there, there's Harvard, there's 23, here's 14, this is 173. This general area here where you get the reds and the greens, the bright greens, the brighter reds right next to each other, that's where there's rotation. And what you would want to see for no tornadoes is to have this as a clearly well-defined line without any jagged edges. But you see this clear little notch here that's formed with the greens kind of plunging into where the reds should be. That's your rotation marker right here over 14, 23, and just near 173 as well. So again, this is the Harvard area. Take your tornado precautions if you're not there right now. It's going to be moving off towards the east. If you're around Heartland, over towards Hebron, up there's Bigfoot Prairie. So anywhere in this general area of northern McHenry County, take your tornado precautions right now. May not be a large tornado, but there's certainly the possibility of a tornado with this storm. And also, even if there is no tornado, the concern is for some very high winds. These storms have a history of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So that can do some damage as well. And even if hopefully we don't have any tornadoes here, but there's certainly going to be some very high winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour blowing through McHenry County that we need to be very cautious about with these storms. Let me put this in motion, and you can kind of see the evolution of this. This is an hour, actually just a 30-minute time lapse. You can see how these storms have marched really rapidly off towards the east, and right along that leading edge of the storm itself, that's where we're seeing these little brief spin-up tornadoes possibly develop along that leading edge. And then looking back to the west, we've got more storms back to the west with a number of severe thunderstorm warnings back here to the west as well. I want to track this out because I was mentioning that here in the city, probably around 9 o'clock or so, 8:30, 9 o'clock or so, 9:30 or so, it'll reach the city. If you do a track of a 50 mile per hour pace to these storms, they reach the city just after 9 o'clock, Naperville just before 9 o'clock, and Elgin around 8:20 or so. So they got some heft to them in terms of how fast they're moving. If they keep that pace, they'll be racing through pretty quickly. But anywhere along this line of storms, there could be a potential tornado warning, as there may be a couple of brief spin-ups along that line. And look at that heavy storm back here across parts of Mount Morris near Flag as well, just west of I-39. That's heading up towards the Rockford area as well. So we've got several warnings on the map. Of course, the tornado warning we have in northern McHenry County is the most pressing issue in terms of a tornado threat. But all of these storms, Greg, could produce some very high winds as they blow through over the next couple of hours.
They can, and I just stepped away for a second. As I've been mentioning our radar, this is in a really advantageous spot for our radar. You may notice the sweep arm is going faster. I physically walked over and sped up our radar here, which for folks at home increases the wear and tear on it, which is why we don't do it a lot. But I mean, this is just a primo view of this, and we want to get the newest data as fast as we possibly can. I mean, you can see how much faster that sweep arm is going by. The reason? Well, because these tornadoes are really hard to catch because they'll pop up, they'll go away, they'll appear in a different spot in the line a mile or two away. So the faster we can run this radar, the more often, there it goes again, we can get data in. So as we get these faster sweeps in at this time, I'm not seeing a strong indication for a tornado on the radar. We're not getting that really jagged edge, but again, you can see how it kind of pockmarks down the difference between those greens and those reds down the front of the line. Still watching this area that's now just off to the south of 173. Of course, 173 jogs a little bit farther off to the north. So if you're in Heartland, if you're just north of Woodstock there along 47, if you're out in the Wonder Lake area or Richmond, those are the spots that I'm concerned about. But again, as we continuously basically get new data just just about every 20 or 25 seconds. I'm not seeing really strong areas of rotation right now, but as you get a new one in, you can see that changes and it does tighten up just a little bit. Now behind that, gusts could easily be anywhere from 65 to 75 miles per hour as these push through the Quad Cities. The gusts were a little bit higher. We were talking about a spotter, and that spotter was watching a funnel cloud as it was making its way down 173. A better scan just came in, by the way, and again, this is what we're talking about, the waxing and waning with these types of storms. But again, I went through when I heard that there was that funnel cloud and possibly some debris lofted in the air, and we can actually see debris on our radar if it gets lofted high enough and if it's large enough and oddly shaped enough. And I'll tell you, I'm kind of looking in the area between Chemung and Heartland, and I am not seeing anything that pops up that's clearly a debris signature that would suggest that a tornado was on the ground for any long amount of time or kicked up a significant amount of debris. This thing hits like 1 or 2 houses or farms or outbuildings, and that lights up like a Christmas tree as an orb on the debris signature. So that's a good thing. Likely going to keep this thing at least as a funnel cloud at the cloud base, but still, Larry, as you mentioned, it looks actually pretty good on the traditional reflectivity data, kind of where that notch is, that little kink in the line of storms. Yeah. So just updating everybody, if you're just tuning in, we have extended that tornado watch, or the National Weather Service has, until 10 o'clock for our western counties. DeKalb, LaSalle County, you guys were just in it until 8 o'clock. We're, of course, coming up on the 8 o'clock hour now, and the storms aren't all the way through, so they're going to extend it to 10 o'clock. They'll probably expire at something like 9 o'clock. They're just doing that to give themselves a little bit of pad for how fast the storms are moving. And still in the Chicago area, DuPage County, Will County, it stays until 11 o'clock. Larry.
And you were mentioning the debris being lofted up. If we hadn't had so much rain the past couple of days, the ground would be dry and you get dirt particles being lofted in the air.
It's really easy to see then,
Yeah, but we don't see that clearly on the mode where we go on the radar where we look for debris in the air. That's a great sign. We like to see that because it means there's no stuff being thrown up in the air from a tornado. But of course, we still have tornado warnings up here across southern Wisconsin and northern McHenry County. And I've got the lightning data on here. There's a tremendous amount of lightning from Milwaukee back to the Rockford area, to the west of DeKalb, and then even down to the west of LaSalle. A lot of lightning with these thunderstorms. So as they come through, they're obviously going to make a lot of noise. The winds are going to pick up. We'll get some torrential downpours, which is the last thing we want with all the rivers in flood stage. And then, of course, the high wind threat and the tornado threat as well. So let's zoom back in on the radar here, and we'll show you the outline of the tornado warning until 8:15 for the northern parts of McHenry County, and severe thunderstorm warning for much of Boone, DeKalb, Kane, and McHenry counties until 8:30 as well. There's that leading edge, and this is the radar return. And as you look real closely, you can see just little notch right there. Kind of wiggles out ahead of the main line. That's that spin that we're tracking on the radar. You can see it on this reflectivity mode, which is where we show you where the intensity of the raindrops are, because that's basically what a radar does. It points to the raindrops and gets a reflection off those raindrops to show us where it's raining and where the hail's coming down. And then the Doppler radar effect can tell us what direction those raindrops are moving, either away or towards the radar. And when we see them kind of form a little notch, and not as evident as it was maybe a few moments ago here in this area, when we get the little notches of reds and greens next to each other, that's where we get a little more concerned. And as I was talking about, when we have a well-defined straight line, that means there's more of a wind concern. But when you see little notches try to develop along that line, that's where the rotation markers are. And potentially right here around the Heartland area and then north of Heartland, just some subtle signs of some rotation there, because it's not as a distinct line as what you'd hope for. So a couple of spots where there still could be a brief spin-up tornado. And the thing that with the tornado threat this evening is that we're likely not to have large tornadoes on the ground, but we'll get these little brief spin-up tornadoes that can obviously do damage to property, which we hate to see, but at times we could get these little spin-ups. That latest scan that went by made me suspect this area here. Let's get another scan. Yeah. Right there, now up towards the Hebron area. And that just kind of represents the fluctuations here within this storm. As it's moving through McHenry County, you get these little subtle little bursts of wind that can sometimes spin up a tornado. Think of it as like if you've got a tub of water and you rush your hand across the water and it forms these little eddies. It's kind of the same principle here. You get these high winds coming out of the storm and it forces the winds in one direction, and at some points along this wind flux, there's some higher wind gusts that causes little eddies that form these little spin up tornadoes.
Hey Larry, let's move our attention off to the south real quick.
Got another spot?
Yeah, so Another spot, DeKalb County just got a tornado warning. I'm going to actually pull up the data right now just because it literally just came in. So if you're out in DeKalb County, you're probably hearing the tornado sirens go off. It's for northern DeKalb County. It goes until 8:30 this evening. And it is located near Hillcrest or Rochelle. It's moving east at 55 miles per hour. So they're pretty quick. So we're going to go ahead and get a fix on this with the Doppler velocity data now, and track this as it makes its way out off to the east. Really strong winds in this too, by the way. Just bottom end of these winds, Larry, are about 60 to 80 miles per hour, I would say, with this
It's still back in Ogle County right now is where the circulation is.
Yep.
Yeah, there you see it, right?
Yeah. Yep. They're taking a look at it. So we're going to get, so this will make its way out to the east. I want to put a quick little swath on it, and the problem is I got to change the speed because one's moving to the north at about 45 miles per hour. The other one's moving at 55 miles per hour. So putting a swath on this and making it go out for the better part of the next hour. Again, this goes till 8:30. That puts it in Sycamore by 8:12. It puts it in South Grove by the 8 o'clock hour straight up in about the next 10 or so minutes. Esmond at 7:58. And again, all of this action along that main line that we were seeing that extends a pretty far distance north to south from north of Milwaukee all the way up into Green Bay, and you see multiple tornado warnings that are kind of along this line. And I have a feeling it'll be kind of like whack-a-mole through the next about hour and a half as we get these things sorted out. Not to mention too, Larry, there was that little line of storms that's kind of run its way north along this line. I'm sure locally that's tightened up some of the spin going into those storms at this hour. Also watching, it looks like a confirmed tornado just off to the southwest of Peoria. That would clip our northernmost counties if that cell continues to be warned, again, as these move off to the north and west. So folks in DeKalb, if you're hearing the sirens go off, if you're just turning on your televisions now, you of course have a tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock, and now you have a tornado warning that goes until the 8:30 hour. Right now that storm though is out near Hillcrest, near Rochelle, so you still do have about 15-20 minutes until it makes its way into DeKalb County. Larry?
I was looking at the lapse of this. I was looking at the tracker right now, and looking at the lapse of this, you can see the tornado warning for DeKalb and Ogle County is till 8:30. Now let me show you that time lapse, because this is our live Doppler 7 Max radar, and right here you can look at that. I mean, it's really clearly evident. You can see the rotation within this system. Look how it just kind of spun around here and heading up towards the Monroe area.
You see the northern one too.
Yeah, there's like 2 circulations within here as well, in a broader circulation, and at times it's tightened up to produce the potential tornado. There was a little hook there a few seconds ago with this system. I'll stop the loop here and actually go back a couple of frames. Right there was our little hook echo that prompted the tornado warning. That was where we got a really clear sign of some rotation, and that prompted this red box to be issued by the National Weather Service, which is the tornado warning. So let's step ahead. This was 7:46, so about 8 minutes ago. Here's the current radar image, and that hook echo is still kind of there, but it's not as pronounced as it was. So this could be one of those situations where the rotation itself is kind of fluctuating a little bit. Going to velocity data, yeah, that's some high winds right there. Look at that. The blues, when we get that to show up.
I wouldn't be surprised if this box gets moved into southern McHenry County too.
Oh, more than likely too. Even if there's not a tornado right here, there's certainly some very high winds, and it's kind of pixelated in this zone, but we're talking winds upwards of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour as this storm moves on through. And then over towards Genoa, around the Sycamore area, you're in the zone here where this potential tornado could pass on by. So I really want you to be in your tornado safe room here if you're in northern DeKalb County. If you're in the town of DeKalb, the worst of the storm looks like it'll pass to the north, but you'll certainly have some storms come on through and certainly get some gusty winds. But the tornado concern is up here in the northern part of the county as this moves off towards the east. Switching back over to the radar view again, the tornado warning continues for McHenry County until 8:15, so about another 20 minutes on that one. And just to go back into that one, because we've spent a little time here in DeKalb and Ogle County, let's just zoom in and take a peek at the velocity data here. And yep, still showing, boy, it just won't go away. It's still got this little notch here right over 47 near 173. There's Hebron, here's Heartland as well. So right along 47 is where there still could be a brief spin-up tornado with this tornado warned storm in McHenry County. So if you're in Wonder Lake, Richmond, stretching off towards the east, take your tornado precautions in this zone too, because there could be a tornado spinning up in this area as we speak. And just to go back to the reflectivity data, Oh yeah, there it is, right there. You see that little notch right there? That's really well defined now. So right here south of Hebron is where there's a potential tornado with this storm, and of course the high winds are still concerned as the storm moves off towards the east. So you're right, Greg, this is going to be an evening where you and I are going to be watching these storms blow in from the west, and at times we'll get these little notches to form, and we'll get tornado warnings that last 30 to 45 minutes, and maybe this tornado lasts a couple minutes, hopefully, if it does at all, and then it kind of evaporates back up into the storm. But we'll watch this line up here in our northwestern suburbs, and then back here towards LaSalle. A new tornado warning is just issued for the areas just west of LaSalle. This is a large tornado warned storm back towards Henry and Princeton. So you folks in LaSalle, get ready. You could go under a tornado warning here very shortly as that next wave of storms pushes off towards the east.
Yeah, and that the winds behind that one too are still in the 80, 85 mile per hour range. Just looking at the Doppler radar stuff. So even if you're not warned for a tornado, bottom line, as these storms move through, no matter where you are, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning, go ahead and buckle up for 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. This line has a history, and storms like to do what they have done over the last couple of hours. That's why tornado warned storms previously that had actually dropped an observed tornado, I don't want to say they get special treatment, but they get looked at a little more closely and will be warned slightly earlier, just because when a storm has a history of producing tornadoes, just by the structure of the storm, if it's produced it once, it's got the chance to produce it again once it moves into more favorable conditions. And we talked so many times about storms kind of recycling. Now, those are generally just supercell storms that are all alone. These are more storms that are in a line of storms, but watching them all very closely. So the latest scan coming in, we've got two storms. We've got a north storm, a south storm. We may have an even further south storm that's warned here pretty quickly, but I want to track the first storm here off to the north, because this scan has caught my eye just off to the west of the Wonder Lake area. Illinois 31 is also a good spot there. It's off to the east now of 47. By the way, if you're in Heartland and Hebron, you're basically with the all clear. Give it another 10 or so minutes if you're in Hebron, just because that arc there is just now off to the east side of town, so maybe you live a little bit closer to Wonder Lake. But if you're in Wonder Lake, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. That's why I say, you see the radar kind of dances around a little bit with where that rotation area is every time it goes by. Fox Lake, you are not in a tornado warning just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if spots like Lake Villa, Round Lake Beach, Antioch, Fox Lake, all of those get rolled into this next one, as this is basically making its way off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So let's track that off to the east at about 45 miles per hour now. And again, even though this is extending beyond the warning time, it does put it in Fox Lake by about 12 minutes after the hour, so that's 20 minutes from now. So I'd like to give you more lead time than just say about 10 or 15 minutes if that warning does get expanded off further off to the east. Again, our radar has a really good view, better than any view across the viewing area of this. The National Weather Service radars are a little bit farther away, so we're getting the best lowest level data out of the cell off to the north. Also getting some pretty good data out of the storm off to the south too, which is looking like when you just look at the velocity data, a high wind threat, but that rotation is still there, kind of around the Route 23 to Route 72 type area. Of course, those are both Illinois routes, and I think it may even be getting a little north, Larry, correct me if I'm wrong, of the warning box at this time, and I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a warning in McHenry County or the extreme southern portions, maybe a Boone County, to kind of cover for this. But that basically is where it looks to me like there's the highest rotation. But you have to remember, this is dancing up and down, north and south along the line, and velocity data isn't the only thing you want to look at. You want to look for that little hook that is still showing up on the radar, which is the rear flank downdraft that you'll see in the radar data. Basically, the winds swirl around the back of the storm. They grab hail, they grab big raindrops, and they shove them down towards the ground, and it shows a really big spike kind of around the center of rotation. That's how you get the hook. The hooky part of the hook is the RFD when you're looking at the radar data. So right now, again, it doesn't really show that crescent or hook shake that we've been seeing earlier, but as we know, again, this just north of Sycamore, that can change just over the course of a couple of minutes. Also want to look at the debris data real quick before I hand things over, because the ground is wet, as Larry, very good point, said earlier. So the possibility that we just see dust in the debris data is pretty low. So anything that we actually see would likely be a structure that's hit, and I don't see anything that really pops out to my eye on either of these. So hopefully we're just dealing with a couple of funnels that are occasionally getting a little bit closer to the ground, Larry.
And what we had earlier this evening back in the northwestern part of the state were big supercell thunderstorms that were producing baseball-sized hail and a number of touchdowns back to the west of Rockford. That's not the situation we're seeing right now. These are linear storms that can produce little brief spin-up tornadoes. So the concern for like a monster EF3, EF4, EF5 tornado, that's not the big concern. I don't want to downplay the risk here at all, but there are storms that are coming through are likely to produce brief spin-up tornadoes. Could get as strong as EF1s or EF2s at any point. And plus, when you throw in the combined gusty winds, straight line winds of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour, you can see a lot of damage when that happens as well, even if there's not a tornado. And I want to point out too, they got tornado warnings for Bureau and Putnam counties, which is to the west of LaSalle County, but the rest of DeKalb County, the southern parts of DeKalb County, all of LaSalle County, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. And as this storm, which is moving at 55 miles per hour, moves into LaSalle County, it's got a history of producing tornado warnings with it. So the potential is there that you could go under tornado warnings here in southern DeKalb County and LaSalle County as this storm approaches from the west. And of course, we're still watching the northern parts of DeKalb County where the tornado warning continues until 8:30, and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings around that warning as well. So let's go into the storm again, watching it as it moves now towards the Kingston area. And this is our live Doppler 7 Max radar, and you can see that spin we saw a few seconds ago. And looking at the latest reflectivity data that's coming in, notice how the whites are going away and the darker reds are kind of fading away. That's at least some indication that the storm is losing some strength. Doesn't necessarily mean the tornado threat's gone away completely, but the intensity of the storm itself, where you get maybe some hail and some really intense rainfall, has waned a little bit, and that's a great sign to see, because as that's happening, sometimes the inflow where the storm is rushing the air upwards and creating the spin, that can weaken as well and create the whole system to kind of fall apart. Everything has to come together to get a tornado. You need the winds at the right levels to be at the right speeds to get a tornado to form, or the wrong speeds, however you want to look at it. And in this case, when you see the signs on reflectivity of the data coming back where it's showing some signs of weakening, those all point to real positive measures for us when looking at a situation like this. But then we switch over to velocity data, and you can still see a bow echo right here, which is a curvature of the high winds. The blue pixels, those represent really high wind gusts coming out of this storm, and there's still a little bit of notch. Now it's kind of moved north of the tornado warning. I know, Greg, you were talking about that a second ago. North of the warning is now where there's still a little notch up towards the Marengo area. So keeping our eyes still on that spot. But even along this gusty outflow boundary right here from Genoa down towards Mayfield, there still could be a brief spin-up tornado. If you're back in Ogle County, you're pretty much in the clear from this tornado threat, but you still have the storms overhead back towards the Franklin area as well. But Genoa down towards Sycamore, Mayfield as well, this is where we still have the possibility of a little spin-up tornado with this particular storm. And of course, we're still watching up here in northern parts of McHenry County. This one is the one that just won't go away here. It's still showing some signs of rotation around Ringwood and Richmond, so you need to be taking your tornado precautions in this area here from Richmond to Ringwood over towards Lake Catherine once you get into Lake County as well. The warning has not been extended yet for Lake County, at least I don't see it just yet.
It hasn't, but I think it's just been so wishy-washy. They're probably talking about it right now.
I bet you they are. And sometimes they decide, instead of issuing an additional tornado warning, they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning with the threat of a tornado, because a severe thunderstorm warning definition is it has to have winds greater than 58 miles per hour, 1-inch hail, or it's producing a tornado.
I wouldn't be surprised, just real quick, to get in and see if they do expand it just now as we're talking, not so much based on what we're seeing on the velocity data, but because in the National Weather Service chat they say a ham radio operator who are also usually storm spotters.
Oh, a funnel cloud, yeah.
Yeah, a funnel cloud about a quarter away to the ground. So if this thing has a funnel cloud, chances are that they're going to extend that warning.
And the phrase is halfway down, it's on the ground. So if the spotters are showing it about halfway down, they say it's on the ground, because oftentimes these funnel clouds, they may not condense the evaporation all the way down to the ground to form like a cloud down to the ground. So what you watch for is when you're watching a funnel cloud, you look at the ground level to see if anything's being kicked up and debris being spun up, like dirt or leaves or anything like that.
Especially on a day like today, too, with the ground so wet.
Right, and
Yeah.
now that we're getting into nighttime, it's even harder for the spotters to look at these storms. And so what the spotters have to do at nighttime is they look for the lightning flashes. And during those lightning flashes, they look for lowerings within the wall clouds and where the rotation centers are to determine if there's a tornado on the ground. So the spotters are really well trained out there, and they give us some great data. So those funnel cloud reports we're getting are pretty verifiable from what we've seen.
Yeah, they are too, and so we'll see if that gets extended into Lake County. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, the velocity data doesn't look super good, but they say
Looks like they just did it, Greg.
yeah, Lake County, and Larry, I guarantee it's because of that spotter report. Like,
sure.
guarantee that's why. And we trust our spotters with extending this warning. So, as you see, Lake County has now been included. If I were to guess off the top of my head, it would be probably until the 9 o'clock hour. Usually these are about half hour to 45-minute affairs. Yep, 9 p.m. So that makes total sense. Then it'll be out over Lake Michigan. It's moving 55 miles per hour. So just real quick, head math. It's 24 miles away from the lake, so I wouldn't be surprised if by 8:30, 8:45, we're talking about a cancellation on this just as it gets out over Lake Michigan, just judging by the speed with which they are moving. But they issue them in half-hour chunks, really at the very shortest. So that's about the shortest tornado warning that they can issue. And again, that's got to be based off mainly the spotter reports of that funnel cloud. Another additional detail, too, is they'll be watching as it gets to this time of night. They're trained spotters. They know the difference between a lightning flash and a power flash when a transformer blows up. That's usually a lot of a bright bluer look than the lightning, which hedges on the whiter side of the light. So they'll be able to tell, and they always say too when they see power flashes along with things. But it can also be attributed to those power flashes occasionally some gusty straight line winds. So we're watching that. I'm watching a couple new scans come in. Again, not super impressed by the velocity data, but there is still kind of that line right here where you've got winds going this way, then off to the south, and then back out off to the west it goes, back into the greens. So this spot right here, just off to the south of Burton, is the area that I'm in concern. So remember Fox Lake at about 55 minutes before the hour, or I guess after the hour, 5 minutes before the hour, I said, go ahead and take your tornado precautions now, even though you don't have a tornado warning. Well, now you definitely need to, because it's about 5 minutes away from you. And again, that funnel cloud has been about a quarter down towards the ground. Lake Villa, same type of deal. Grays Lake, Old Mill Creek. It'll probably be in your area within about the next 15 or 20 or so minutes. Now, I do want to switch off to the south and just take a quick peek at this storm. Which same type of deal, Larry. I feel like if we probably would have seen a warning that goes into central and southern portions of McHenry County. If this was going to be continued as a tornado warning, I'm not really seeing big signs of rotation, and at risk of beating a dead horse in terms of talking about our radar is really well situated to see the lowest level of the atmosphere. It's less than 15 miles away from where the suspected rotation is. That puts the National Weather Service radar probably around 30 or so miles away from it. So they're seeing 1,000 more feet up into the storm. Now, the further up into the storm you get, the better the rotation is going to look. But of course, with tornadoes, we're more concerned about rotation down near ground level. So we've probably got about 1,000 feet lower in the storm that we're looking, and I'm just not.
We've got a new tornado warning too for parts of LaSalle County as well. It's in the northwestern parts of LaSalle County.
Is that that southern cell?
It's the one back to the west of LaSalle right now. That storm has issued a tornado warning for Mendota, the town of LaSalle as well, right along the I-39 corridor. You can kind of make out the red box. I know it's kind of hard to see. There's a lot of colors on this map, right? Yeah, a lot of boxes. Right there is the outline of the new tornado warning for parts of LaSalle County and Lee County as well. This storm right here that's still to the west of LaSalle is capable of producing a tornado. It's had warnings with it for quite a while here as this storm has been moving through. I'll put this in motion. You can see the track of this storm moving off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. So it'll be reaching LaSalle here momentarily, and Mendota as well. And as I switch over to the velocity data,
it's really high winds. I just saw one at 80 miles an hour, and I was just clicking around.
Yeah, and right there you can see a little notch. There's a little notch right there. There's maybe another little notch right there. So again, right along the leading edge of this thunderstorm where there's some very high winds, potentially up to 80 miles per hour, there are these brief spin-ups that could be occurring within this line of storms that's moving off towards the east. So parts of LaSalle County are now under a tornado warning. We continue with those other tornado warnings back to the north as well. We'll go back up to the northern parts of Lake County here as well, and switching over to the velocity data.
And as you do that, just the LaSalle County one goes until 8:45.
Oh yeah, thank you. Good call.
No problem.
So looking at this right now, this is where the potential tornado would be located. It's not really as well defined as it was. Still the potential for a little notch here as well. So we're watching this part of the storm as it moves through northern Lake County as well. I'm going to switch over to the radar data. And yeah, it's very muddied, very muddled up here in terms of where the rotation is, but there could be a brief spin-up tornado here within this northern parts of McHenry County and Lake County as well, as this is moving off towards the east and northeast as well. And Kenosha County, you're under a tornado warning as well. There's a better form notch up here around 45, between 45 and 41 here. That's where we can see the little notch forming where there could be a tornado up in that zone as well. So Greg, I tell you, these storms are coming through with these little rotation signatures, and they're just going to keep coming as we go through the course of the evening.
They are, and put a pin in the DeKalb County one for now, just because it looks like it's, to my eye, moved a little bit out of the box, but still, just in case, if you're in New Lebanon, take your tornado precautions. Again, you're on the tail end of this tornado warning. Maybe they extend it further off to the east. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but this hasn't been showing me sure signs that it's going to be continuing. I mean, look how contiguous this line. If anything, it's a good kind of, I guess, rubric or measure to compare it against for when you look up off to the north, because as you do slide things up off to the north, you'll notice a distinct difference. And the reason that this one keeps on getting warned, because even though the data is still a little bit muddy on this, you can definitely tell there's some very strong winds and even some little pockets of greens next to reds, perhaps some embedded rotation with this. And that spotter said that there was a funnel cloud that was about a quarter away to the ground. So Fox Lake, Lake Villa, Grays Lake, Antioch, at the very least, be on guard for winds that could be 70 to 75 miles per hour as this moves through, and also above an inch sized hail, about 1.25 inches, so getting up around ping pong ball sized hail for this storm. Now, we have tornado watches that go until 11 o'clock this evening, but as you're seeing, this is going to clear, at least in the northern fringes of the viewing area, Lake County, northern Lake County, by probably about 9 o'clock at the very latest. I wouldn't even be surprised if it was more like 8:20, 8:45 by the time this thing makes its way off of at least the northern fringe of our viewing area out over Lake Michigan. So even though this technically goes until 11 o'clock, Kankakee County, you'll probably see it stay in till 10:30, almost 11 o'clock, but Cook County, DuPage County, spots like that, probably going to see this expire a little bit earlier. Of course, the line is farther up off to the east, the farther north you go. I do want to give you an overview here of this line, which extends all the way from Milwaukee. They've got tornado warnings on the south side of Milwaukee, extending all the way down to the state border. We're kind of warning the same storm system here between two weather offices, the office off to the north and then our weather office. And then we've got, of course, dancing in concert with the National Weather Service office that's out in the Quad Cities as these make their way across the I-39 corridor. And look at all these tornado warning boxes. Just 2 hours ago, all these were severe thunderstorm warning boxes, but since this moved in the really favorable air that was over us, a little bit of low level shear in the atmosphere, some spin in the lower levels of the atmosphere, these have spun up relatively quickly just in the past about 45 minutes to an hour. So the storms that catch my eye the most, just from a radar perspective now, over about the last 15 or so minutes, is that storm off to the north, and then the storm that's through DeKalb County. Although I will say the latest scans on the DeKalb County storm aren't looking too wild. I do want to go back off to the north, though, and take a look at just the radar data for this here, as I'm just looking at the National Weather Service chat and seeing some reports of some flooding, too. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get flood warnings. Actually, you can just see it. It's below the box. I'm going to clear some of this stuff off here. I'm going to turn the radar off real quick. And you can see below this box, so Libertyville, Vernon Hills, Lake Zurich, Long Grove, Riverwoods, Highland Park, Lake Forest, you guys are all underneath a flood warning at this time, just due to the rainfall that's coming out of this, anywhere from 1.5 inches to 2.5 inches of total rainfall. And then, of course, off to the north, Grays Lake, Lake Villa, Fox Lake, Waukegan. You all have to be taking your tornado precautions as you are underneath this tornado warned storm.
And Greg,
for the better part. Go ahead.
This is a nice way to look at the perspective of these warnings, because if you take the radar off, and you can see here all the severe weather warnings we have in effect across our area. The red boxes are tornado warnings.
Yeah.
The yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings, and you can see how they line up with where the radar is located at this time. And these storms are continuing to move off towards the east at a pretty decent clip here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So as we put them in motion, you can see them riding along this cold front moving off towards the east at this time. And look at the lightning data as well. In fact, I'm going to throw in the lightning counter, which is where we measure the amount of lightning that's occurring. And in our area, there are 635 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So that's just cloud to ground lightning strikes. That does not include the lightning that's happening up in the clouds themselves. And so there's a tremendous amount of energy in the atmosphere, not only wind energy, but also electricity to produce these lightning strikes. So going back over these warnings, the tornado warning for LaSalle and Lee County continues until 8:45. The tornado warning that's in effect for DeKalb and Ogle County until 8:30. This is the one we're kind of least concerned about producing a tornado at the moment, as it looks like the rotation is kind of weakened in that zone. But we also have the tornado warning for Lake County until 9 o'clock, tornado warning for parts of Kenosha, Racine, and Walworth counties until 8:45, and then as Greg was showing you, the flash flood warning for Boone Lake and McHenry counties until 2 o'clock in the morning. So a number of storms we're watching. We'll take a peek here at the LaSalle County storm, because the potential tornado is just about ready to push into LaSalle County out of Lee County. If you're in LaSalle right now, the worst of the storm is knocking on your doorstep, pushing in your direction. I'll switch over to the velocity data here, and you can see it's not really well defined, but that's kind of what we're going to be showing you for the course of this evening, is right along the leading edge here of this thunderstorm complex is where the potential is there for some brief spin-up tornadoes. And the notching that we'll see occasionally within the velocity data, that's the spots we're looking at where there could be a potential tornado. So right there along that leading edge, unlike some storms where oftentimes on the southern flank of a supercell thunderstorm is where the tornado is located, this situation is it's all going to be along the leading edge of the storms is where potential tornadoes will be located as they move off towards the east. So let's just do a track on the LaSalle County storm, moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour off towards the east, and so we'll track it through LaSalle County, lifting off to the northeast. LaSalle here in the next couple of moments, about 5 minutes away from the worst of the storm. Mendota 8:25, Earlville at 8:38, Ottawa at 8:44, and then Cortland around 9:02. And tracking the other parts of the storm up here in Lake County, where again we're still kind of concerned about a potential tornado up this direction. We'll switch over to our live Doppler 7 Max radar and then switch to velocity data. And right around Lake Villa, maybe over towards Highway 12 as well.
It's really
just
muddled.
Eyeballing it.
Yeah.
There's nothing that really stands out to me as saying, boom, this is the spot where we need to take our immediate tornado precautions. But right there, maybe right there, and maybe another one right here is where there could be some little brief spin-up tornadoes right along the leading edge of this particular thunderstorm. And going back to reflectivity data, it's jagged edged. You know, the better scenario is if this was just a firm line where it was all one color and like a nice gradient of colors. When you see these jagged edges like this, that's the spots where you have to keep an eye on for potential tornadoes. And I don't want to dismiss the fact too of, you know, Greg and I are talking a lot about tornadoes and spotting these rotation markers, but again, the high wind threat with these storms is pretty substantial. We're talking winds upwards of 70 miles per hour with these thunderstorms. So even if they don't produce a tornado, they can do damage to property when you get those winds up around hurricane force with these thunderstorms. So I know we're focusing a lot on the tornado threat, which is obviously a huge concern, but the wind threat with these storms is also rather large as well. The other thing I've been noticing here, looking at the radar data, the initial modeling had the storms reaching the city maybe around 9:30 or so. I don't think they're going to make it here by 9:30, at least in the downtown area, because the storms that will reach the city are these storms back here, and they're still back in LaSalle County. And even if they're moving at about 50 miles per hour, they're still going to take another hour and a half or so to 2 hours before they make it to the city. So we might have to delay the arrival time in the city of these storms. But as they come through, there's still the potential there for some very high winds and even brief spin-up tornadoes with these storms. And the other threat, Greg, I mean, we're talking about all these threats as everything, is we're talking about the concern for flash flooding as well with all the heavy rain we saw over the past couple of weeks. You know, there have only been 3 days this entire month where we haven't had rain reported officially at O'Hare. So the additional rainfall that's coming our way with these storms is certainly something we don't want to see. And that's why we've got a flash flood watch in effect until 5 o'clock in the morning.
And on my way in to work this evening, I passed the McCook Reservoir, and I thought to myself, oh, that thing's got to be pretty high. I mean, I saw the size of the Chicago Sanitary Canal. They were looking pretty high. McCook Reservoir right now at last check, again, this was a couple of hours ago before more rainfall is making its way in, was at 93% capacity. To give you an idea of how much that is, that's a 300-foot hole. And it's 3.3 billion with a B gallons of water that is in that right now. The capacity, I believe, is 3.5 billion, so we're at 93%. The reason that I mentioned that, not just as an exercise in mathematics, but because even in Chicago, if this is the lightest rainfall that we see so far, we have basically reached the capacity of the overflow, that TARP system, so very easily we're going to be seeing combined sewage overflows, CSOs, which, again, if you see flooding in Chicago, the system here is so old that they combine the sewage along with storm runoff. So if the street is flooded, it's also sewage that's in there too. I see videos all the time of folks that are going out into the floodwaters, and you gotta remember what's mixed into the floodwater, again, in Chicago too. I don't think I could put much finer of a point on that without actually saying it. Now, off to the north, again,
Greg, just to highlight too, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern parts of Cook County and the rest of Lake County until 9:30. So this part of the storm that's just south of where the tornado warned area is, you look at it on the radar and you can see this complex of storms that's back over northern parts of Kane County, which also has a warning with it. There's still the potential of some very high winds moving into northern parts of Cook County and southern Lake County from this storm coming through.
And they are, I see that also has the tornado possible tag, and I have a feeling, Larry, just given what we've seen with kind of the muddy data that's now coming in with the interaction of the front edge of the storms, probably what we're going to see happen, we've seen this happen a number of times, so I can make an educated guess. We're probably going to see this northern warning, the one that's up in northern Lake County, that's going to be allowed to run its course. It probably has about another 15 or so minutes until the area of concern around that storm has moved out and over Lake Michigan. They're probably going to let that go. They'll keep the tornado possible tag on the southern storms. This one out in DeKalb County has now kind of outrun its warning box. Again, it's really kind of tough to tell wherever the suspect area of rotation is. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, the area of rotation that would be with the storm is actually well out now, or getting out of that tornado warning box. But what I would maybe see is this just off to the north, kind of off to the south of Hebert, south of Spring, northwest of New Lebanon by, what is that, like 5 or 6 miles out there? Yep, 6 miles, northwest New Lebanon. That would be the area that I'd be the most concerned with. So maybe we see another tornado warning on this one as we get a new scan in. That does look like decent data for that storm. But again, you have to match it up with the reflectivity too. You can't just look at this because there's going to be a little spin in the atmosphere as air gets ingested. As Larry and I have been saying, things are getting a little bit messy, but what I wouldn't be surprised if this whole line gets a blanket warning over about the next half hour to 45 minutes. I mean, it basically has for 70 to 75 mile per hour winds with a tornado possible tag. And when you see that tag, of course, you have to take it seriously, as any storm could potentially have a brief touchdown tornado. I was telling my wife before I left the house, this isn't a wipe your house off the face of the earth type night. This is a EF1, EF2, high-end wind damage, more tree damage to the area that we've seen like through the last couple of days with storms. I want to just query, and I'm just going to totally random click here in an area that looks like it's generally higher wind speeds. And there you go. I don't even have to look around for a 63 mile per hour wind gust. And I bet if I clicked around, I could find a 70, 75, or even 80 mile per hour wind gust within those blue returns. And that, for reference here, is out in the severe thunderstorm warning. So you don't have a tornado warning for these areas like Leland and Sheridan, Sandwich, but those winds are going to be 70 or 75 miles per hour. And you can go ahead and consider that the case here up to the north. Barrington, Schaumburg, Wheeling, Niles, Glencoe, Northfield, all the way just north of Wrigleyville. Evanston's included in that. Again, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't want you to sleep on that too much because not only does it have the tornado possible tag, but it also has those winds that could be 70 plus miles per hour, Larry.
Look at the outline of the warnings we have on the map here, Greg, because I'll take the radar data off, and the severe storms run from Milwaukee all the way down to LaSalle. The red boxes are the tornado warning spots, so northern Lake County, parts of DeKalb County, parts of LaSalle County and Lee County under the tornado warning here for these storms that are coming through. And just to highlight the impact of these storms, we've got the intense amount of lightning and, of course, the high winds, as Greg was showing on the velocity data. The tornado warning for LaSalle and Lee County goes until 8:45. The tornado warning for DeKalb County runs until 8:30. That one has shown signs of weakening, so that will likely be allowed to expire at 8:30. And then the Lake County tornado warning goes until 9 o'clock this evening. Also, tornado warnings for Kenosha, Racine, and Woolworth counties until 8:45. Let's start here in northern Lake County. because we're still watching some signs of rotation within this storm system. And as Greg was mentioning, these are not those big monster tornadoes, but they're certainly ones that are capable of producing winds upwards of 70 to 100 miles per hour if they tighten up enough. This is the lapse of the radar data. And what's happening right now is you see how these little cells kind of flare up and get sucked into the main thunderstorm? That's inflow. That's where the wind is rushing into the storm and generating more updrafts, where the winds go straight up into the sky and generate the raindrops and sometimes can generate hail as well. That's what's creating the thunderstorm. The rising air is creating the thunderstorm. And where that air is rising is sometimes where you get some spin to happen. And that's the case right here across northern parts of Lake County. In fact, I'll switch over to velocity data just to take another peek at this, and Greg and I are going to fluctuate between velocity data and reflectivity data probably for the next 2 hours as we track these storms as they come through. And again, a couple of spots where there may be some signs of rotation, but nothing that just stands out to me and says that's the spot. So you got to treat it as if these are producing high winds of 70 plus miles per hour, and there may be a tornado embedded within those high winds as they blow through your area. Let's go back to the DeKalb County storm. So this tornado warning in effect for about another 5 minutes or so. Here's the loop of the storm. It really got intense about 30 minutes ago. It has shown some signs of weakening, which is a great sign, but there's still some kind of edges to this system that we're watching where there could potentially be some brief spin-ups even in that zone. The other spot where I'm a little more concerned for certainly some high winds and even tornadoes is down around the Mendota area. This complex of storms that's moving through Mendota, right there's LaSalle as well, capable of producing winds to 70 plus miles per hour and even a few brief spin-up tornadoes. And as we switch over to the velocity data on this particular storm, I'm going to zoom in closer to the Mendota area. You see the brighter shades of colors here showing some high winds. Not a really clearly well-defined rotation spot here, but certainly something we're watching. And I'll switch over to our live Doppler 7 Max radar velocity data. And yeah, nothing really that screams to me and says, boom, there it is. But nonetheless, there's certainly the possibility of some rotation, maybe right here, just along I-39.
It's like on the far northern fringe of it, maybe?
Yeah, let's go back to the reflectivity data here.
Yeah, and
right here. You see the little notch right there along, just north of Mendota and to the east of Mendota as well.
And it's kind of out of the box now. I think what they're probably going to do is tornado possible tag that.
No, that's a new.
Oh, there's a new box. No, you're right.
That warning goes over towards the Earl.
Yeah, it does.
So, that's where we got the tornado warning in place.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And again, there is just that little notch that you've been seeing there. It's tough because you got to dance between about 3 or 4 different things to actually get a good view of what's going on with that rotation. And what's nice here is that the National Weather Service is back trimming these boxes a little bit too, Larry.
Yeah, they update at least in some cases every 5 minutes, but usually about every 10 to 15 minutes when we get these tornado warnings. They update the outline of the box. So they trim the box down as we go through the course of a warning. And then, of course, they can extend it if they need to downstream from where the storm is going. But we have that tornado warning here for LaSalle County as well. And just to widen the perspective and put this all in motion without any lightning data, I mean, these storms stretch all the way across southern Wisconsin, clear downstate through Springfield, even past Springfield as this line of storms coming on through. And along this entire line, there are warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and that's the case even down towards Peoria and down towards the Springfield area. So this has been a very large tornado outbreak. We had, I think the count was well over a dozen tornadoes back in parts of Iowa, Wisconsin, and Northwest Illinois just earlier this afternoon. And now we're adding to those totals from this complex system blowing on through. And it's all part of a cold front which is sweeping through the area as we speak. And this front, I got to show you the temperatures. I mean, we got to the low 80s today. It's been such a warm week. That all changes tomorrow behind this front with the colder air spilling in. These are current readings, by the way, too. 40s back in Iowa and Wisconsin and parts of Minnesota. And that's the colder air that moves in for this weekend with highs in the low 50s both Saturday and Sunday. So say goodbye to the spring-like weather for a while, but it's coming in with a round of really nasty storms this evening.
A couple of notes, Larry. It's probably going to pop on, of course, as I mentioned it, but they're going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning for northern LaSalle County and also it looks like southern portions of DeKalb County. So that should be coming in just a second because you're right, it's almost outrun its box at this point.
And they're going to extend the tornado watch into Indiana as well until 11 o'clock. So northwest Indiana, you were not under a watch here until now, and you'll be under a tornado watch because As you can see, that line of storms will eventually make it to northwest Indiana later this evening. Potentially even there, you could get some brief spin-up tornadoes.
Yeah, and looking at that rotation here off to the south, still the warning hasn't shown up on mine just yet. Or it's popping in now. Okay, there we go. So I was going to get a time on this, and as it pops in now, there's about 14 different warnings on top of each other. It looks like it goes until, I want to say 8:45 for that new tornado warning. Again, haven't seen it popped into the data feed just yet. Tornado warning northeastern DeKalb until 8:30, and then so then the next one looks like it's probably going to go until 9 o'clock would be my guess, as they extend that tornado warning farther off to the east. And there it is now, just popping on. So I'm going to pull off the radar just because there's so much going on in these boxes right now. The newest one is now flashing. So this is for central and southern portions of DeKalb County. Basically, if you live along or south of Interstate 88, between I-88 and then the Stevenson I-55, as you head well out to the east of Chicago, that is where we have this new tornado warning box popping in. So that's northern LaSalle County and southern DeKalb County. And now that it's finally popped all the way in, I can zoom in and actually get a query on it and see exactly how long that is until. So it's 9:15 we're going to get that. Now, these have been running at about 55 miles per hour. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull up the radar data, and I'm going to go ahead and mark that line. I got to move it farther off to the south because I was inspecting that northern system, and then run this down the length of the line, and then we're going to extend it out off to the north and east, again, about 55 miles per hour. So officially, that warning goes until after 9 o'clock, but these are likely to clear these spots before that. I don't want you to, if you're on the eastern side of the box, think that you've got all the time in the world until 70, 75, 80 mile per hour winds show up. You've got until about about 10 till 9 o'clock hour for Sandwich, for Cortland, for Adams, Leland, and also Earlville. And folks who are in Chicago who are saying, what are you doing on at this point? Of course, this is not only in our area at this time, but it is making its way towards Chicago. So safe to say you got a little advance notice on these storms as they continue their way out off to the east. So if they're traveling off to the east at about 55 miles per hour, they've got just over an hour before they traverse that 60, 65 miles and make it into Chicago, which means we'd probably see the warnings about a half hour before that. So we're really only about a half hour, 45 minutes from seeing if these warnings are continued out off to the east. The tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings pop up for Chicago itself. Now for Cook County at this time, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning on the north side of town. That includes Evanston, it includes Wheeling, it includes spots like Schaumburg and Palatine, all those areas in the northern tier of Cook County for a severe thunderstorm that could also potentially have a tornado in it. Now, it's not the little cell that you see over Evanston right now. That's kind of the leading edge. It's this action back here, kind of around the Cary area to South Elgin. South Elgin, if you're looking off to the north out towards Interstate 90, you're likely seeing all of the lightning that's out there. And that's another piece of this too. Really frequent lightning across our area. Now, I want to pop over to the velocity data. And again, there's just a lot of stuff going on. A lot of different colors on the map right now. And I'm not seeing anything really pop out in terms of rotation, although if I were to highlight a spot on this tornado warning that, again, has just been extended for northern portions of LaSalle County, southern portions of DeKalb County, this is the spot that I would see. Earlville, Harding, Adams, Sheridan, this is kind of the area of rotation. Again, these are moving due east to slightly off to the north and east, and they're moving at about 55 miles per hour. So that puts it in Adams and Sheridan within about the next 15, 20 minutes.
So, Greg, as you look at this, it's Rob here sitting with you. Did you see any weakening as it gets closer to Cook County, or do you see this continuing to stay strong as it makes its way just to the lake and then into northwest Indiana? Any signs that perhaps these things diminish just a little bit?
So that's a great question, and I think so. I think that they are going to diminish a little bit over the next couple of hours. Now, when you're looking at storms, these fired up as discrete, supercell, lone wolf is a good word for it, thunderstorms. They had the whole atmosphere. They had all the instability to themselves. Now, as we transition to more of a linear fashion from Milwaukee down to Peoria, I mean, this line is really long, goes straight through Quincy. The storms start interacting with each other. They start stealing updrafts. They start undercutting each other. The winds that rush out of them start to cut off these areas of rotation. But the problem is the atmosphere is still set up with that lower level shear. So as air gets ingested into into the front end of this. Think of this as like the front edge of these storms is like the air intake on a car. As it gets sucked into the engine, which is of course the thunderstorm itself, there is lower level shear, lower rotation, and that'll quickly spin up a tornado on the front edge. The problem with warning for those is that these aren't the big EF3, EF4, EF5 tornadoes that you see with the lone wolves that have plenty of time to organize themselves. These are very transient, very fleeting echoes that show up on the velocity data, and a lot of times in between scans, because the radar can only go spin around so fast. At this time, our radar, we've got it set to spin about as fast as it can, and we can only get safely without breaking it, and we can only get data in every about 30 or 45 minutes. So as that spins again, this is our radar. We own that radar just north of Sugar Grove, so we can control how fast it spins. And as we're looking at it here, south of Leland, just north of Ottawa, the newest scan coming in, and this would be the area of concern again for that fleeting rotation. Now, this one has been pretty strong and long-lived. You can actually see the tornado warning boxes that go all the way back to like Hennepin, Princeton, Henry. This is back in the Quad Cities viewing area, back out off to the west through Bureau and Lee counties. So it has a history, and that's why we like to warm these storms so far forward, because once it has a history of producing a tornado on the front edge, you can go ahead and assume that it is going to want to do it again. Go ahead.
Sorry, we're getting some video. I want you to look at this with me, if you don't mind. This is from Lena, because there was some damage there, and I wanted to ask you, first of all, when you see this, if it looks like tornado damage, and then if this is the same system that has now, so this, I'm watching this with you for the first
So there's
time.
the mesocyclone.
Yeah, there's the rotation. Right?
Yeah, you can see that. You can see the lowering, a little bit of a funnel, kind of middle left third. That's the rear flow downdraft.
Yeah.
You see that rain shaft that comes around with this, and yeah, you can see that rotation. If there is a tornado in there, probably rain wrapped, although look at the front edge.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
There's
And that's
moving through.
Yeah, that is definitely. I saw kind of some fleeting tornado on the ground there from that.
Right. How about that? You can see the trees.
That's
as well.
wild.
So
So-
that was that. There's some damage being reported there.
So this was the one that, houses or roofs is
Yeah,
kind of.
here it is. Here it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I would assume so. You can see debris hitting the sides of the houses too. That's generally indicative of that a tornado was on the ground and it wasn't just straight line winds.
Right.
Start getting things lofted. Could also be some wind-driven hail there too. It's tough to tell without a drone
Getting up there to look
higher
at it,
view
yeah.
because when you see straight line wind damage, all of the trees are blown down in quite literally like the same direction. Because it's all just, wind moving from the west off to the east. With tornadoes, they spin, and you can actually see it looks like someone took and just did a big cowlick,
Hey,
through an area.
Rob and Greg.
Sure, yeah.
Rob and Greg, we got a new tornado warning coming for parts of
just came down.
Lake McHenry County, and
Yep.
you can see it on the backup computer right now.
Okay.
I've got the velocity data pulled up. This new tornado warning includes the towns of Cary, Mundelein, southern parts of Lake County as well. If we go to the backup computer, you can see I've got the velocity data on here, and let me go back to the radar data because there you can see the red box a little better. The red outline box is where we got this new tornado warning right here. I'll highlight it for you on the map. That's the new tornado warning for parts of Lake County and parts of McHenry County as well. Right over Cary, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. That's where the circulation is located and the potential tornado is located. As we switch over to velocity data, right there near Cary, you see those pinks and greens right next to each other. That's the circulation. So if there's a tornado, it would be in this general area right here along 1422 back towards the Cary area. So if you're in Lake Zurich, Wakanda, north of Barrington right now, you need to be in your tornado safe room. This potential tornado is moving off towards the east at about 45 miles per hour. So it'll take it into southern parts of Lake County here, from Lake Zurich to Vernon Hills to Libertyville, potentially all the way to Highland and Lake Forest as we go through the next 35 to 45 minutes or so. This is another one of those spin-up tornadoes that's forming along the leading edge of these storms.
It happened fast.
It did, yeah. This was part of the same circulation that was back in DeKalb County. I was watching it when the tornado warning expired in DeKalb County. The leftover circulation has made it now to Cary, and right there you can see that little hook echo that's kind of formed a little notch. That's the spot here where we got the circulation developing, which has prompted the tornado warning for parts of McHenry County and Lake County here as well. And just to highlight with our live velocity data, Yeah, you can kind of make it out. Again, it's not terribly evident.
It
but
takes an
right
eye.
Right there is the
You
spots
guys
we're
have the
watching
eye
for
there,
the location of this velocity data that's showing the rotation. So again, a new tornado warning. We're starting to see more of these pop up. The red boxes on the map are the tornado warnings, and we've got the northern parts of Lake County, now southern Lake County under tornado warnings for 2 different storms, and then this larger complex of storms that's prompted tornado warnings for southern parts of DeKalb County and northern parts of LaSalle County as well, continues to focus on the high wind threat there of 70-mile-per-hour winds. And along the leading edge of these storms, we have the concern for some brief spin-up tornadoes as well. So kind of a complex setup. It's not a well-defined line. That's kind of the worst-case scenario because you get the ability for these storms to spin a little bit, and that's why we've got these tornado warnings along with the severe thunderstorm warnings.
Larry, I tracked out that cell that just popped up over Carrie while you were relaying the information to us. And again, the warning is going to go for longer than this, but it's a testament to how fast these are moving. I put it right on that area that we identified, which is right along Route 14 on the southeast side of Carrie, and then it goes straight out off to the east. So this is moving a bit to the north. So if you're on the northern side of this triangle, I would take your tornado precautions immediately. Even if you're in Long Grove or Deerfield, I would go ahead and take them anyway, just in case, because sometimes these like to turn a little bit to the right instead of continuing to the north and east when they get that rotation in there. But just judging as this came out of LaSalle and DeKalb County, it looks like it has more of a northeasterly trend. That being said, Lake Forest by 5 after 9 o'clock, even earlier than that, shortly after 9 o'clock, 9:03. Deerfield by 9:01, which is in just a little while from now, about 20 minutes or so from now. And then Long Grove at 8:51, which is in just about 10 minutes from now. So these are the spots that you need to take your tornado precautions. If you're up in Libertyville, again, it is right about on the 9 o'clock hour.
And growing up there in the northwest suburbs, Greg, this is not rural areas. These are areas that people have homes and highways, and they definitely need to take their tornado precautions like you guys are advising.
And they do, and the problem too, well, it's not a problem if you live up there. It's more treed. It gets a little bit more hilly to the areas out off to the east or the west rather. And when you get into this time of day where the light's getting low, you can't see the tornado coming at you. Not to mention there is so much just garbage on the radar right now in terms of scattered rain showers that this is definitely going to be rain wrapped if it happens to get on the ground. And I'll tell you, just looking at this, pretty clear where the little notch is that this tornado would be located. So all signs point to yes, that there's at least a funnel cloud, if not a tornado occurring just off to the north and west of Lake Zurich. So if you're in Lake Zurich, if you're south of Wakanda, if you're in Wakanda itself, if you're in Sylvan Lake or Vernon Hills, those are the spots you're going to want to take your tornado precautions. I'm going to put just a loop on. I'm going to make it a short loop, about the last 15 or so minutes, just to kind of get the vibe on where exactly this is traveling, because sometimes these things don't follow the exact storm motion off to the north and east, and the loop isn't loading, so we're just going to go ahead and ignore that and then head on off to the south. So we talked about that. Again, Carrie, Lake Forest, you guys all want to be taking your tornado precautions. Lake Zurich, Vernon Hills too. And then off to the south, this is another area that we need to be concerned with too. As you head into Adams and Sandwich and Waterman, this is in southern DeKalb County and northern LaSalle County. This warning goes until 9:15, but look, it's already halfway across its warning box. So by 9 o'clock, it's probably going to be in Sandwich. And next on the list, if we follow this area of circulation, which if you've learned anything from watching us so far, these circulation areas, they tend to continue to produce tornado warnings. That's going to continue off to the north and east. So the spots I would be concerned with this additionally, if they decide to keep on warning it, is that's some pretty good rotation still, would be Kane County. So if you live in Aurora, again, you're not underneath a tornado warning now, but don't be surprised if central and southern Kane County gets warned for a tornado warning and you hear the sirens go off all the way over. And then that would slip into northern DuPage County. It looks like north of Wheaton too. But again, that's a long ways out. That's about 45 or so minutes out. The most immediate concern are for those folks that do live in southern DeKalb County, not so much northern LaSalle County anymore. I'm not so worried about the rotation there. I would say, again, the core, kind of the center of rotation is where I drew those arrows off of at this time. And wind speeds within this too, even if you're in the tornado warning, but but you're not seeing the rotation move over. You look at some of these wind speeds, probably going to be about 60 to 80 miles per hour. They go 58, and I didn't even really try that hard to find the highest one. Again, each one of these pixels is what's called a bin that comes into the radar. There's one I just clicked, 63 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's high.
And yeah, it's high, and it's, again, I'm just kind of picking them, not at random, but if I were to really look around, I could find some 75-mile-per-hour winds, I'm sure, and these winds actually increase as they head down to the ground. It's like gaining momentum as those winds, the rain cool air moves out of the thunderstorm. It's like going down. You hit your highest speed right when you get to the bottom of a roller coaster. So that is what I am expecting to see. Those wind speeds will sometimes go up. If our radar hits it at 500, 600 feet above the ground, they can go up by 15 or 20 miles per hour even by the time they get down to ground level and gain that extra momentum from their descent out of the downdraft of the storm. So watching that off to the south, again, that is a tornado warning for southern portions of DeKalb County, northern portions of LaSalle County. That goes until a 9:15 tonight, and then farther up off to the north, following this tornado warning, which is a newer one, getting the latest scans in. Lake Zurich, it looks like just on the north side of town there. Libertyville, you guys want to take your tornado precautions. And this goes, I want to say, until 9 o'clock too, maybe 9:30.
And Chicago, Waukegan, you were mentioning, right?
9:30 is when that goes. So this thing's going to be out over Lake Michigan before that. This will be out over Lake Michigan probably by about 9:15 at the very latest.
And Greg and Rob, just to go over the overview here of the warnings, because there are extensive warnings from Waukegan down towards LaSalle County. And to show you that map here, the yellow boxes are the severe thunderstorm warnings, the red boxes are the tornado warnings, and it's been a while since we've had such large tornado warning boxes, especially out to our south and west, but it's kind of the function of the storms we're seeing and the fact that they're producing high winds and these little spin-up tornadoes. As we hit 8:45, the one warning that was in effect for Mendota and LaSalle, that's been allowed to expire, but you can see the tornado warning continues for southern DeKalb County and the northeast corner of LaSalle County. And of course, we still have the warnings in effect for much of Lake County. In fact, almost the whole county of Lake County under tornado warnings for two separate areas. Kenosha and Racine County has been cleared from their tornado warnings, so that's a good sign for them. But look at the lightning data with these this line of storms that stretches from just north of our area all the way down into southern Illinois. And I'll zoom in a little closer and show you that DeKalb and LaSalle tornado warning in effect until 9:15. Along the leading edge of that storm is where there's potentially some spin-ups, so around Somonauk, Waterman, Sheridan, down just north of Ottawa in LaSalle County is where there's still the potential here for some spin-up tornadoes. So this is one spot where we're watching for a little rotation to develop that could produce a tornado. And again, in these little like eddies within the flow of a stream, these are the spots where we could be seeing little tornadoes develop. These little brief, weak tornadoes possibly right in those general spots is looking like a possibility for us. And then up here in Lake McHenry County, the one warning for the northern part of the county goes until 9:15, and the other part of the county warning in the northern part goes till 9. That southern warning goes till 9:15, and they've taken McHenry County out of that warning. It just popped up as I was watching this, and there's a view of the radar. Look at this storm just work its way off towards the east and northeast, and where it's kind of regenerating, our live Doppler 7 Max radar does a nice job of showing the influx of moisture into this particular storm. And right where those winds are rushing into the storm on the southern flank of it, that's where we have the updraft developing that's creating the inflow of winds leading into this storm. And that's starting to rotate in these certain little notches that we're seeing. In fact, you can really make out these notches pretty clearly on this particular reflectivity data. There's one here. There's another one not too far from Waukegan. Another little notch right here. And when I switch over to velocity mode, you can see right there along that leading edge is where the potential is for these little brief spin-up tornadoes. The most difficult thing for us to do, Rob and Greg, is to highlight these spin-up tornadoes because they may only last 5, maybe less than 5 minutes in any one spot, and then they kind of disappear and another one forms down the way. It's not like we're tracking monster tornadoes on the radar this evening. We're tracking these little brief spin-ups along the leading edge of these storms that keep regenerating themselves and produce more little spin-ups as they go off towards the east.
And Larry, just getting a new warning now for southern LaSalle County and also portions of Livingston County. Now, I do want to say that rotation is still out of our viewing area, but just an early heads up for folks in LaSalle County like Streeter, looks like it's just south of Marseille, just south of Ottawa. Ottawa's kind of skirting the line between these two warnings. But again, that rotation here, if you want to switch over to Max 1, you can see that rotation. Again, weather 1 if you want to switch over to the velocity.
Look at all those tornado warnings down to the south around Bloomington, and then there's a confirmed tornado on the ground, the purple boxes.
Is that is that a PDS or just a confirmed?
I don't know if it's PDS. Let me check real quick, but it's definitely confirmed. When you get the purple boxes, it's a confirmed tornado on the ground, and likely the spotters are showing and watching debris from these storms down in that area. Or it could be radar indicated too, because we were talking about the debris being detectable by a radar. That could be an option down there for the Bloomington area. But I mean, look, this is just a horrible evening for the state of Illinois, because this line of storms that extends from our area all the way downstate has produced a number of tornado warnings, and also high winds, a huge concern. There's a nice velocity data. You got it pulled up right there.
Yep, so this is mine. This is my computer. So that's southwest of Bennington, again, which is out of, switching between radars, which is out of our viewing area. But again, that's going to move into the Streeter probably within about the next, and we know by heart now the speed's about, 45 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour. So that's got about a half an hour until it makes its way into Streeter. So put a pin in that. And then going off to the north, you're right, Larry, it is a tough night for us, because you can't win with these. They produce EF1, EF2 tornadoes. They can produce wind speeds that are up to 100 miles per hour across localized areas. And a lot of the time, it happens in between radar scans. What I'm doing right now is I'm using 2 radars. This is the National Weather Service out in Romeoville, just south of Romeoville. You can see where that sweep is originating from. That's switching over to our radar, which is up there in central portions of Kane County. And it actually gives us a really good view of where that rotation is located, me switching between the two. So both of them kind of confirming 2 spots that I would point out. One would be out near Somonauk. So this is on 34, US 34, out near Somonauk. And then the other one would be here just off to the east, southeast of Waterman, north of an area called Franks, and that's south of US 30. These are the 2 spots that I would really watch. So again, I would be careful on the whole line. 70, 75, 80 mile per hour winds out of this whole line. But if you're in this area here, stretching for about the next 40 or so minutes, so that's Big Rock here. I'll move it a little bit because I see that the banner is blocking it at home. Oh, thanks for taking the banner out. We got awesome directors, by the way. Big Rock at 9 o'clock, Sugar Grove at 9:07. Of course, Sugar Grove is out there in Kane County. This is going to outrun its tornado box here. Elburn at about 9:12. Again, these are areas that are not in the tornado warning yet, but maybe put in the tornado warning and are certainly going to be in a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible box. You see the box that's flashing on my screen right now? The reason that it's flashing there just off to the east of Shibona is because they're trimming up the back edge of the box. Again, wouldn't be surprised, just given the rotation on this, if they do extend that tornado warning. But these are, to Larry's point, some really long tornado boxes. Usually with a supercell system, you'll see a tornado box that's something like, I don't know, 5 or 10 miles wide. I mean, look at this one down off to the south.
And Greg, just to highlight too, DuPage County, Kane County, Kendall County, and parts of Will County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock. So if your TV went off or your phone went off in those areas, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for that line of storms that has a tornado warning with it back into DeKalb and LaSalle County that's heading in your direction.
And don't be surprised if you get upgraded to a tornado.
Absolutely. And right now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for a tornado, but officially there's no tornado warning with you just yet. But as you were mentioning, right along that leading edge, and you know, these little notches that we've seen within these storms, they just won't fade away. And that's kind of a function of the fact that when we look at the wind speeds with height, down here at the ground level, we've got these complex winds blowing from the south and southeast a little bit, and then you go up about 5,000 feet and the winds are going in different directions, and that can create enough spin in the atmosphere to produce these brief spin-up tornadoes that don't last very long, but again, they can do damage. And when we say a brief spin-up tornado, and we're talking like EF0, EF1, EF2 tornadoes, that probably the max here would be the limit we would see. We're talking about winds on the order of about 75 to maybe 105 miles per hour, which is hurricane force winds, which can obviously do damage. So that's why we're really greatly concerned about these brief spin-up tornadoes. And then in addition to this brief spin-up tornadoes, we have the concern for some very high winds outside of where these tornadoes are located. So we've got winds gusting upwards of 70+ miles per hour with this complex of storms sliding on through. So there are multiple severe weather factors that we're closely monitoring, not just the spin-up tornadoes, and of course the heavy rain that's coming our way that's kind of pounding the roadways here across the northern suburbs and back to the west as well. That's going to complicate the ongoing flooding that's already occurring, and the rivers are still rising. Even if we didn't have rain tonight, they would still rise as they continue to funnel down the rain we saw this week. But we'll look for additional rises on the rivers as we go through the weekend, as this rain that's falling tonight funnels down into the rivers.
And we do have flash flood warnings that are in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday for Boone, Lake, McHenry counties, and I'm sure as this line pushes through, those are going to be expanded as well. Something that I was just kind of circling on the radar as you were talking, Larry, the northern Lake County tornado warning that's in effect, just about all clear. The area of rotation that we were concerned with right now, almost out of Lake Forest. It's out of Libertyville at this point, almost out of Lake Forest, almost out over Lake Michigan, but still probably about 5 or so more minutes on there, and then they'll trim up the back edge. But you were saying it showed up really well in the reflectivity data, and you can still see kind of some of these areas where it gets a little bit notchy along this line. So don't sleep on it just yet. There's still some spots here south of Vernon Hills that could produce one of those brief EF0, EF1, EF2 tornadoes that you talked about that have localized winds that could get up to about 65 or 75 miles per hour. Now, I do want to go a little bit farther off to the south and show you some of those winds just by our radar data kind of around the Yorkville area. And some of those winds, if I can get our radar to switch back over, are on the order of about 65 or 75 miles per hour just off to the south of Plano. So I clicked around. That was actually not a great click, but 30 miles per hour there. And then you get up to 41 miles per hour pretty easily. And these are pretty far away from the radar, so they're up. Remember, they're going to gain momentum as they make their way down. There's a 50 mile per hour one. Again, not trying too hard to find the highest speeds, but easily this whole line is warned for those speeds that could potentially be up to 75, or even as we seen back through Iowa, 80 miles per hour. I want to spread out the view and show our folks who live in Northwest Indiana, because now it has officially been extended to 11 o'clock and for you too. So if you live in Lake County, Indiana, if you live in Porter County, Indiana, or you live in Newton and Jasper County, Indiana, you were not a part of the tornado watch earlier this evening when maybe you saw the newscast, or even when we started going on air for tornado warned storms. You are now part of that tornado watch until 11 o'clock this evening. I think that the line will get through your area by 11 o'clock. You may see an early expiration to this, but as you've seen, there's plenty of rainfall and a lot of gusty wind that goes along with this too. Areas that also got rolled into the fold with that tornado watch, perhaps you weren't watching a little bit earlier for a 4 o'clock newscast. We got Kane County, we got DuPage County, we got Will County, Kankakee County, all the way south of that through Cook County. You are also in that tornado watch until 11 o'clock, but judging by the speed of this line, it'll probably get expired about an hour early for most of you.
Hey, Greg, I just want to highlight a spot where I'm watching on velocity data right now. Near the Sandwich area, there's some signs that there's a better, clearly defined rotation marker showing up. I've got the velocity data pulled into the map here as you're looking on the left-hand side of your screen. Now it's full screen. Right about here is where there's some signs of stronger rotation that developed with this system here. I'll switch over to the radar data, and you can see right there's a little bit of a notch between Plano and Sandwich. There was a really nice, I shouldn't say nice, but there was a really well-defined little rotation signature that showed up on the radar a few moments ago that kind of has got the attention of the National Weather Service, and I was spotting it too. And they said there's a localized damaging wind threat within this area, and also the potential for a little brief spin-up tornado, because what's happening here is you get these winds to kind of spin up a potential tornado, but then you also have winds coming around the backside of this system here, which is creating these high wind gusts. And those winds could be as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour around where the circulation is. So from Plano to Sandwich over towards Montgomery, potentially towards the Yorkville area, even up towards Bristol as well. As this storm moves in your general direction, again, we don't have an official tornado warning for parts of Kendall County here, but the potential is there for a spin-up tornado with this storm as it's moving towards the Plano area. So I'll go back to the velocity data. And it's there, but it's not screaming at me now. But a few moments ago, our radar data shows it a little bit better. Right here is where there's still a little bit of a notch within that circulation where there's some rotation being detected by the radar. And these are kind of the features that I've been watching. And as I brought in the view out and put this in motion, there's just these subtle little waves of disturbances along the initial line of storms that creates these little vorticity maxima that produce these spin-up tornado potentials. So that's why we keep getting these tornado warnings issued with these severe thunderstorm warnings as well. But again, at this moment, there is no tornado warning for Kane or Kendall County, but we're watching that storm pretty closely over the Plano and Sandwich area. And up here into Lake County, as we've been watching and talking about the storm here, the northern part of this storm here, the tornado warning continues until 9 o'clock, and the southern part of Lake County, you have the tornado warning in effect until 9:15. And just switching over to velocity data, again, nothing that screams at me and says, boy, this is the exact same spot where a tornado could be, but there are some little differences in the velocity data that are notable that could produce little brief spin-up tornadoes, in addition to the fact that it's likely producing some high winds upwards of 60+ miles per hour up here in Lake County. And the other thing that's kind of interesting is that we've had this severe thunderstorm warning for northern Cook County for quite a while now, and at times we've gotten some heavy downpours and some gusty winds, but fortunately we haven't seen any signs of rotation within this part of the storm, which is in northern Cook County. It's something to keep an eye on as we get the next complex of storms to push through. So we've got two different areas that we've been monitoring, Greg and Rob. The first one up here across the northern suburbs, that's kind of been tied more to, I was looking at the upper level wind pattern, a little disturbance up in the upper levels that's moving through. And the actual cold front is right through here, and that's kicked off this line of storms. Look like a football telestrator right now. That's going to be blowing off towards the east as we go through the next hour to 2 hours, sweeping through the city, DuPage County, Will County, and eventually northwest Indiana, with that very high risk of some high winds and a couple of brief tornadoes as well.
Larry, you can either loop yours or we could take mine. Look at how well that from DeKalb to Plano off to the south is bowing out. Yep. At this point, there, yeah. So you can see.
And that's right over Plano where we got that little spin up.
Yeah, and and that's what you'll see. You'll see bookend vortices, they're called, which are kind of at the tail end of the line, usually on the southern end of the line. So if you live beyond Sandwich and you live out to the south and east of that, I'd be worried about kind of this southern edge of the line. Sometimes there likes to be a little bit of, it's just they're more prone to it, a little bit of spin because you're in some cleaner air on the southern edge of this line. You see a lot of these back towards the Mississippi River during the overnight hours. It's just kind of how the timing of the storms work out as they come off the eastern plains of Colorado. Usually they're just in a regular old line by the time they get here, but this one is bowing out pretty well. I would be concerned, most concerned about this, although it's looking a little mature at this time. In southern Kane County, that'll be where there may be some really high straight line winds, kind of right at the nose of this. So I'm going to stop it, and I'll actually do a little more football telestrating in on this to show you the area that I'd be concerned with. So kind of here at the nose and then extending north and east out. That's where the highest winds will be. So that would be over about the next half hour to 45 minutes, although I think it's maturing a little bit, and this may fall apart by the time it gets into southern DuPage County. But for southern DuPage County, be spots like Naperville, the south side of town to Bolingbrook, maybe the south side of Aurora too, and then into northern portions of Grundy and Kendall County too, a little bit further off to the south down to Grundy County, but Kendall County as well. So yeah, this is definitely a bowing line segment of this storm from DeKalb stretching down to Marseille. And then you look up off to the north, and we still do have that tornado warning box out. Wouldn't be surprised that it gets expired, but you can still see even there's some messiness going on.
The one that expired at 9 o'clock was cleared, so we just have the one till 9:15 for southern Lake County.
And that's a southern, that's the southern portion of that warning, right? Because there was like a northern portion and a southern portion.
Yeah, there were two separate warnings. Yeah. So the one that expired at 9 has been cleared. The 9:15 one, which is the southern part of the county, continues there. Yeah. So you look at the map again, and we've got a large part of our viewing area under severe thunderstorm warnings, which is the yellow shaded area, and still some large parts of the area under tornado warnings, including southern Lake County, and then much of DeKalb County and parts of LaSalle County. We haven't focused on the southern storms here that are moving into southern LaSalle County. That's where we also have a tornado warning in effect for you folks in Streeter. The Pontiac area as well. You're under a tornado warning right now. And just to switch over to the radar mode, this storm right here is showing more intensity than the storms that are up across the northern suburbs right now in terms of the potential for some high winds and also some brief spin-up tornadoes. And as Greg was mentioning, the bowing that's occurring with this storm here across now parts of Kendall and Kane County, you got to think of it as like an old-fashioned bow and arrow where you pull the strings back or the string back and it creates this tension, and that tension that comes out is actually the winds blowing from the storm outward away from the actual thunderstorm complex. And it's kind of a function of what's happening in the atmosphere from the colder air aloft mixing down and interacting with the warmer air that's rushing into the storm. And whenever you see a bowing feature, it means that within the apex of the bow, that's where you get the higher winds potentially. Right along the outflow of the winds could be higher, upwards of 70+ miles per hour. And Greg was talking about the little eddies that form. Well, that can sometimes happen on the northern and southern flank of those bow echoes. And so that's a feature that we're watching right now as well that could potentially spawn tornado warnings for parts of Kane and Kendall County. But the good news here, Greg, is, and I was watching and communicating with the Weather Service, is we haven't seen that tornado warning extended into Kane or Kendall County, which tells me a couple of things. It's hopefully becoming more of a wind-driven storm where some of the outflow is undercutting the storm itself, which means the cooler air is starting to cut off the storm a little bit. That can sometimes happen as we go deeper into the night after sunset. Hopeful that's the case because it does cut down on the tornado threat. Does not end the high wind threat at all, but it helps cut down on the tornado threat. So that might be something that's happening with this line of storms that's moving into Kane and Kendall counties, and then it'll eventually reach into Will and DuPage County as well with a very high wind potential. And that was one of the highlights I was talking about during the earlier newscast, was this could be a potentially high wind event with a few brief spin-up tornadoes, and we're kind of evolving into that situation as we speak.
And they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning into DuPage counties till 10 o'clock. Kendall, Western Will, Grundy, Kane, and DuPage counties too. Hazard is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They did not. I'm reading through the warning now, of course. It does not look like they added remain alert for a possible tornado, but they didn't add that like tornado possible tag to it, you know. So that's good, and I think the National Weather Service is seeing the same things that we are. This is a pretty mature bowing segment of a line. It's become more linear. You can't really pick out the individual cells. And again, this spawned more by the cold front than by those discrete cells that were up off to the north. And as we take a look, kind of, they're extending more boxes too. It looks like into Will County as well. Southern portions of Will County look like they have that severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to go, again, I think it said until 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock. Yep, 10 o'clock. So yeah, so this will go all the way through the 10 o'clock hour. Moving at 55 miles per hour, I think it'll actually be through a little bit quicker than that. And you can even see, Larry, when you look at this much radar data, you've got the main line of storms out here. This is kind of the cold pool back here. So this is, yes, some pretty widespread rain. But if you live in Flag, Mendota, or you're out in those areas, or LaSalle, and you're saying, well, it still looks like it's yellow and orange over me, that is the cold pool behind the thunderstorm. No risk of severe weather in there, although winds are kind of rushing into not only the apex of that bow, but also the nose of the bow that's a little bit farther off to the south. And then spreading this out again and looping this, because it helps when you actually take a little bit longer of a loop and look at them. You can see that it definitely appears to me that that southern edge is kind of bowing a little bit farther off to the south too. So you can see this line that's moving out of Peoria. Yes, it has that tornado warning for southern LaSalle County rather, but easy for me to say. But this whole area, it looks like it's going to bow, and then it'll turn a little bit more to the south towards Champaign as the low-level jet starts to turn later on in the evening. So I wouldn't be surprised if this rushes farther off to the south and breaks off, and this goes into two complete line segments over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours. Now, does that reduce our near-term threat of strong winds across portions of DuPage County? It does not. And these storms do have a history of producing funnel clouds and tornadoes. We actually have some video. I'll give them a second to cue it up in the back. From these very storms, the ones that brought us on the air were through McHenry County and portions of northern Lake County too. And the funnel clouds that spotters were reporting were driving some of the tornado warnings, especially for northern Lake County. So whenever they have that video available, here you go. And you can see the lowering of the clouds. You've got the mesocyclone there. You can see the funnel cloud that's just above the tree level, not extending all the way to the ground, but certainly, I would say, Larry, enough to at least elicit, especially when you have video like that or a spotter report of a tornado warning.
Yeah, and the old adage is halfway down, it's on the ground. And you look at that one, and it's maybe potentially halfway down. It's tough to see, obviously, with the trees there.
Yep.
But these little, it kind of goes to what we've been talking about, these brief spin-up tornadoes, because that did not last very long from the spotters up there, but it was certainly evident and visible there for a brief while. And we've seen a lot of reports of funnel clouds. One thing I have not seen a lot of so far is damage reports. And usually by this time, with the storms covering as much of the area as they have, at least in our far western and northern counties, we would be getting at least some initial damage reports. Thankfully, I've not seen a lot of damage reports outside of occasional trees down, maybe some flooding and some ditches and roadways and whatnot, but no significant damage reported so far. Fingers crossed it stays that way as we go through the course of the evening. But
go ahead. No, you go ahead. I'm just seeing them. They're cleaning up some warnings and stuff. So you continue.
Yeah, I was just going to go through the warnings again, because looking at the outline of the warnings, we have a couple of areas where the tornado warnings are still in effect.
They just expired, the one for Lake County, by the way.
Good, yeah.
Yep.
That was supposed to go till 9:15. And the one in DeKalb County as well, and parts of LaSalle County, that goes until 9:15 as well. I'm surprised they haven't canceled that one yet, or maybe they're working on it, because
they are.
Most of that storm has moved into parts of Kane and Kendall County. So the two areas where we had tornado warnings in our area over the past 30 to 45 minutes or so, that one and this one here is likely coming to an end. So that would leave only the tornado warning for southern LaSalle County and parts of Livingston County still in effect in terms of tornado warnings. Of course, still very high risk of high winds with these storms. Tremendous amount of lightning ongoing with these storms as well. About 481 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes in just the past 15 minutes in our area. That's a lot of lightning. We're not getting a lot of hail from these storms. Oftentimes when you get big hailers, you get a lot more lightning than what we would typically see in a traditional thunderstorm, but there's still a lot of lightning out there at this moment. So the good news is the tornado warning for Lake County has been expired. It'll pop off the map here in a second, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of DuPage, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties until 10 o'clock. And also the southern part of Will County and parts of Kankakee County. This one here, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15. And the tornado warning back across LaSalle and Livingston County continues until 9:45. And looking at that radar presentation down to the south, the line that's formed here is just very intense, with a high wind threat and tornado threat along the leading edge of that storm complex. Look at the velocity data. This is some of the worst wind data we've seen so far with these storms, where you get the leading edge of the wind flow coming in across parts of LaSalle County and Livingston County. Here's the storms here, and right there's that leading outflow of winds. And there's several areas within here where the winds are really showing some high velocity data, and around the Streeter area as well. So if you're in this zone, please take your tornado precautions in southern LaSalle County and Livingston County as well from these storms that are moving through that area. Really intense stuff there with those storms in that area. We're starting to get some stormy weather here in the city now. The rain's starting to pick up. There is no warning in effect for the immediate city, but northern Cook County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. That continues. And DuPage County as well until 10 o'clock. You're under that severe thunderstorm warning.
Just as a note, Larry, on when those yellows contours that you were seeing on the velocity data, when those start, the cutoff for that is 70 miles an hour.
It's incredible. I mean, these winds with this system is really quite intense and impressive and dangerous. And there's that Boeing feature still moving through Kendall and Kane counties right now. And it doesn't have any tornado warnings associated with it, but right along the leading edge of this storm complex, and I'll do a track on it because it's moving off towards Aurora and eventually into the Naperville area. It's moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So just tracking the leading edge of this will take it off towards the east, towards Naperville, towards Bartlett. It'll reach Aurora at about 9:16, Elgin at 9:24, Naperville at 9:26, Joliet at 9:33, and Elk Grove Village around 9:43. What you can expect if you're watching us at home, and we appreciate you watching and staying safe tonight with us, the winds are going to pick up rather dramatically once that leading edge hits your area. It's almost like a gust front coming through, where you get this surge of wind coming with the storm, and then all of a sudden you'll get torrential downpours that may last a good 30 minutes or so. That's the evolution of these storms. They pack a big wind gust, and then you get hit with very, very heavy rain as they move through. So in those areas, you can expect that to happen here within the next 30 minutes or so as this storm moves off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. So a lot of pace to these storms, and and they may continue to kind of stay at that pace as they blow through the city and eventually northwest Indiana later this evening.
And it looks like until 9:45 they continued that tornado warning on the southern storm, the one for southern LaSalle County, and that will be making its way to southern Grundy County too, I believe. That just flashed onto my screen now. I know it's really hard to see everything, so let me turn off the radar, which is what we're looking at. So this is that area here. So Livingston County, and then again portions of southern LaSalle County too. So we're going to watch that, the southern fringe of this. I think the more immediate threat would be the straight line winds, though. So let me turn this back on. I just saw that pop on, Larry, as I was looking at the nose, the leading edge of this Boeing line segment that's making its way right now through Sugar Grove and Aurora too. So really strong winds right now, I'm sure. In Aurora, really strong winds about to move into Naperville. Although the area of the worst winds is actually on the southern side of this now. So I'm going to switch over to the velocity data. You notice here as we hear our first crash of big thunder out there in the city as those storms make their way into Chicago. So Yorkville, Kirkland, again, I just randomly clicked and got a 38, but I'm sure there's some 40s or 50s in there just given the color that's starting to get into the brighter greens and almost into the blues. When it switches over to blues, that's when you're in the 60, 70 mile per hour range on the green side of things. On the red side of things, that's when you switch over to those yellows and browns. I know it's tough, but the reason there are two different colors, by the way, is that the reds are one color going inbound, outbound of the radar. The greens are the other color, so you can tell which direction the wind is blowing just by looking at that. And thus, if there's rotation in the air. Let's take a live view, by the way, from the Shedd Aquarium as those storms make their way into the downtown area. Larry was saying really frequent lightning. Was it like 800 strikes over every 15 minutes or
400 to 500 every 15 minutes. Yeah.
And it's so you total that over an hour, and that timeline is really looking very active. If we were to spin this a little bit farther off to the west, we'd see more in terms of lightning strikes. And by the way, there's another one, a ground stop at O'Hare. Unsurprisingly, wouldn't be surprised if Midway is rolled into that, and the ground stop at O'Hare, here's a live view, goes until 9:45. Now those storms are making their way into and through the Rosemont area at this time. So northern portions of Cook County and into central Cook County. That was a really good lightning strike, and that's what you're going to see. Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville has the thunderstorms moving over, and this is just the leading edge, by the way, of the thunderstorms here. If you come back to the radar view, the lightning that we're seeing over the city now is just this little appendage here over Chicago, and the rainfall too. We've got some time. The bigger storms are still back out off to the west. The cold front's still well off to the west, so Chicago could be in the rain for the better part of the next couple of hours, Larry, as he's pushed through.
Yeah, we got another wave coming, and the good news here is that the tornado warnings that were in effect for Lake County and DeKalb County and northern LaSalle County have been cleared. So as we reset the map here, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings from Waukegan all the way down into parts of Kankakee County and down to the south. There is still the tornado warning in effect for parts of LaSalle County and Livingston County, and a new tornado warning popping in for the rest of, or at least a good portion of Livingston County, Ford and Iroquois County as well. You're under tornado warnings now as that really intense, nasty line of storms downstate moves in that direction. Of course, we got our nasty storms here that are producing high winds and a lot of heavy rain and some lightning strikes as well. Look at that lightning data. We got right over the city right now a good little cluster of lightning strikes happening, and more lightning with the other complex of storms we've been really closely watching. Here's that lightning counter. Now it's up above 500, Greg. We got 507 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, now up to 513. So a lot of electricity in the atmosphere producing these lightning strikes. Lights up the sky, rumbles of thunder. I know it's getting close to bedtime for a lot of the little kiddos. Kind of a rough night for them as we hear all this thunder come on through. Good news is the storms will be out of here by midnight, so if you have a later bedtime, it's going to be quieter the rest of the night. But zooming back into Lake County here, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings for Cook and Lake County until 9:30. Northern Cook County is under the warning. Although we've got the lightning here in the city, there's no official severe thunderstorm warning for the immediate city area. And then the severe thunderstorm warning for DuPage, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties continues until 10 o'clock. The worst of that storm is in parts of Kane and Kendall County right now. And right along that leading edge is where the winds could be up around 70 miles per hour. There are still some notches within that leading edge of the storm, so it's not out of the possibility that there's a brief spin-up tornado, but it hasn't been well defined enough to prompt a tornado warning with these storms. That's a good sign. Hopefully they're losing a little bit of their intensity, but nonetheless we have to treat it as if these storms could produce winds at least 70 miles per hour, potentially even higher, and even a few brief spin-up tornadoes as they march their way off towards the east. There's the evolution of that storm. It came across LaSalle County and DeKalb County, now pushing through Sugar Grove, Yorkville, moving into Aurora as we speak. Naperville, you're next in line here with this storm coming through. Again, gusty winds, a big threat there. And there, of course, is that storm up in Lake County, which had the tornado warnings with it a few moments ago. No tornado warnings now in Lake County. You're in the clear from tornado warnings. Still coming down really hard right now with heavy rain and some gusty winds. And you can see the storms kind of regenerating themselves over northern Cook County as we've looked at the past 30 minutes of this time loop. Let's go down to the south right now because, Greg, that one portion of the storm, this right here, you see the purple boxes? These are where we have confirmed tornadoes, at least radar confirmed, potentially spotter confirmed on the ground with this complex of storms with the south.
Well, there's a debris signature. I was just looking at it on.
You saw it there on your radar.
Yeah.
This whole area is under a tornado warning. This is just outside of our viewing area to the south of Kankakee, but nonetheless, this is a very, very intense thunderstorm complex that's producing multiple tornadoes as it moves off towards the east. You folks in Watseka, even Kankakee, will have to keep a close eye on this, and eventually this could get over into Newton and Jasper counties and parts of northwest Indiana as we go through the next hour and a half or so. So be on guard if you're down from Rensselaer to Watseka and especially around the Kankakee area. You could have potentially some very high winds and tornadoes coming your direction from that portion of the storm, which is racing off towards the east as well.
I was just looking at the kind of that bow echo that we had that was showing up through portions of Kane and also
over Aurora right now.
Yeah, over Aurora. I think it's peaked at intensity. Just kind of looking at it. So I would say, I mean, it's still strong, like 65, 70 mile per hour winds, but it looks like it's losing intensity as it makes its way into DuPage County, which is obviously a good thing. So there's a real chance that this segment of the storm starts sliding a little bit farther to the south, and Chicago kind of shoots the gap here between this storm off to the south and this storm off to the north and these storms that are off to the south. Now, as I mentioned that, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded off to the east just a little bit more for this northern portion of the line. But that being said, the tendency for these as they continue to evolve and weaken is to push a little bit farther off to the south. So then, I'm not saying that Chicago is going to completely avoid high winds, but the highest winds in our viewing area, at least from this segment, look like they're going to kind of continue off to the south. So south side of Chicago, Oak Forest, southern DuPage County through Naperville, northern Will County. It'll be really good, Larry, when this exact portion of the line moves over the National Weather Service office in Romeoville. That's kind of right on the nose, right on the apex of the bow, so we'll have a good idea exactly how much it weakened. A reminder, as it moved through areas out off to the west, those winds on radar were 70, 80 miles per hour.
They were. I was trying to pixel query some of the velocity data with this storm as well, and just to show reference, it's not showing those high winds like we had earlier, but nonetheless, the potential is there for some high winds. And that new warning that just popped in, that was flashing on your screen.
It's so tough to tell where.
I know, there's so many colors on the radar here tonight. Right across parts of Lake County and northern Cook County, the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning in this area. The potential is there for winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour around Waukegan, Wheeling, over towards the Northfield as well, Glencoe, and then stretching back towards Fox Lake. That whole area here of northern parts of Lake County and northern parts of Cook County and all of Lake County, I should say, has the severe thunderstorm warning potential with winds upwards of 70 miles per hour as a concern. Now we get a new severe thunderstorm warning for the city coming out in just a few moments. Let's see if it's popped on. Just getting word that they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Cook County, the rest of Cook County, including the city here. It'll pop on my map once it gets officially entered into the system. But you can see that storm now moving through Aurora, North Aurora, over towards Elgin as well, getting closer to you folks in Naperville, down towards Plainfield as well, getting close to you. That leading edge of the storm, as it gets into the real close to our radar here, still showing a little bit of a bowing feature, and there are some notches within that bow that we're closely watching. But when you switch to velocity data, it doesn't show as much of a signature of like the winds right next to each other rotating as much as they were when they were farther to the west. That's that good sign that we like to see. But nonetheless, the threat is there for some very high winds with this particular storm as it comes through. And just switching over to the velocity data, There's still a little bit of a notch right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Naperville, Warrenville, somewhere, Bolingbrook. Yeah, you're talking about the one that's kind of between Naperville and Bolingbrook?
Yeah, just southwest of Naperville right now.
That's right along probably what's about 75th Street.
Yeah, 34th and 59th there.
Yeah, crossing 59 there. There's like a Home Depot out in that area.
Yep.
Very familiar with it. So that does look a little bit concerning. Wind speeds overall, though, look like they're probably still going to be somewhere between 50 and 70 miles per hour with this, for sure, as it moves in. But I wouldn't be surprised if that gets warned. You're right.
Yeah, let's look at the on the radar data here too. You can see there's a little notch showing as well. So this is the reflectivity data. So we're getting a little measurement here with the velocity data and also some of the reflectivity data. And this is Greg and I analyzing radar data on the fly, which we've done for years and years and years in our careers and whatnot. So we look for these little suspicious areas that show up on the radar as like, I don't like the look of that. And this is one of those spots where you don't like the look of it. So if you're in the Naperville area, you know, I would potentially head down to the basement, let this storm pass by, just to play it safe, even though you don't officially have a tornado warning. I just want to be very cautious in a situation like this, because obviously you don't want to go outside and take a look at this. You're not going to see anything anyways, but always best to stay away from the windows as well in a situation like this, because you can get winds upwards of 70+ miles per hour. If there happens to be any debris blowing around from shingles or whatnot from other people's houses, you just don't want to be by the windows in a situation like this with a storm this strong and this powerful coming on through. So again, no official word. Oh, they just issued a tornado warning for you.
So, for Grundy, Kankakee, Kendall, Livingston, Will. So that is going to be probably a pretty big tornado warning, would be my guess. Yeah, so that's for the southern extent of the line. I'm still watching that around 75th Street.
Yeah, the new outline of that tornado warning, I got it on the map here. Let me take the radar off.
That doesn't go into southern DuPage County, but it does.
It does not.
No, but
it covers a huge area here. This area right here from Morris down to Dwight over towards Wesley, the western portions of Kankakee County. You're now under a tornado warning for that really intense line of storms that we've been tracking in Livingston County down towards southern LaSalle County as well. That's racing off towards the east, that has a history of producing some very high winds and spin-up tornadoes. And just to give you a bigger, let me zoom out here just a second too, because just to show you the perspective on this storm.
It's the stuff that's just north of Pontiac that they're really warning for, I think.
Yeah, there's a tornado warning from basically northern parts of Kankakee all the way down past Champaign. Just think how long it takes to drive from Kankakee down to Champaign, a little more than an hour or so, unless you're driving real fast. Sometimes I drive real fast, but you can see the tornado warning area covers this entire zone of north central Illinois. So that's a huge area under a tornado warning right now. And to the north of this is where we've got a complex of storms that's producing gusty winds. We're still keeping our eyes on that storm over Naperville as we speak. But this is amazing, Greg. It's not very often you see this large of a tornado warned area.
It's got to be 60 miles long just for the one they just issued.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
so multiple counties.
Yeah, it's huge. So what you're not going to see is us be able to point to a 60-mile wide tornado. But what this speaks to is that there are areas along this that pop up every couple of scans. I mean, I see one that's just off to the west of Dwight. I saw some interesting action that was up around Morris. And every once in a while, you get the rotation that says, yeah, that may be a tornado, kind of like the stuff we saw in southern DuPage County that didn't stick around for too many scans. And this will be the case. I'm going to say it's probably going to go until like 10:15, maybe. 10 o'clock or so. So this will be going for quite some time. Just moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour, this whole line of storms doesn't clear the tornado warning until probably the better part of the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. So they did just say, by the way, Larry, you and I have been talking about this. They're watching weak circulation along the line in the vicinity of the DuPage Airport, not strengthening but monitoring. So we brought that up 3 times already.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Naperville does get a tornado warning out of this. They are certainly watching. I mean, it sticks out like a sore thumb on my stuff here. So this is Ogden, 34. We call it Ogden in those parts of the woods. Goes all the way down out through Downers Grove, 59 too. There's 75th Street that's down here too. Very lot of residential areas. It's right on the line of Bolingbrook as well. There's I-55 that cruises through that area. So this will be the spot that we watch as this continues out to the east. But even as I say that, yes, there is still this, but it keeps on jumping up in north and south by a couple of miles. And on the backside of that, there'd be 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you live in southern DuPage County, County, I'd go ahead and take your storm precautions too, just in case. Larry?
The rotation that I've been watching there in DuPage County, there are a couple spots, not only around Naperville, but also just north of
too, yeah.
Naperville too, around West Chicago as well, which is
there.
where the DuPage Airport is kind of located then, that
Yeah.
general area. And as I got the velocity data pulled up here, I'll zoom in. Oh, there's the latest scan. Let me go to the other velocity mode here and take a peek at this, because this is sometimes showing it a little bit better.
Yeah. And so this is like Royal St. George Drive. That's along Ogden too. Naperville North School is along there. Then you head out to I-88. Southern side of Warrenville, the water tower kind of right here on the Naperville-Warrenville line. Those types of spots that we're watching, again, Southern DuPage County. Deal Road, so there's a lot of car dealerships in that area.
Yeah, so right here, there's West Chicago, there's Warrenville. There's another velocity perspective as well, and there's just where it's not a straight line, and there's some little nudges of wind energy coming in that can sometimes spin up these little brief tornadoes. So from 59 down towards Warrenville and farther south of Warrenville, those are kind of the spots where we're watching for these circulations. I know it's really interesting, Greg. We spotted it on the radar data when we're looking at velocity and reflectivity, and the Weather Service said, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And there's another spot here too, right along Ogden on 34 there. A couple areas where the greens get brighter, the reds get brighter. That's a sign that there's some higher wind speeds kind of converging together and potentially rotating into a brief funnel cloud or a tornado. So again, in the Naperville area, no official tornado warning for you just yet, but potential is there for a brief spin up. At least the worst case scenario here is obviously a tornado, but you're going to get some very high winds once that leading edge of the storms reaches you, and we'll switch over to the reflectivity data.
And everybody's seen
It's almost in Naperville right now.
And everybody's seen tree damage over the past couple of days. And while this may not be the strongest winds that you've seen, there are a lot of weakened limbs that are hanging around right now that have just leaved out over the last couple of days too. So think about those leaves like extra sails. Maybe they didn't break with the last round of storms, but now they've got that much more surface area to catch all the wind. And this may knock one of those trees down that has been weakened over the last couple of days. The other thing too with this is we've had so much rainfall that the root systems start to get weakened. And what you'll see with straight line winds on days like today is that the trees won't snap anymore. They'll just pull the whole root ball up and out with the tree too. It's the same reason it's easier to pull weeds out of the ground, because all the ground is softer. It's not hard packed anymore. So just like you can pull a whole dandelion out by the taproot and all, you can pull a whole tree down by root ball and all when you get lesser winds, just given how wet the ground is. And I'm looking at some of these velocity numbers, and they're pretty strong as you move through that line. Switching our way back again, that line here through central and southern Morris County, which is warned for a tornado. I'm not seeing any real spots. Maybe this out near Kinsman and Verona, just south of Wauponsee, that I would be a little bit concerned about. And then farther off to the south of that, I think, Larry, well, that's pretty clear as day. What they're warning here is for this, out near Bud, Allen, Dwight type area, that rotation that's going to continue south or moving north into southern portions of Grundy County, and then eventually by extension southern portions of Will County. So if you were to track this area rotation out at about 55 miles per hour or so, that'll be in Nevada by 9:31, so right about now. Dwight by 9:38, Reed by 9:58, and then 10:05 out in Wilmington. And this goes past 10:05. I believe it goes to 10:15 or 10:30. I'll check on that in just
Yeah, it's 10:15, and the concern, as you were mentioning, are these spin-up tornadoes along that leading edge. There's the velocity data again, and basically from Coal City southward is where there's a higher risk of tornadoes when you look at this velocity data. Still potential for a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes here for southern parts of Will County and Kankakee County as well, but the core of where we're seeing the rotation is one right here just west of Dwight, and then stretching down towards Pontiac and farther to the south into Livingston County, and eventually Ford and Iroquois County. You have a slightly higher tornado concern with this complex of storms heading in that direction, but the wind threat is really elevated in this zone here with this complex of storms, because the potential, and what I've been seeing, and you showed it on the velocity data too, Greg, is winds within this storm here are upwards of 70 plus miles per hour. So you've got really intense winds coming from the Morris area to the Dwight area, stretching down towards Fairbury, over towards Pontiac, and eventually over towards Kankakee and Watsika. This intense line of storms is heading in your direction, which could still spawn a tornado and certainly those high winds. And just to highlight too, if you're here in the city, Southern Cook County, your alert may have went off. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the city. There's some rain coming down, but the core of the storm that prompted the warning is back over Naperville right now. I don't know if we have our Naperville camera or not, but if we have that, just put it up while I'm talking here, and we'll take a peek at the action in Naperville right now. It's probably raining real hard and some lightning strikes around. The camera is not visible at the moment, but right there, that leading edge, which is now drawing closer to, say, Lyle, over towards Glen Ellen as well.
It's that nub near like Woodridge that on the front edge.
Right along right along.
And it should be 53. Yeah, it's like I think it's called Lincoln, but everybody calls it. Yeah, it's 53.
Yeah.
There's like a golf dome over there. 355 as well. I'd be remiss to say there's also a Portillo's on Boughton Road down there too. But
there's
also
a lot of Portillo's in DuPage County.
Yeah, I know every single one. I've been in every single one.
Cake.
I'm a little upset that Judy Sue's picture's in every single one and mine's not, but that's aside the point. But yeah, Downers Grove, that type area, southern DuPage County, northern portions of Will County too.
Looking at the velocity data there on that little.
It's not warned, but it's close, right?
I mean, it doesn't look as impressive as it was maybe a few scans ago, so that's a good sign. And sometimes when you see these things pop up on the reflectivity mode, you think, oh my goodness, that's certainly a spot to check. And so we switch over to velocity data to get a better view of it. And there is a little bit of a disruption there in the wind flow pattern. Kind of see it doesn't like line up exactly from north to south. So there is a little notch there, but it's not terribly evident where you get the brighter reds and the brighter greens right next to each other, which would represent the fact that there's there's stronger rotation going on in that particular spot. But as we get some more scans in, if you're in Downers Grove right now, just be aware you're going to get some very high winds as this blows through and up towards the Wheaton area as well. In fact, there's certainly some higher winds up towards Lombard and Wheaton at this point. In fact, I'll just take the radar up this direction. And right over Roosevelt right now in North Avenue, we got these storms coming through, which could be producing some real high winds around Glendale Heights down towards Wheaton and right over I-355 right now as well. This part of the storm heading towards Lombard, Addison, eventually over towards Elmhurst, Oak Brook Terrace as well, Villa Park. You're going to get some high winds with this storm as it moves into your area. And just switching back to the reflectivity mode, there it is, that leading edge. And as I was talking about, you may get a little rain ahead of this, but you'll know when this hits your house because the winds will pick up and the raindrops will get blown right into your windows, pelting your windows as this rain picks up as it moves off to the east.
There's a little bowing, I'd say, again, this is not like a tornadic threat, but there's a little bit of bowing in like northern DuPage County too, kind of on the northern edge of the line. So that would move into northern Cook County. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some localized heavier winds. This is a little bit too close of a loop here. I'll spread it out just a little bit. But you can see that here. And again, this is that bowing segment that got warned that moved through Naperville that had the little nub on the front that we were talking about, now over Downers Grove. And then farther off to the south, Larry, I was talking about this before. Notice how, this whole like general segment of the storm is going to start diving off to the south. And again, as the low-level jet later on tonight turns more in that direction and feeds this more, I wouldn't be surprised if that dives south through Champaign and continues south through like Indianapolis and drags some of the heavier rain along with it. But that being said, the reason I was looking at that is I noticed that trend, and then I noticed this, that bowing that again moved through DuPage County. I wouldn't be surprised if Chicago gets trucked with some pretty high winds. So even though it's on the weakening side, still 55, 60 miles per hour wouldn't surprise me in the city itself.
Yeah, and down in Ford County got a gust to 66 miles per hour with these storms. And you're mentioning how they're going to accelerate once they get towards Indiana. That's a function of the fact that there's a cold front coming through and temperatures have already dropped into the 50s and 60s where it's raining. There's even colder air back to the north and west, and that's the colder air that will spill in later tonight and tomorrow and make for a much colder weekend coming our way. Temperatures in the 40s back across Iowa, parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota, and that's the cooler air that comes in for the course of the weekend. And really, you know, if you felt like you're ready for summer after this week with all these days in the 70s and 80s, it's jacket weather again tomorrow and Sunday and Monday too, and even some frost coming our way Sunday morning and Monday morning as well. But there's a look at the warnings again. You can see all of Cook County now under severe thunderstorm warning, all of Will County, all of DuPage County under severe thunderstorm warning, and then a tornado warning here for Grundy County, parts of Will County, parts of Kankakee County. You remain under a tornado warning at this point. If you're up in the northern suburbs, still raining right now across parts of Lake County, but you are finally free of any warnings. It's been, gosh, probably almost an hour and a half or so of warnings up across Lake County, and certainly over an hour or so in McHenry County of either tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. But you're now in the clear from the severe weather. But this line of storms moving through DuPage County right now, down towards Joliet, stretching down towards Morris. That's the intense line that we're really most concerned about for more high winds, again, 60, 70 plus miles per hour, and potentially some brief spin-up tornadoes. Greg, I know you've been watching that southern flank of the storm.
I have, yeah.
There's so many notches within this right here,
Yeah.
where, again, we're not talking about major, large, destructive tornadoes, but spin-up tornadoes that could produce damage, and certainly high winds within this kind of bowing feature. Another one of those bows developing here.
Yep.
From Drummond up towards Chatsworth.
And as that happens, you get like vorticity on the end. They're called bookend vorticities,
little
right?
spins.
So yeah, so northern edge, southern edge, where the northern and southern edge break off. Sometimes you'll see two tornado polygons going in different directions. And the National Weather Service basically, they know the same. They know the same thing. They just blanket warned it. They warned the whole thing because they just don't even want to mess with playing whack-a-mole with all these transient rotations that would show up for a couple of minutes and then go away. It's safer just to kind of get everybody on the same page that, hey, listen, these are strong storms that are approaching. It looks like they're updating. Probably, I would assume they shaved the back edge of that box through Grundy County. But still, you're underneath that tornado warning and more. So the spots that kind of like climatologically would be favorable here as I stop this loop for tornadic development within this tornado warning will be the following ones that I go ahead and circle. So on the northern edge of this bow, kind of around the Morris area, I'd be the most concerned. You'll probably see some really high straight line winds in Dwight and Union Hill, but then on the southern edge of this bow, as you get down towards Pontiac, that's also an area of concern. And then farther off to the south of that, you head into like Livingston County, so not super worried about that, but farther off to the north as you get into Will County, you'll have to continue to watch the southern edge of this bow, the one that moved through Naperville. So that will be areas like Wesley and central portions and northern portions of Will County too. So as I zoom on in here and get a couple of town names, Jackson, Wilmington, Wesley, those type of spots here along 53 as it continues south through Joliet that you would be the most concerned with from the southern edge of that northern bow.
While you were talking, Greg, I was looking more closely at the DuPage County storm, and that extends down into Joliet as well. Looking at some real high winds, some of the velocity data I've been seeing here are suggesting winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. I'll zoom back in here on the velocity mode and show you right over Downers Grove, Westmont, up towards Oak Brook Terrace, Elmhurst, the Villa Park area. You see the difference in the colors here from the lighter reds to the darker oranges. These little pixels that represent yellow and orange kind of pixels on the map, those represent winds gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour, potentially stronger than 60 miles per hour. So around Downers Grove, back towards Wheaton, up towards Elmhurst as well, winds are picking up and rather strong in this general area. So potential for some tree damage with this storm as it comes through Westmont, Clarendon Hills, over towards the Hinsdale area, and Oak Brook Terrace and Oak Brook, and up towards Elmhurst as well. You're kind of next in line for these really intense storms to blow through, with the potential there for some very high winds.
85 miles an hour was a measured gust from those storms that came out of the ILX office, so Lincoln.
Yes.
85 at North Normal at 9:05.
When they were coming through.
When they were coming, when we saw those crazy wild colors on the velocity data.
Just to do a track on this, because they're moving off towards the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, I'm going to track the leading edge of these high winds as they move towards the city. Again, it's about 30 miles out here from the eastern part of DuPage County to downtown, and we're talking about Elmhurst here in the next few moments, Norwood Park at 9:47, Worth here at 9:52, downtown Chicago at 10 o'clock, and Stony Island right around 10:05. That's when this wind smack will kind of hit you with these storms coming on through. They just updated the warning outline too. It doesn't show much of a change, although it's trimmed some of the far western portions of this warning. So right now we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for all of Cook County, all of DuPage County, still parts of Kane and Kendall County, and a good chunk here of Will County. You're under the severe thunderstorm warning as well. And this extends until we get to the tornado warning, which is down here where you can see the red outline boxes. Those are the tornado warning zones. And we're watching the velocity data in those specific areas. And look at that. So right here, you see there's one little notch right here. This is south of Morris. And right along this edge here where the reds and greens get brighter in color. There's another spot that we're watching, and this extends down this entire line, even to the south, down towards Champaign. These spin-ups are possible along this storm as it moves off towards the east. We'll eventually probably get an additional tornado warning for the eastern part of Kankakee County and potentially even more of Will County under a tornado warning.
Like Frankfort
as this
and those
moves
spots,
through.
yeah.
Maybe Tinley Park as well in southern Cook County if this continues to track to the north and to the east. Because I'm really kind of concerned about this spot here because that's on the bowing segment where you get the corners that are where the bow is occurring. You get some rotation to develop and spins.
It's the conjunction of it's that DuPage County one, right? That extended to the south, and then it's that southern one off to the south as well. So it's kind of, you're right in the crux of that, and you can actually see it. I mean, it makes a pretty hard turn.
It does.
Velocity data again. So these are the two bows that I'm talking about for folks at home. That one that moved through Naperville and DuPage County and is headed to Chicago. That's one kind of distinct section of the storm, you can think of it. And then there's another distinct section of the storm that's right here. And this is the spot that Larry's talking about with all of the rotation that may end up getting warned straight through Kankakee County and into portions of not only eastern portions of Will County too. So I do want to track that because you were mentioning how you track the whole line. I think it's useful to do the same deal on that southern tornado warn segment. And we're tracking this just like we track a big, long, severe thunderstorm, except this is all tornado warned. Goes through Coal City. Basically as we speak within the next 5 minutes or so through Reed, through Wilmington, and then Kankakee at 10:09, although Kankakee proper, you're not technically in the tornado warning just yet. It stops just short of you, but by 10:09, which is when that tornado warning expires, it would be over you. Again, wouldn't be surprised if it gets extended just by virtue of looking at it on the radar over the last couple of minutes. And folks in Kankakee, Aroma Park, I know that you guys have been through it this year, of course, with that EF3 tornado. I do want to state pretty clearly that while this is a serious line of storms, this is not that type of intensity. These storms on the leading edge, tornadoes that they would put down, would produce EF0, EF1, maybe EF2. Most of those stay with their wind speeds below 100 miles per hour, but that's not to discount the severity of this, as we just saw an 85 mile per hour gust from this very line not too long ago. I'm going to pull up that velocity data, Larry. I'm sure you're looking at it too for that area of concern, and it does stick out pretty easily here where that north and south line converge. The good news is since they're two discrete lines that they're going to move at different speeds, so that's something that probably won't stick in the velocity data 2 line, just given how that storm structure is.
Yeah, I was looking at the DuPage County storm right now and querying some of the wind gust velocity right here, 50 to 60 mile per hour here, right over 635, heading towards the Willowbrook area through Westmont, Clarendon Hills, and Hinsdale. Eventually LaGrange, you're next in line, all the way up towards O'Hare Airport right now is where we're getting some gusty winds. I don't know if we have our O'Hare camera. If you have that, pull it up, just throw it up, there it is. Obviously, you can't really see the wind. There's no trees there at the airport.
Their ground stop was supposed to end now, but I'm sure it's been extended.
Yeah, it's going to be a long evening for folks that had evening flights either coming in or going out. Don't see a lot of lightning, just as I said that. There you go, some lightning. So there's some lightning up here, some heavy downpours, likely some gusty winds up here across O'Hare as well. I haven't seen any large or high wind reports there at O'Hare, but I'm seeing winds gusting upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour out ahead of the leading edge of storms that are blowing through. So to look at the radar again and kind of reset our views here, we're coming up on 9:45 and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for the city, Cook County, DuPage County, Joliet as well, and then tornado warnings farther to the south. If you're back to the west, if you're in DeKalb County, if you're in Elgin, if you're up into McHenry County and Lake County, no more warnings for you outside of flash flood warnings, which continue for the northern counties here through the overnight hours. But the severe weather threat continues here across the city, down along the tri-state, stretching down towards Joliet, and then the tornado warning concerns farther to the south. So just going back into the storms that are now pushing into Cook County, they're producing a tremendous amount of lightning right now, with lightning strikes upwards of 422 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes every 15 minutes, which is a huge amount of lightning. And there you can see the storms approaching downtown. If we got some of our cameras downtown pointed back towards the west, we'll take some of those pictures too to show you the lightning that's heading our direction. There's our Shed Aquarium camera looking out over the city. There's storms off in the distance. Hold this for a few seconds and see if we get a couple lightning strikes. Yeah, there you can see it in the distance. Those are the storms in DuPage County that are now moving into the western parts of Cook County that'll be arriving in the city in the next 15 to 25 minutes or so, producing torrential downpours, really strong gusty winds with the threat of winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, and certainly some very heavy downpours, which is the last thing we need at this point.
And just seeing some reports too, again, the heavy downpours that you're talking about, spotter reports.
Standing water at Deal Road and Route 59 in DuPage County, Route 59 to Mill Street. Getting reports of a house fire as well in that same vicinity of DuPage County. So there are some concerns there for lightning strikes and house fires and whatnot as well. Looking at the tornado warnings that are in effect for areas to the south, let's take a peek at the radar again, because they've extended the warnings to include the rest of Kankakee County, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning that's in effect here for Morris over towards the southern parts of Will County, Channahon, down just Wilmington southward, and then stretching down into Kankakee County, that's where we have the tornado warning in effect. But the Weather Service has not yet extended that tornado warning into southern Cook County or into the rest of Kankakee County. So that's somewhat of a decent sign for us, as the storm potentially may be showing some signs of not producing as much rotation as it was a few moments ago. But there is still the very high concern of some really strong gusty winds as this comes into that area. And farther to the south, just to give you that overview again, there are tornado warnings all the way down towards Champaign right now. In fact, Champaign is under a tornado warning as this bowing line of storms races off towards the east. And I want to show you the larger view. I haven't done this yet in a while. We haven't used this in a while, Greg. But here's the larger perspective of what's going on across the country. This cold front that's now barreling from our area all the way down into Oklahoma is producing extensive severe weather, and right here in north central Illinois is where there's a tremendous amount of tornado activity going on, with tornado warnings in effect in this area, extending off to the east and potentially riding into Indiana as well. But that good sign is they haven't extended the tornado warning for the rest of Kankakee County just yet, so we'll keep an eye on that spot.
And yeah, so my mic battery died. That's what happened with that's what happens when you're on for 2 hours straight.
Been a long night.
So they're probably going to swap yours out in a second. But as I was mentioning, as we were taking a live view and we were watching those lightning strikes that were going on, yeah, out in DuPage County, early reports of a fire at a house that's going on, possibly due to a lightning strike. Wouldn't be surprised they have more data on what the actual call said than we did. And also standing water right at Deal Road and Route 59, which is exactly on the leading edge where we saw the heaviest rainfall, where we saw the highest wind gusts out of that Boeing line segment that made its way through DuPage County, is now making its way toward Chicago. So Chicago, buckle up. That's on the way to you. 50, 60 mile per hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some tree damage that's lagging behind this. A lot of folks probably not even going to see the tree damage until early tomorrow morning. From a rainfall perspective, we've seen so much rainfall. McCook Reservoir is 93% full. That's over 3 billion gallons of water that's in McCook Reservoir right now. So when Chicago gets the heavy rain, there's likely to be some street flooding. And I know it's not your first day in Chicago, around Chicago, but we have combined sewer and storm runoff. So when you see it flooding up, it's combined with sewage water too. So don't go wading on through it. I see videos of that all the time. And the reason I mention that is because we have flash flood warnings that are going on now through 2 o'clock in the morning for Boone, for Lake in McHenry County, Lake County, of course, in Illinois, but also just coming over the last about 15 or so minutes as we've been talking about these tornado warnings, as a blanket flood advisory that extends through DuPage County, which, remember, just saw more than a half inch of rain just over the course of 30 minutes, and is continuing to see rain for Cook County too, including Chicago, and into Will County as this line segment moves through, and you're likely to see likely 3/4 of an inch to even 1.5 inches of additional rainfall on top of what you've seen. And again, McCook Reservoir is 93% full. Once that is full, there's just nowhere else for the water to go. All of the storm water then backs up, as we've been seeing for the last couple of days. So it doesn't have to be the heaviest rain we've seen so far through this week. So oftentimes with flooding, it's the aggregate of days and days in a row where the biggest problems come up. That's also true with trees being down too. When the soil gets wetter, larger trees will fall just from the root ball just given how wet the soil is. So as you mentioned, Larry, good news that we have not seen this tornado warning extended. Still, though, just from my eye on the radar data, I'd zoom into this area around Wilmington, Jackson, Lorenzo, Wesley and Reed for an area that would be of concern, just given the reflectivity data kind of right here where you see a big notch, kind of that big C shape or reverse C depending on which way you're looking at the color contours. That is right along I-55 and to the north, so around the Shanahan area. So taking a look at the velocity data at this point for that same type of spot, I got to move it north because I was looking at some storms near Champaign, and look at that, wouldn't you know, showing up right there is where you have that rotation that's possibly Salina, Essex, Rockville. A little surprised they haven't extended this off to the east a bit more, but I think that maybe they're taking the wait and see approach, Larry, as this makes its way to the eastern side of the warning box. But we've got another 15 or 20 minutes, so they got plenty of time to see how this pans out. And maybe they do warn Kankakee and other spots that are along and off to the east of, I believe that is Route 45 that goes south of Frankfort. So Frankfort not in the fold just yet. If I were to guess, maybe they target it a little bit more. And if they do, then it would be likely just Will County. I would see the extension. But as I say that, you look and I mean, look at this, right? Union Hill, Essex type area around Herscher, Dickies. You see this little bulge that's happening, and there's rotation along the leading edge. Now it's dark, so we have a lot of good storm spotters. You can't really see the funnel cloud, especially with how messy the front edge of these storms are.
I think one of the things the Weather Service is seeing, and I've been watching it too, and you and I have looking at the communication we have with the Weather Services, the spotter reports coming in from these storms are not suggesting we're getting these really high winds. We haven't seen any major high wind reports, at least in our immediate area, compared to what we saw in the western part of the state. But nonetheless, there's still the concern for some high winds at times with these storms as they move through. The tornado watch still in effect until 11 o'clock. It'll be cleared out here to the west by the time we get to the top of the hour. But there's an overview of the warnings. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings here for the areas shaded in yellow, and there, of course, is the tornado warning that Greg was just talking about. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Cook and Will County continues until 10:45. The worst of the storm is yet to reach the city. It's back over, just moving into Oak Brook as we speak, right over O'Hare, stretching up towards Prospect Heights and over towards Northfield as well, and Northbrook, just about ready to get some of the worst of the storm to come through your area. And then down towards Oak Lawn, eventually down towards the Worth area, you're going to see the storm push on through. The severe thunderstorm warning for DuPage County continues for another 5 minutes until 10 o'clock. Really, the worst of the storm has moved now out of DuPage County into Kane County. And then severe thunderstorm warnings for Fort Iroquois, Kankakee, and Will counties until 10:15. And that tornado warning in effect until 10:15 as well. And then farther to the south, Iroquois, Kankakee, thunderstorm warning here for until 10:45, and then Fort and Iroquois tornado warning until 10:15. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of action on the radar right now. And there's the overview of the storm with the lightning added to it. You know, we've got the intense lightning along the leading edge of this storm, but even behind this storm, there's still quite a few lightning strikes occurring. So you'll still hear some rumbles of thunder even after the worst of the storm passes on by. And again, upwards of 450 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. So there's a close-up view of the storm now moving into Cook County. There are, again, these jagged edges with the storm, but we're not getting any clear signs of rotation, which is a good sign. But you can see the tracker here taking it to downtown in the next less than 10 minutes, Stony Island at 10:09 and Robertsdale at around 10:14. So it's closing in on the city as we speak. And there are certainly some high wind gusts reported with it or being detected by the radar. These yellow shades of pixels on the map represent winds at least 50 to 60 miles per hour up in the atmosphere. They may not necessarily make their way down to the ground. In fact, I was talking to my family who lives out in DuPage County. As the storm came through, there wasn't much of a wind gust, but there were certainly some downpours. So that's a good sign. What happens at night is sometimes the air down here at the ground level stabilizes for us. There can be some really high winds if you go up about 4,000, 5,000 feet. But when you stabilize that air closer to the ground, it's harder for those high winds aloft to make their way down to the ground. That could be what's happening right now. I hope that's the case. That would certainly limit any wind damage potential for us with the these storms, but you can certainly see the heavy downpours continue across this area. And even up into Lake County, still some heavy downpours up in this zone as well. So watching all this real closely, the lightning has been rather impressive as well with these thunderstorms. But down to the south, our immediate concern is the tornado warnings that continue here for parts of Ford and Iroquois County, and then down to the south as well. Looks like the tornado warning for
they're trimming the back edge.
I say they trim the back edge here across
but I still
Livingston
don't
County.
like if we're being honest, I don't love what I see on the front edge of that.
Even up here around Kankakee, I agree with you.
Yeah, like so in your view, those nubs on the front edge, right?
Don't like them.
Yep, like that's a concern. And these there's things that are actually called like nudges when the National Weather Service decides whether or not they want to warn something for a tornado, and that's one of the nudges. Just that presentation on the radar that Larry's pointing to, and then I have the same exact view, but I have the velocity data. And another thing that nudges them towards warning things a little bit farther is this, where you start seeing these greens making their way in, reds making themselves out in front of the storm, and you're getting rotation in the atmosphere right there. Then you're getting another area of rotation up here. So the two spots that I'd be the most concerned with would be just off to the east of Reed, or on the Salina area. And then I'd also be concerned here with this just off to the south too. And we'll zoom in down to almost street level and get you some closer road names. So that's 102, Illinois 102 and 113, where they get real close to each other. And then a little bit farther off to the south of that, again around the Salina area, which is just north of Goodrich and just north of Illinois 17. Those would be the two spots that not only line up with what Larry was showing you in terms of the nubs, for lack of a better term, on the radar, but also for the velocity data. And here's a little closer look at that. Again, you see this bumps out. Here, I don't even have to look at the velocity data. I can tell you that's where the rotation is. Out near Wesley, bumps out. Probably some rotation here on this part of the line too. So I think they're going to let it ride for now. Because they haven't seen debris signatures or anything like that. I would not be shocked in the slightest if we see it extended through Manteno and Kankakee through, that would probably be, I would imagine 10:45 or 11 o'clock that warning would go to. But for now, they're just letting it ride until this ends at 10:15. So that's southern portions of Will County, northern portions of Kankakee County until 10:15.
Yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10:45 for the eastern parts of Kankakee County and the eastern parts of Iroquois County as well. And we're watching that area for the tornado threat. And again, up here now starting to see the rain pick up around the city.
And a lot of lightning.
A lot of lightning. If we have our Shetta camera, we can pull that up, maybe take a peek at that. Because, yeah, I just heard some thunder here on State Street downtown. Let's see if we get some more lightning activity to show up here. Yeah, right over the city. Occasionally, these lightning strikes these get rather frequent as these clusters of storms move over top of our area. And right now, the core of the worst part of this storm is right over Stickney, back towards the Bridgeview area, just north of Worth. You can see the brighter shades of red right here along the Stevenson, just south of Cicero right now. There could potentially be even some small hail being developed from this thunderstorm. There's a little speck of white showing up on the map. That sometimes represents where there might be some small hail occurring. So in this area here is where the intensity of the storm is kind of picking up from what we saw earlier when it was back in DuPage County. Certainly seeing a tremendous amount of lightning with this particular storm. And just to switch over to velocity data to keep an eye on it, because we've been watching these suspicious spots throughout the course of the evening. They're again getting some high winds right along the leading edge of this storm complex. And even once you get into the heavy rain, there's the potential there for some higher winds if they mix down to the ground. So when we're using the radar, we're shooting that radar beam up into the sky. So we measure the radar beam raindrops in the sky at different levels, sometimes upwards of 4,000 feet or 5,000 feet above the ground. And the winds up there are certainly higher than at the ground level. But what our measurements show us is what the wind speed is above the ground. So sometimes those winds can mix down, sometimes they don't. But it's what we watch for on the radar to detect velocity data for spin and also for some high winds.
I was querying
Look at
those.
all that lightning.
I know, it's crazy. I was querying those, and it's about 45 to 65 miles per hour along the whole line. I mean, that's from Wrigleyville, Evanston, all the way south, down through the south side of town, through Englewood, Evergreen Park. So it's definitely not as strong as it was if you've got some. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what we're seeing on the radar. So
47 at the lakefront, Northerly Island, 47 at O'Hare, 26 at Midway, although the worst of the storm is kind of going to pass just a little south of Midway.
And I would say probably about 5 or so minutes before the worst winds in Chicago, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, which is interesting. We got a gust of 47 at the lakefront, which is ahead of the main storm, but the winds have no friction coming down the lake, so you get the high winds right along the lakefront. That cooler air that's coming in off the lake, too, will help cut down the intensity of that storm that's moving into the city.
I was going to say that, and I think you're absolutely right. I think we're starting to see that lower level inversion try and set up a bit at this point, because these are greatly reduced from what they were out in DuPage County, and then farther out to the west through DeKalb County. So it's nice to see some of the teeth taken out of that, but still, that's southern.
The beautiful effect of Lake Michigan this time of year with the cold water still
it's
helps
saving our
protect
bacon.
the lakefront.
But you look down like Kankakee type area, I mean, look at these. This is all along that leading edge, and the spots that we're concerned about. I know this is just a bunch of stuff for my consumption. It's what time the warnings go to, but I didn't even click around 70 miles per hour for those wind speeds. And again, that is a little higher up in the atmosphere. Again, the radar beam probably sampling 2,500 feet or so. It depends on exactly what angle setting the National Weather Service has their radar on, because that radar is a little bit closer to this.
While you're talking, Greg, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for much of northwest Indiana, including Lake, Jasper, Newton, and Porter counties until 11:15.
At least it's not a tornado warning.
Yeah, thankfully there. But the severe thunderstorm warning continues now. A large area, all of northwest Indiana now under severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15 for that complex of storms back to the west, which has a history of producing some high winds and some spin-up tornadoes as well. But as we look at this a little closely again, you're right, Greg. The good news here is they're not issuing the tornado warning off towards the east, and in fact the core of the storm is approaching the boundary of the tornado warning, and usually before the storm gets to the edge of a tornado warning, they would issue a downstream warning ahead of the complex. So right now we have yet to get an additional tornado warning advancing ahead of it. If they were to do that, I would probably say Iroquois County is most likely to get the extension of the tornado warning, because what we're seeing here across parts of Will and Kankakee County, although you still have a tornado warning, not as well-defined little signatures along the gust front there for some rotation spots. But nonetheless, we've got another about 12 minutes here for that tornado warning. Goes till 10:15. We'll see if they extend it.
I'm talking to them in chat too to see what their thoughts are, because again, they're really good about getting back to us. And the nice thing is that we're not playing whack-a-mole with 14 different areas of the line anymore. We're really just concerned with one portion of the line, and then of course the strong winds that are moving into Chicago right now.
And there's the track on this too, just to show everybody the timing for northwest Indiana. St. John around 10:36, Rensselaer at 10:54, Valparaiso at 11:02, and LaPorte around 11:23. If you're over towards Merrillville and Gary, probably around 10:45 or so will be the arrival time here in northern parts of Lake County.
Yeah, and so just north of Kankakee would be the main area that I'm concerned with the tornado warning right now inside of the box. But this is the edge of that tornado warning box, and we've got until 10:15, so only about 11 or 12 more minutes left until we get to that. So this is just off to the west of Interstate 57. It'll be crossing 57 likely pretty soon. Some decent eyes on it, of course. Kankakee is a more populated area. I know they have storm spotters that are looking at this down there, kind of squinting through the lightning and the heavy rain to see if they can see any lowerings of the cloud deck. But again, the National Weather Service kind of looking and assessing whether or not they're going to extend that a little bit farther off to the east. As I switch back over to the reflectivity data, which is the kind of typical stuff that you're used to seeing, I'm not super concerned, getting a new scan in, I'm not super concerned with what we're seeing, but still it's just right there around the Rockville area. You just have this subtle little jutting out of it right on the edge now of the warning box. We'll see. Again, I'm 50-50 on a coin flip whether or not they extend this farther off to the east. I think I like the signs that they haven't extended it downstream just yet. I think it's mostly because we haven't seen any damage reports just yet, Larry.
I think that's exactly the case, and the spotter reports we've been seeing have not been indicating extreme winds either with this storm complex, which is, you know, you look at the presentations we saw on the radar when this was farther to the west, even in our western counties, and especially west of I-39, there were some really strong signals for tornadoes and some really high winds.
Well, we had spotters with eyes on them, too. I mean, that's the entire reason that Lake County one got extended, was somebody saw it.
And that was part of a supercell thunderstorm that kind of continued into southern Wisconsin, and more storms fired up. That particular zone up around the Rockford area today, had some really high helicity values, which for meteorologists basically is another word to describe how much spin there is in the atmosphere. And there was a lot of spin in the atmosphere up around the Rockford area and up in the far northern suburbs.
It was closer to the warm front, too.
It was, exactly, yeah. And, you know, remember the warm front that was draped across our south when we had the Kankakee tornado and the Lake Village tornado? That was along a warm front. And warm fronts this time of year when we have severe weather are the most dangerous spots to be in for tornadoes, because that's where you get the wind spinning the most in the specific direction needed to get rotation to develop. So you're exactly right. That warm front was up there along the state line, and especially back in northwest Illinois. Again, still watching the storms, almost closing in downtown. I've got a view here on our State Street studio looking at State Street at State and Lake, where it's under massive construction right now with the rebuilding of the CTA station here. Not raining yet here downtown, but it's getting close, as you can see on the radar. In fact, I'll zoom in closer here on the radar to the city and show you the showers and thunderstorms just now over Wrigley, stretching down towards Cicero, back towards Austin as well, up to the North Shore. We're getting heavy downpours coming down. Doesn't last very long, but we'll get brief heavy downpours. Probably some gusty winds. We are under a severe thunderstorm warning, likely not damaging wind potential, but still the threat of some high winds with this storm moving right over the city. When we get some rain downtown, I don't know if we can swing one of the other cameras around towards State Street. We'll get some views of the rain coming down here in the city. But we're watching that storm here in the city, and of course the storms now in southern Cook County as well, from LaGrange to Worth down towards Tinley Park and back over Joliet. They're coming down pretty hard right now over Joliet from this thunderstorm. Likely getting some gusty winds around Romeoville, Joliet, Manhattan, over towards Worth as well. And these are stretching off towards the east. Getting a couple of thunderstorms to flare up over Gary and parts of northwest Indiana as well. Those are feeding up over the lake and moving out over the lakefront. Look at all that lightning now downtown as the storm starts to intensify and move into the city as we speak.
A note, just as we see if they're going to continue along with that tornado warning, they're keeping a close eye on that circulation in southern Will County and Kankakee County. They're not going to warn it downstream, they're saying, which again, it was like a toss-up, right? Like 50-50 whether or not they're going to do it. But what I will say too, so thankfully this will expire at 10:15, and hopefully we can get out of your hair on TV, at least from an extended weather perspective. But what I'm noticing here, if you want to take a look at that line of storms on my computer, is earlier when these storms first made their way into the area, Larry, I just took a quick mental note of how tall they were. And they were right about 40 to 45,000 feet, which is not obscenely tall for thunderstorms. I see supercells get way taller than that, but they were producing funnel clouds, they were producing tornado warnings, and that, you said it early, as a meteorologist, a mental benchmark. Okay, 45,000 feet, and they're producing. What we've seen over the past half hour, and this is kind of along the tallest, most intense leading edge, is all of these storms are starting to duck at or below 30,000 feet. So they've lost 15,000 vertical feet worth of storm strength and storm depth through the atmosphere. You know, they stretch out that vorticity and create tornadoes down at the ground with that extra depth. So that's nice to see as the rain really starts pouring down here on State Street right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some localized street flooding warnings coming in soon.
Yeah, the intensity of the rain is
really heavy.
Coming down pretty good. Here's that velocity data on the storms down here in southern Will County and Kankakee County, and those little notches that we've been tracking throughout the course of the evening. These are the spots we're still watching, and because they are not tightened up enough to warrant an additional warning, we still have the threat of some high winds and maybe a brief spin-up tornado around Manteno and up towards the Wilton area as well in southern Will County. So a couple of spots on the radar, and again, these are areas of concern for potential tornadoes. Doesn't necessarily mean there's anything that's spun up just yet, but because they haven't continued the warning ahead from where we're watching these little areas of potential rotation, it's a sign to us and it's a sign to you as well that the threat of a tornado is relatively low in this zone, but the risk of some high winds continues. You know, sometimes even when you see these little notches, you may not get a tornado, but it sometimes reflects some enhanced winds coming out of the storm. That's a lot of lightning right now downtown. You get some high winds to be impacted here in this area as well. Even if there's not a tornado coming down, it can sometimes mix down those winds down to the ground level and create some high gusty wind threats as well. And then farther to the south over Kankakee, the line of storms is now moving right over Kankakee as we speak. Not as much in way of a notching going on here. It's more of a straight, well-defined line. Good sign here. Likely just some gusty winds and not a high tornado threat in this zone. but we're watching the storm move into eastern Kankakee County, and this large area remains under severe thunderstorm warnings from the city, stretching all the way down towards Newton and Jasper counties, and Lake and Porter County. You're under the severe thunderstorm warning as well. That's the velocity data. Let me switch back over to the radar data, and you can see this is a really just a well-defined line of storms marching its way off towards the east. Let's do another track on this as well as it moves into northwest Indiana, because the storm itself is moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So we'll just track the leading edge. I'm going to start here in southern Cook County and track that curvature in the bow feature here off towards Valparaiso. So Gary here at 10:39, Hammett at 10:30, Rensselaer at 10:53, and Valpo right around 11 o'clock. There are some additional showers flaring up ahead of the line, but this is the main concern line here of the storms coming on through. It's 10:11 here on this Friday evening. Normally we'd be in our 10 o'clock newscast, but we've been in severe weather coverage for the past 2 hours or more as these storms have been blowing through with repeated tornado warnings. The last of the tornado warnings is set to expire at 10:15 unless it gets continued in this area I have the track for. So that would be a great sign if we see this tornado warning come to an end in the next 4 minutes and no additional tornado warnings downstream.
Yeah, I mean, the storm is out of the box right now.
It is, yeah.
I think the National Weather Service, and I'll show you where the area that we would be concerned with. You see that little nub there just north of Kankakee, kind of on the other side of the double E's. But if you switch over to mine, I think the prudence of the National Weather Service on not warning this downstream is being rewarded, because what I've noticed is the curvature of that line, right, we talk about. This is the one in Southern Will that they're still watching, because notice how much I had to curve in for that. And then as I follow the line down farther off to the south, this would be maybe the other area that they're concerned with, and then farther down. But this is not nearly as curved as it was, say, even 10 or 15 minutes ago when we were wondering if they were going to continue it downstream. So I would say this out near Manteno is really the only area of concern. And as we go again, I think that couplet is actually strengthened just over the last couple of seconds. Wouldn't you agree with that, Larry?
Yeah, it certainly has, and there's more of a
You're starting to get the deeper
bowing feature to it as well, which means there's some outflow winds kind of enhancing the circulation there along that outflow. And as you look at the reflectivity data, you see a little curvature right there over Kankakee County and another one over Iroquois County. Those are the little spots where there's some outflow of winds that can sometimes spin up these little tornadoes. So we're watching the notches real closely. At this point, again, there's no extension to the tornado warnings, but we just want to highlight a couple of spots where there is the potential for some brief spin-up tornadoes, because we can examine those by looking at the radar data that's coming in.
And it may get a snap tornado warning really any minute.
Really?
You know?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, the other thing that's been happening with these tornado warnings is they've covered very, very large areas because if there is a tornado, it doesn't last very long in any one spot, and it can spin up along the line as it moves off towards the east.
And what's the other option? Warn 15 tiny boxes along the line?
Minutes, yeah.
For 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and then moving along. No, the better thing is to get us on air, get us online, and have us talk for an hour and a half about the line as it moves through, and watch these in real time. I think it's the smartest thing when you get big long lines like this, and not those lone wolf storms that you can see from miles and miles away. So we got a minute left on this now. Hopefully, just hold on for one more minute in front of this storm and don't intensify, so that we don't continue this downstream. But yeah, still continuing to watch this rotation. I'm going to query just a couple of them, and it'll actually tell me the gate to gate, I think, on this. Yeah, so that's not a ton of gate to gate shear. 4 meters per second is not a lot. 4 or 5 meters per second. But I will say, you got 43 away from the radar on one, and then you got 46 towards the radar on another. Now, they're not lined up directly on top of each other, so that's not complete shear right there, but it is 90 miles per hour of wind on either side of the storm that is creating at least a little bit of rotation in the atmosphere, Larry.
And for all intents and purposes, the tornado warning for parts of Will County and Kankakee County is over.
All clear.
Because the storm is pushed to the east. So what we're going to do right now as we come up on 10:15 is we're going to start our 10 o'clock newscast here, and keep an eye on any warnings that happened there. Just popped off. The tornado warning is gone. So at this very moment, there are no more tornado warnings in our immediate area. Yay, we did it. But we still have some pretty intense storms coming through that could still produce some very strong winds. So we're going to pause for a second.
Hang on. They just issued.
Did they issue?
Yeah, I mean, dude, we were looking at it, right? Like, this was going to happen.
They did.
I mean, like, we were looking at it, we were talking about it. Actually, one further off to the south too that they noticed. So I'm going to guess this goes until 10:45.
I got the query right here. I'll pop it up for us. So
Okay.
the new tornado warning for Kankakee County goes until 10:45. As soon as we said it was over, they issued a new tornado warning.
That's, you know what?
Looking at the velocity data,
That's how the night's gone.
it really has. Yeah, I mean, you can see it there. There's
I wouldn't be surprised if
two
they warned the
spots.
north one either.
Yeah, I was going to say there's two spots here. Let me circle the spots here. There's this one right here, just to the east of Kankakee. If you're in Moments right now in Grant Park, take your tornado precautions. This is Grant Park, the town, down in Kankakee County, not Grant Park here in the city. If you're in Moments in Grant Park in Kankakee County, take your tornado precautions right now. And the other location right here around Moments and near Piatone is another spot I'm really concerned about for
I am too,
potential
but
tornado. That would be getting closer to the beach area.
And yeah, so the gate to gate on the one further off to the south is 10 meters per second, which is that's more shear on the one they just warned. But you're absolutely right. I don't love the orientation of that. I don't love how it presents itself on radar.
And even north of there too, there's basically
up here
three
too.
spots.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all three get warned.
But one thing you can see here too, Greg, is the brightness of the greens and the reds. That reflects the higher gate-to-gate shear as you're showing on your screen there too.
Yep.
Because that means the winds are more enhanced here, blowing into the circulation, both from the south and then from the north as well, showing the rotation signature right there. So you got the track on it as it heads towards Grant Park and Moments.
Yep, so I just laid a track on it for us here, and we'll knock out some of the towns that are in that. As Larry said, Sun River Terrace, Moments, Grant Park, you all want to take your tornado precautions at this time. So it will be through Grant Park at about 10:30, so you got 13 minutes until it makes its way through your area. And then Moments within about the next 5 or so minutes. This is moving at 55 miles per hour, so it's moving pretty quickly at this time. It is radar indicated. It hasn't been spotted by a spotter, but we've been watching these areas kind of wax and wane, and they're just stubborn. They just won't drop off of the radar completely, and that's a testament of how much rotation we had in the atmosphere early today, how we had the signs and signals in there. I'm really surprised that northern one isn't warned yet, but we will see if they drop one on that. And if that does happen to get warned, and I'll show you Larry circled it, but if that does get warned, that would likely move up towards the Crete area and Beecher. And that would be about a 20-minute scope on it. And then out towards Goodnow by about 10:30. So in about 12 or so minutes from now, a little bit less than that. So those are the spots, two spots that we're watching right now. And again, this goes until 10:45. So you just bought yourself bonus time with Greg and Larry on a Friday evening. And maybe we'll get a 10 o'clock newscast in here in just a little bit. Now, farther off to the north, as I look out the window here at our State Street studio, it looks like some of the rain is starting to lighten up in Chicago at this time. And pulling up the radar just to give you the all clear for portions of Cook County. You're on the all clear from high winds. Any high winds are going to be out over Lake Michigan, especially in northern Cook County. The leading edge of these storms have the strongest winds, so they're through the south side. They're down, kind of making their way along the Skyway, towards the Skyway at this point. As we move into northwest Indiana, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that extends into northwest Indiana. Worth, you're in heavy rain. Tinley Park, you're in heavy rain. As I look at how this presents itself on radar, I have zero concerns about any tornadic spin-ups, at least along the northern extent of this line. It's down with that southern extent of the line where we're in the fresher air that we do have problems. Rounding up some of those warnings that are in place around Chicago at this time, as I mentioned, we had rather heavy rainfall from those earlier ones that brought us on the air. This is the supercell as it made its way through Rockford. There's some actual tornado damage that's out there around the Rockford area that made its way through Boone County, through Lake County, through McHenry County. You also have a flash flood warning that goes until 2 o'clock. Your rivers and streams have just had enough. They can't take any more. They're flooding. There's some street flooding up there. I've seen reports of standing water even into DuPage County. So as I mentioned, DuPage County, you have a flood advisory in DuPage County and Cook County and northern Will County. That goes until 3:45 in the morning. Still seeing rain across the greater Chicago area, and there is a lag. The McCook Reservoir is at 93%. This was on my way into work before we got rain. Capacity. That's over 3 billion gallons of water that's now in that reservoir. And we are likely to see combined sewage overflow events through Chicago through tonight. It's combined sewer and also stormwater runoff. So when you do see that come up, it is not just stormwater, it's other stuff in that water too. So just a heads up there, you don't want to walk through it if it floods your basement. You don't want to be walking around in it. It is just a big old mess if it gets into your house, of course, literally and figuratively. So watching those storms again, I mentioned, of course, it's just taunting things that the storm heights had decreased to about 30,000 feet. Still enough. The presentation on radar isn't really that crazy. There's maybe a little bit of a nub there, Larry, but what are you seeing over the last couple of scans on the velocity
Yeah,
data?
still watching that little spot where there's an enhancement of the rotation where you get the brighter greens and the brighter reds right next to each other. And here's the overlay of the warnings we have. So severe thunderstorm warnings for Cook County, Northwest Indiana, and there's the tornado warning down here across Kankakee County. There is a notch on the radar, more pronounced than what we had earlier when it was back towards the west about 15 minutes ago, but it's still there right now, moving just outside of Kankakee County, and it's now even gotten a little bit more impressive down here across this area of eastern Kankakee County. Let me put this in motion, and you can see how this has kind of evolved over the past 10 minutes or so. It's kind of wrapped itself up and gotten more of the indentation there where the greens kind of nudge back into the red spots, and that's where the spin is happening within this storm. There's also a little spot right there I'm watching as well, but tracking that rotation center. So this is the track of the actual rotation that I'm detecting on radar, lifting off towards the east and northeast. So it'll reach Lowell at about 10:36, Winfield at 10:49, Lakes of the Four Seasons around 10:52. Now, technically, you're not under a tornado warning here across Northwest Indiana, but if this holds together the way it's looking right now, it's likely it will be extended into southern parts of Lake County and potentially even into Porter County if it continues to hold together that long. And the other spot I'm watching is up here between Monee and Piatone, where there are still some signs of rotation. Again, it's not as defined as what we have just south there in Kankakee County, but around Beecher, Monee, even up towards the Chicago Heights area and eventually the St. John area, Dyer as well. We'll have to be on guard here for the potential for maybe a brief spin-up tornado in addition to the high wind concern with these storms as they're coming through. So going back to that tornado warn spot, this is not looking good. I don't like the feature here.
They're like standing right on top of each other, the ins and the outs.
They are, and you don't like to see that sign. And then we'll switch to the radar data, and you can see the hook echo right there, the little notch. It's kind of a hook, not necessarily a completely hook echo, but there is a notch forming right there, right near Grant Park, the town of Grant Park, over towards 17, Sherburneville, Edgetown as well. That's a spot where we're watching this rotation getting close
North
by.
of 40,000th North Road.
North Road, you got that spot?
Yep.
Yeah, right there. So this is tracking off to the north and the east. We'll be reaching the state line in just a few moments and then tracking into Northwest Indiana as we go through time. So if you're into the western part of our viewing area, you're in the clear from severe weather. It's along this line into the east where we're still tracking the threat. They updated the warning.
They just trimmed it back. They just trimmed the back edge of it. And
what they do is they do that to cut down on the areas that are no longer under the tornado warning.
Yep. So moments are in the clear.
Yeah, moments are clear, but still in Grant Park and then to the county line and the state line, still under the impact here of a potential tornado. You got the velocity data there, Greg, and I tell you, those greens and the reds, the brightness of them, and then you can even see the curl happening right now. That's our indication marker for rotation and potential tornado.
Right, when I mentioned like standing on top of each other, kind of look how that red, so you've got greens up here, and then you've got reds down here, and they're kind of standing directly on top of each other, whereas this one is, I know it's all subtleties, right? This one's a little bit more angled at 45 or so degrees. This one's closer to about 90 degrees. It's really, if there were a tornado on the ground and I was looking at this scan, which of course it'll probably update as I zoom in, I would put it like right there. Right in this spot, right around Vincent Trail, I believe is that street, kind of off to the east or west, rather, a little bit of 13,000th Road. That's where I would put it, just by this scan. But it jumps around and it dances around and stuff from scan to scan. So I wouldn't put too much stock in that. I would just say that if you are in the Grant Park area, then you definitely have to be in your tornado spot. Now we mentioned we're watching this northern one. We're not like dunking on the National Weather Service or anything for not warning it. There are very intense inbound and outbounds, but again, they're not standing on top of each other. And I will mention the National Weather Service has said in their chat they're watching it too. So they're keeping a close eye. They have a meteorologist specifically that is watching that area of rotation. So they'll warn it if it warrants it. And as I look at this, we'll just grab some gate to gate. I'm sure it's actually gone up a little bit, just 8 meters a second. So they warned the other one at about 10 or so, just from our clicking around. And these wind speeds are pretty strong. on either side. So about 40 or 50 miles per hour on either side of that. And then winds behind that too are going to be even stronger. There could be some 60 or 70 mile per hour winds. So would not be shocked, especially with this newest one, if we do get a tornado warning that goes to the Beecher area. So it would go northeast. And it would include, these are not tornado warned spots. I do want to say that. Just if the warning comes out, it would be spots like Cedar Lake, like St. John. It would likely come in just south of like Gary/Whiting. So if they extend that warning into portions of Lake County, Indiana, I would not be surprised if those were the spots that were mentioned. If they extend this, which it's getting close to the end of the warning box, a little bit farther out off to the east, that's going to be spots like Lowell, like West Creek. Again, you are not underneath a tornado warning just yet, but the name of the game is lead time, right? You got kids that are in bed, you got kids that have been sleeping. Hopefully they went to bed at their bedtime, and they've been in bed for 4 or so hours now. So if you got to get them out and get them into the safe spot, I'm going to try and give you as much lead time as you can, especially if you got like 3 kids like I do to corral. It takes a lot to get them downstairs and get everybody's act together. So give me advanced lead time. Again, don't do it quite yet, but maybe start thinking about it as you are out of the tornado warning at this point. But as we've seen, at any point that can be extended a little bit further downstream, even the minute that the tornado warning does expire. So moments, you are almost all clear. I mean, it's north and northeast to you now. If you live on the south side of town, then you're all good. But it's spots that are just north of River. This is about to cross Sherburneville and Illinois 17, which becomes Indiana 2. This is the state line right here. And that'll cross the state line. I would give it 55 miles per hour. That's probably 3 or 4 miles away. So I would give it just a couple of minutes or so.
And Greg, I've got the shear track product on my map here, which shows where the rotation has been tracking over the course of the last
And that's way better than
hour.
the northern one.
Yeah, so this is the one that's now has the tornado warning with it, and the circulation was over Kankakee, but it did not tighten up until it got into the eastern parts of Kankakee County, and there is some circulation and some rotation still being detected up here across parts of Will County as well. So watching these two areas pretty closely, and I'll go back to that velocity data because this signature has stayed rather pronounced for the past 10 minutes or so. Initially, we thought we would have no more tornado warnings, but we were watching these spots, and at 10:15 they issued this new tornado warning, which goes until 10:45, but the actual circulation is butting up to the edge of the tornado warning, which is this red outline here. So it certainly will be canceled before 10:45. We're just waiting to see if they issue it downstream into parts of Lake County here in Indiana. But this shows the rotation center right here where you get that nudging of the greens and the reds right next to each other. And just to put this in motion, I'll show you a 30-minute time lapse of this storm as it came on through. It was a well-defined line, more distinct north-south line when it was back over Kankakee, and then we got these little nudges and nodges to show up in here that indicate the rotation centers. And again, the one around Beecher, and you look at the one around Beecher, notice how the brighter greens are not as bright and not as plentiful as the ones we're seeing down here closer to the state line. So this circulation is not as intense. Yes, there's circulation here, but it's not as tightly wound up as this particular circulation is as it's moving towards the state line. So over towards Lowell, no warning for you just yet, and if it doesn't happen in the next 10 minutes, you won't have a warning, but we'll keep an eye on this as it moves right now over the state line. Still haven't got word yet if they're going to extend that warning into Lake County. It's going to be really close, though, because I have not seen much weakening. Right? Yeah, I haven't seen much weakening at this point. It's still showing some signs of rotation. And again, this is one of those tornadoes that if there happens to be one, it would be a brief spin-up tornado that could produce winds upwards of maybe 75 to 100 miles per hour, which is obviously pretty damaging, but it's not a huge tornado on the ground from what I'm seeing here according to the radar presentation, but still showing that signature here that just won't go away either. That's getting close to you folks in St. John. So be cautious in this area, be alert, be aware that the potential is there for a brief spin-up tornado in those zones. Elsewhere, here in the city, things are starting to quiet down. We still have some rain coming down, but the worst of the storms have moved out of the city right now. They're still heavy downpours. Did you see something there?
Oh no, they're just saying that they're not going to plan to go downstream with it with a new tornado warning, which makes sense given the fact that it's weakened a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
But they're still going to watch it. So what they're probably going to do is they're just going to let that roll to its expiration time. I don't think they're going to cancel it early or anything, and then maybe extend downstream. But yeah, I think that again, it's getting closer to 45 degrees more so than 90 like it was a little bit earlier. This one's still concerning off to the north, but
yeah.
As you mentioned, though, the greens aren't as intense. The reds as the reds are. My color table is a little bit different than Larry's is. Everybody likes it just individual. But I will say some of these winds within that spot, so these would be winds that are rushing in behind, kind of through the Beecher area and Lowell. Downstream, Eagle Creek, we'll see this kind of across Indiana 41 it is. Those winds, just by clicking around about 48, 50 miles per hour. I don't know what it's warned to. I would assume 60 or 65 miles per hour. But expect every bit of that as this now officially is crossing over into Indiana.
And just getting reports in Fowler, Indiana, of winds to 54 miles per hour. So winds are picking up. This is down in Benton County as well. So the storm that's now moving into the southern parts of northwest Indiana is producing some strong gusty winds down that way. I'll just take you down that direction and show you that line of storms extends from the city right down the state line all the way down southward here outside of Watseka. And along that leading edge is really a high wind concern, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and also maybe that brief spin up tornado. Now it looks like the actual rotation has moved out of the warning area, which was set to expire at 10:45. I'm almost certain they'll probably cancel it before 10:45 just because the circulation itself has moved out of the warning area. But nonetheless, right over West Creek right now and stretching towards the Lowell area, that's kind of a spot here where we're a little bit concerned about what may be happening still with some gusty winds. And even if there's not a tornado, the wind speeds could pick up because oftentimes I was talking about how sometimes the winds, a new tornado warning for that northern part right now.
And they, and not shocking, and they also re-upped that. Well, that's actually that's the northern one, yeah.
The northern flank here.
I'll bet Gary gets clipped by that, or maybe it's on the south side of Gary.
No, it's Gary and Merrillville and Hobart as well. So right here around St. John is that area we were watching real closely that we were suspecting is showing clear signs of rotation. The Weather Service pulled the trigger here and has now issued a tornado warning for this area, which includes the extreme northeastern part of Will County, a little corner of Cook County here, and then a good portion of Lake County from central to northern Lake County. You're now under a tornado warning with this storm. Let me track this rotation center here too, because it's now just outside of a Goodnow and near Crete at this time, right along 194 or 394 rather, is where this rotation is located. Creeksburg, St. John, Sherrillville, Dyer, Rolling Hill Estates, over towards Merrillville. That's the area where you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. And I'll put a track on this too, moving off towards the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So it's moving at a really fast pace, and it'll be reaching Rolling Hill Estates at 10:42. St. John in 5 minutes, Ross at 10:46, Gary at 10:51, Lake Station at 10:55, then Ogden Dunes at 11 o'clock. So again, tracking the rotation center here that's prompted the tornado warning for this portion of Lake County, just a tiny corner here of Cook County, and then Will County as well.
So I'm not sure exactly, every county is different with how they do the sirens. I know for warning purposes, Cook County is like split up into 3, southern, central, and northern. So if you're back in like Tinley Park, if you're in southern Cook County, like Chicago Heights, Tinley Park, Worth,
Sauk Village, here.
Like that, this is not for you. This is for, again, the extreme southeastern portion, so like Dyer, which is Indiana, Sauk Village, like you said, though, that is who it's for. It's not for folks off to the north, just in case your sirens are going off.
And you know how we have our cell phones now are geolocated, so if you're in this red box, your cell phone, if you have the alerts designated to go off on your cell phone, of course they do that with our weather app as well. So this is the spot we're watching for the tornado warning. Did you see the expiration time on this?
I did not. I was
11 o'clock.
Yeah, 11 o'clock, just south of the Skyway, and it'll be out over Lake Michigan before 11 o'clock, probably, I don't know.
Yeah, moving at 55 miles per hour.
10:45, 10:50, it'll be out over the lake.
But again, if you're in Merrillville, Gary, over towards the Hobart area, near Crown Point, if you're on the north side of Crown Point, right along US 30 here, Lincoln Highway, that's where we've got the concern. Sherrillville's right here, St. John, Dyer, Sauk Village is right here in this corner of Cook County, and then around Crete as well. That's the area where you need to be in your tornado safe room. Again, it's not going to be a large tornado, but you don't want to take any chances here. Just get into the safe spot and let the storm pass on by. You'll probably only need to be in there maybe 15 to 30 minutes, depending on where you are in this warning zone. But it's a dangerous storm right now that's moving off towards the east. We had the tornado warning just a little farther to the south, and now we got this new one here for Lake County and a little portion of Will and Cook County as well.
I just mathed it out, and it's about 20 minutes until it's out over the lake. So like you said, 5-10 minutes in the safe spot. You're totally fine with that. You don't want to mess with it because we've been watching this since it was, Was it west of Kankakee when we started mentioning it? Like it was like Manteno, like
It was, yeah, up around Piatone.
It was back here, yeah. So like we had seen it and were concerned about it for a while. The National Weather Service was concerned about it for a bit too, and then they finally decided to warn it just north of Beecher, and it makes sense. I mean, it looks like there's some decent rotation, especially on the southern edge of that. Like it looks like the winds are coming out through St. John, on the south side of St. John. I wouldn't be surprised if you get an isolated like 60 or 70 mile per hour wind gust on that side of things. I'm gonna actually switch over my velocity mode to storm-based velocity because it helps to show the rotation a little bit better. And there you go. So you got the greens next to reds. You got some bright greens there in St. John. You got some reds that are a little bit farther out off to the south. So this is going to track north and east. So Merrillville, you got plenty of time. Gary, you've got 10 or so minutes 15 minutes until it's over you. Go ahead and go to your tornado safe space. Winds, I would say on the highest end will be 105 miles per hour, likely around about 80 to 100 if there happens to be a tornado that comes all the way down to the ground. At this point, everything's so rain wrapped, it's so dark outside, the spotter just can't quite see as well. When it's this type of situation. By the way, that tornado warning off to the south has been expired, but still watching that area of rotation that's out near the Lowell area, out near Cedar Lake, out near Southwest Grove. This will move off to the north and east too, kind of along Indiana 55. So that's worth watching. It's not like just because that tornado warning has dropped off the board that the rotation has dropped off the board. If anything, Larry, I'd say that's better than it has been the last couple of scans, and it's pretty easy to tell exactly where these spots are when you look for them. You want juts in the line. So I'm going to track this a little bit. So there's one right there. So that's the one that's warned. And then a little bit farther off to the south, right around the Lowell area, here's another kind of L-shaped one. So these are the two areas that we're watching. Only one of those is warned at this point, but I wouldn't be surprised if this warning bounces north and south maybe one more time.
And looking at that velocity data with the warned storm, it looks like it's kind of a broader rotation now. I've got it pulled up on the velocity data here as well. And you notice how the brighter greens are not as distinct as they were a few moments ago. We still have some really impressive red coloring here, which represents high winds coming out of the thunderstorm. But here's the latest scan. You can see, yeah, there's some brighter greens mixed in there, but they're not butted up right next to the reds like you would usually see with a real tight rotation center. So this may be broadening a little bit, which basically is our way of saying that it's not as tight of a rotation as it was a few moments ago, which hopefully lessens the tornado threat, but you still have to treat it like there's a potential tornado here. And just going back a couple of scans, let me take you back here. You can see back here when it was back over the Beecher area. Well, I don't know if we can drop the banner real quick just to take a peek at that. But right here you can see that was where it was obviously more intense than what we're seeing now with brighter greens and brighter reds closer together, smacking up against each other. So that was where the rotation was a little bit tighter. Compare that to what you see there to what we have now, and it's broaden out a little bit. The greens and the reds are not right next to each other. There's still circulation here, and as we were talking about earlier, you don't like to see this really a distinct notch where there's clearly a green over red situation. You like to have a straight line north-south in this situation where there's reds and greens on each side, and they're not interacting with each other. It's kind of like a simulation where you don't want the greens and the reds to kind of butt together. They're just going to keep them separated by a really straight, fine, nice north to south line. But when they start to mix in and kind of rotate a little bit, that's where you get the concern. So that's why we've got the tornado warning in effect here. And it looks like the circulation is just now over St. John. Pushing towards Ross. Here's US 6, and then eventually over towards the Merrillville area and up towards the Gary area as well. There's US 30, so right over 30 and 41 is where the circulation is located near St. John. If you're in that area, that's where the potential tornado is located at this point.
And to drag our attention back farther oth to the south, this is what we were talking about, right? Do you warn the whole line, or do you warn the area of rotation? Like, what do you do? There's a saying for it, but I'm not going to say it. The problem is this one off to the south, the one around Lowell, almost looks better than the one off to the north does. Better from a bad standpoint. It's more compact. It's a little bit stronger there. So what are you going to do? Are you going to warn this whole segment that includes Winfield and Eagle Creek and spots that wouldn't even really see it in Cedar Lake? Or are you going to warn these two individually? You're going to warn one and bounce around to the other one, even though this one's weakening. So it's a tough situation for the National Weather Service to be in, and they're doing a great job. So that's why we keep on pulling our attention. And then there's like a third little spot that's down here that that I've been noticing every once in a while on the radar becomes a little bit better, but I haven't seen this jutted in a little bit more just a couple of scans ago. So things all to watch as they cross the I-65 corridor. So that's kind of where I want to draw our attention to. Merrillville out along I-65. I know it's a highly trafficked route. If you got plans, maybe you got out of work a little bit late and you're going down to Indianapolis or something for the weekend, and you got to take I-65 to get down there. It's the fastest way. This is going to be crossing I-65, I-80. Good news is it is a little bit farther south of the Skyway, which is a pretty heavily trafficked spot even around this time of day. But Lake Station by 10:58, so you still got about 20 minutes there. Ross and Gary by quarter till, I should say, and then about 10 minutes until it moves over Gary. Officially going until, what was it, 10:45 is when the warning expires?
I believe it was 11.
11. Oh, they extend. Yeah, they extended the time. 11. Yep, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, why would they?
And you know what's interesting, Greg? You were watching the other rotation center down around Lowell, but even down to the south of there.
Yeah, too.
Along this entire line, there's a lot of jagged edges here that are showing some potential signs of rotation. So going back to the fact that they could have warned an entire area here for a tornado warning, they have this one highlighted as the most likely suspected spot for a potential tornado just because it tightened up briefly for a little bit. But again, in St. John over towards the Merrillville area, right along US 30 here, Sherrillville as well. Got to just take this seriously and let this storm pass on by. It is moving at a pretty fast pace, again, at about 55 miles per hour. So I'll put another track on it I'll track the rotation center up through Gary and over towards Ogden Dunes. So Ogden Dunes around 10:59, Hobart around 10:52, Calumet around 10:50, and Chesterton around 11:06. I'll also take it down just a little farther to the south, too, to give you more towns. Merrillville around 10:46, and then Lake Station there around 10:55 as well. So this, again, is a tornado warned storm until 11 o'clock this evening. This is the last tornado warning we have on the map right now. We've had tornado warnings since about 7:30 or so, I think, was the first tornado warning we had for our area. We've been on the air ever since then tracking these storms. This is the last gasp of storms moving through northwest Indiana. This will clear northwest Indiana within the next hour or so, and then we'll be rid of any severe weather for the rest of the evening. In fact, if you're in Illinois, no more severe weather for you, at least here in northern Illinois. Downstate, it's a different situation. But here in northern Illinois, the severe weather threat is over. Heavy rain still coming down and some gusty winds, but the intensity of the storms have now moved into northwest Indiana, where we have the tornado warning and a large area here under severe thunderstorm warnings, including LaPorte County, parts of Berrien County, and down to Stark County as well. So this line of storms just won't let up, and it keeps on going, all part of our cold front that just keeps blowing on through. And this is a massive cold front, too, that extends from our area clear down to Oklahoma. So, Greg, I know you've been watching that velocity data on the storm moving into Lake County. Still not terribly impressive, but just enough spin in there to prompt the warning to continue.
It is just enough spin, and we got like 3 minutes until it's over. So taking kind of a broader view, too, of the other stuff that we have going on right now. Of course, there's some stratiform rain that's behind this. Not exactly the heaviest rain on Earth, but still adding to our totals that we've had over the last couple of days, and just over the last 12 hours. So today's round of storms and this box that has the flash flood warning that you'll see in a second, on average, 1.33 inches of rainfall fell, and there are some definite spots in there that saw more like 1.5 inches to 2 inches of rainfall. And then a little bit farther south of that here, just kind of averaging over the area that's seen rain that's been ingested into the system, Doppler indication of about 1 inch on average. Again, all of that is going into the watershed. All of it around Cook County is trying to make its way into the McCook Reservoir, which is probably the better part of 95% full at this time. So that has prompted not only the flash flood warning off to the north until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning rather, but also, as I skip past it, a flood advisory that extends for a good portion of the area too. And that flood advisory covers farther off to the south. It goes through Cook County, it goes through DuPage County, those other spots that saw about the inch plus of total rainfall. That goes until about 4 o'clock in the morning. Rivers and streams swelling up, localized street flooding. I heard reports out there on Deal Road and Route 59 out in Naperville that they've had some standing water. And it wouldn't be a shock if some spots, even through DuPage County and southern Cook County, saw an inch plus of total rainfall. So I do want to switch back over to the velocity data and see if it has continued to impress or if it's continued to weaken just a little bit over the past
a little bit.
couple of minutes. It got really broad, like in about a 5 or 10 minute period. So
it has broadened a little bit, but still just enough where they said they're going to continue the tornado warning, which goes until 11 o'clock here for Lake County. So Gary, you're kind of next in line right now over Sherrillville. Just north of Sherrillville, around Hartsdale, and then towards the Ross area. That's kind of the spot of concern right now, just north of US 30 now. High winds along US 30, but the circulation is just tracked north of US 30, so that's going to come up towards US 6 as well in the next couple of moments, around Van Loon and then over towards Ross, and there's Gary as well. The circulation looks like it'll pass pretty much right over top of Gary and near Merrillville as well. So between Merrillville and Gary, up 53, up 65. That is the zone. If you live in this area, still take your tornado precautions at this time. Again, the indications are on the radar that it's a broadening circulation, so it's not as tight, but nonetheless, there still could be a tornado wrapped up in here at this point as it moves off towards the north and to the east. Just checking some information coming in from the Weather Service. They're confirming what we've been saying. It's broadened and weakened a little bit, but still just strong enough to warrant the tornado warning to continue.
And anywhere along this line is going to see 60 miles per hour worth of wind.
Easily.
On again, I can't say enough, rain-soaked ground and trees that have been battered by rounds and rounds of storms that maybe are on the verge of breaking a couple of days ago. Those have budded out even more, so there's even more area to catch the wind. So I wouldn't be surprised if, even if this isn't the strongest round of storms that you've seen all this week, you might get the most damage out of it as things are kind of teetering towards breaking off. I mean, we didn't have, where I live, the worst round of storms yesterday, and yet there were the largest branches I've seen down. So again, wouldn't be a shock if we catch maybe bigger than normal damage from this, just the cumulative effect of days and days. Larry, you were saying earlier, 3 days this month we haven't had rainfall?
Yeah, no measurable rain officially at O'Hare, 3 days. The good news is after we get past tonight, we've got some dry weather coming our way, really for the next 6 days, maybe a stray shower on Sunday, but after that we enter a dry stretch, and again, it turns much colder this weekend with highs in the 40s and 50s, so noticeably different from what we saw this week. But again, there's the tornado warning outline, just updated for the northern parts of Lake County here, officially in effect until 11 o'clock. The rest of northwest Indiana, you remain under a severe thunderstorm warning with this line of storms marching rapidly off towards the east. You know, these storms have been moving at about 45 to 55 miles per hour off to the east, so they've got some pace to them, and they'll continue to rapidly move eastward here as we go through the next hour or so. So Porter County, you're next in line, Jasper County as well, and then eventually over towards LaPorte County, you'll see the storms push on through in the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. Still watching that circulation, and on the radar data, one thing that's happening here when you look at the reflectivity, notice how this kind of curls up like this right here. That is that indication of the winds kind of wrapping in around this that prompted the tornado warning. You can see it on the reflectivity data, but when we switch over to that velocity data again, you can really make it out and show you the spin itself. There you can see the notch right now, right here it is, right over basically Gary as we speak, or moving up towards the Gary area. And as I put this in motion, watch how this kind of evolves. It started back around Monee and then tightened up as it moved over Monee and Piatone, and then up towards St. John and Sherrillville, and now right over Gary as we speak. So if you're in Gary right now, take your tornado precautions and let this storm pass on by. It's going to zoom up over the lake in probably the next 10 minutes or so because it's moving so rapidly off to the north and east, and hopefully just stay out over the lake and keep moving northward here as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So again, the warning continues until 11 o'clock. Watching that storm and watching the storm south of here as well along that line. And just to look at the velocity data southward, I like to see this. This is not as distinct as it was a few moments ago.
It's like gone.
Yeah, that one back here was really more distinct a few moments ago. Still there, but it's kind of a broader rotation signature, and plus it's pretty elevated up into the sky. So good sign here. If you're in DeMont, you're going to get some gusty winds, but no threat of a tornado, at least at this moment with these. That's part of the storm. But again, we still have the tornado warning in effect. Look how small that outline is now. Just covers Gary, covers a little bit of Merrillville as well. There's 30 and up here around US 6 as well. So
And that too, if you were looking at that right now and making a warn or no warn decision, I would say no warn.
I would say no
obviously.
warn,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So we're just riding it out, just being safe here until it gets over the lake in literally like 5 minutes. And a good thing too is the southern extent of that, Larry. We're watching it bow out not only over spots in southern DuPage County, but also farther off to the south of that. This kind of whole bowing segment is what produced the spin that brought up the tornado warning for the Gary area and for farther off to the south around Beecher. This is not really bowing out very
well, and the Weather Service is saying winds are only 40 to 45 miles per hour in that area too, which is a great sign. So,
and it's warned to 70, so it's everything's stabilizing. You know, we tuckered out the atmosphere, tuckered us out too, but finally I think we're starting to see things subside. You know, not a moment too soon as
well,
it
it's
basically
interesting
exits
when
our
we
area.
looked at the outlook for severe weather. Obviously, just to our west was the higher severe weather threat for tornadoes in terms of long track and large tornadoes. We had the risk of these brief spin-up tornadoes, which has kind of evolved in our area so far this evening. Haven't got any confirmations of tornadoes in our immediate area.
A lot of funnel clouds, though.
Yeah, a lot of funnel clouds and some brief spin-ups certainly possible. But as these storms move away from the core of the energy in the atmosphere, which has been centered over Wisconsin, Iowa, northern Illinois, back to Minnesota, that's where we had the large severe weather outbreaks so far today. And once this system moves over into parts of Indiana and even downstate or so, it's rolling away from the main core of energy. So that's why we're seeing some weaker conditions here in Indiana. And that's also why when the tornado watch initially came out, you were not included in it here in Northwest Indiana because the thinking was the storms would lose speed and steam as they moved into Northwest Indiana. And it's happened a little bit, but there's just enough spin in the atmosphere, Greg, to keep these storms going long enough to warrant the warning. And there again is a look at the view of the rotation.
Very meh.
Right over Gary right now is where that circulation is. So still the threat of a brief spin-up tornado right near the rail yard, and there's the toll road as well. So watching this pretty closely as it moves up towards the lakefront, pushing up towards the lake in the next 5 minutes or so. The warning goes till 11. We'll stay on the air here till the warning goes off the air.
They plan on letting it expire too. I just saw that.
You saw that? Oh, good. That's good news.
Question though, question marks on the Lake of the Four Seasons rotation now though. Of course. So that was the one that we said went away, but we said we keep an eye on it. I have it on the velocity data if you want to see it. It's tightened up yet again. It's starting to move the greens on top of the reds. So this area of the storm is jutting out. This edge of the storm is kind of making inroads or ingressing into the other one. So you're getting a little bit of spin on the front edge. And that's exactly how you get the spin-up tornado, very aptly named. So watching that very closely, of course, now, and I really hope that doesn't get warned, but if it does, that will extend through northern portions of Jasper County, I believe, and then through, well, out of our viewing area, really, at that point, unless it gets into southern portions of LaPorte County and southern portions to Porter County. So question marks here. As this expires at 11 o'clock, at 11:01, we may have this tornado warning. Still watching it very closely, but Walker at 11 o'clock, so in just a couple of minutes here, Wheatfield at 11:03, and then Dewey by 11:20. And again, this is what's happened. We've watched these kind of two twin north and south areas of rotation kind of working off of each other. This is also another area, again, Lake of the Four Seasons, and then farther off to the south. So the possibility here of not only southern portions of Newton County getting warned, but also up at Lake of Four Seasons, which is in Porter County, and that would go just south of Burns Harbor, be just south of Ogden Dunes. So there's like 2 or 3 areas of rotation that we're watching here, and that would also move through Valparaiso along Route 30 through Indiana. So watching this too through Liberty, through Chesterton, Valparaiso at 11:02, so just a few minutes away. Larry, this is kind of your stomping grounds.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there in Valparaiso.
And you can attest to, I'm sure there's a lot of meteorology students at the school that are watching this very closely.
They're
even at 11.
watching all night right now. You know, what's great about Valparaiso University is they do weather balloon launches, so we get great data from Valpo in terms of the information of the atmosphere. They do special balloon launches, which give us an idea of the profile of the atmosphere. So great school, great meteorology program. A little biased, obviously. But watching the storm again, we got about 6 minutes or so with this tornado warning for Lake County.
And this,
And it
just over the
expires.
course of a scan, looks terrible now. Like,
It really does. And it's almost out over the lake. In fact,
Yeah,
just going
yeah.
back down to the reflectivity data, you can see it's just right now on the lakefront. And I'll switch to velocity data and just show you again right there. It's almost out over the lake. Right here, you can see that's what's left of the circulation, just about ready to move over Lake Michigan. And of course, it's going to enter the colder air temperatures with the water being in the 40s right now. So it won't even form a water spout as it moves out over the lake if there happens to be a brief tornado even possible with this system. But nonetheless, just another couple scans here, and this will be out over the lake. And we're watching those other areas, as Greg was mentioning.
kind of two question marks.
Yeah, a couple of spots. I mean, it's been this kind of situation throughout the course of the afternoon and evening where we get these little rotation markers. That one down here south of DeMont.
Yep.
Not tight in terms of being real close together, but there's certainly some activity here with some motion and rotation here just south of Wheatfield and south of Walker and south of DeMont, Indiana. So a couple of spots still on the radar that we're still concerned about. They haven't pulled the trigger on this one just yet. They may still do that.
And that's the thing is like, so they're sitting right on top of each other, so it's really good, rotation, but it's just not fast enough, right?
Right.
To warn at this point that they're not deep enough greens, they're not deep enough reds. So these are the things that National Weather Service guys deal with in a real-time basis in the decision to warn or not to warn. Plus, does that area of rotation have a history of producing tornadoes? And the answer is no at this point. So we'll watch it, but Wheatfield may end up in a tornado warning within the next couple of minutes if
And
they
I
decide
see a
to.
wind gust coming in from the Hebron area of about 50 miles per hour, which is not technically
weakening,
severe.
right.
In order to get a severe thunderstorm warning, there's a couple criteria that have to be met. You have to meet a wind criteria of 58 miles per hour or a hail criteria of 1-inch diameter hail, or it produces a tornado. That's what classifies a storm as severe. A lot of people say, why didn't we have a warning when we have a storm that's just putting down the rain and producing tons of lightning? Well, unless it has wind, hail, or a tornado, it technically is not a severe storm and to meet the criteria for meteorology. So that's one of the things we look at too when we look at these storms. And of course, the rotation has to be tight enough to prompt a tornado warning, and that has been the case with a couple of these storms, especially back in Illinois. Right now, that rotation is likely out over the lake as we've been vamping here for the past 5 to 10 minutes.
And that
or so.
stuff over, just south of DeMont, like the best gate to gate I could get is like 6 meters per second, which is not a lot.
Too bad, yeah.
So again, the orientation's nice. Well, nice if you wanted to warn it as a tornado warning, but you got greens that are directly over reds, but the atmosphere is stabilizing at this point. The daytime highs have gone down. The cold front's catching up to these storms, and it's just not high enough to warn yet. But you know that just a couple of scans can change that, as this has been warned before farther off to the south. And then there's like another little area that's just off to the south of Barkley that you could say, well, we could look at that too. But this Lake of the Four Seasons one that we were talking about that's out over Boone Grove now, I think that's an overwhelming meh. Again, greens are right next to reds, but it's just not very tight rotation at this point.
It's a judgment call from the Weather Service, and it comes down to a lot of variables, including the history of the storm. And right now, it's kind of borderline whether or not they'll issue the tornado warning. So we got another about 3 minutes here till the top of the hour to see if this tornado warning expires, which I'm 100% certain it will for northern Lake County. We're just waiting to see if they issue additional tornado warnings down to the south of that as it stretches from Porter County down to the south. And eventually, you folks in LaPorte County, you've got some thunderstorms kind of flaring up over top of you right now. The core of the line is still back to the west, so you're not in the thick of it just yet. If you're in Valparaiso right now, the storm's knocking on your doorstep, moving into the western part of the town, eventually sweeping across Valparaiso. You're going to get the core of this storm in the next few moments with some gusty winds, potentially 45 to 50 mile per hour winds. That's what we've seen with the history of this storm when it was back in Lake County. So gusty winds here, certainly some heavy downpours and a lot of lightning as well. Tornado warning hasn't popped off yet.
No, and they updated the severe thunderstorm warning, and I was seeing if they just threw a tornado possible tag, and that was kind of the way they were going to tackle it.
Did they?
No, they didn't add it. So, I mean, we're kind of reading tea leaves at this point to kind of see where the National Weather Service's head is at. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. This is out over the lake. We're not worried about that northern storm anymore. It's just a question mark on whether or not the National Weather Service wants to warn this stuff that's out near Wheatfield, Walker, just off to the north of Gifford. Again, the rotation is there, and even on the latest scan, like, it actually looks a little bit better than it was just a couple of minutes ago. But the question mark is, do you warn that for a tornado? I think it's kind of on the no side, like 60-40 no for me. But yeah, that would be out near Wheatfield at about 11:04. And regardless, the winds back here could possibly be, the warning says up to 70 miles per hour. We've seen observations that are up around 50 miles per hour. So it's no walk in the park, but you know, in terms of warning it for a tornado, I think we're kind of meh at this point for that one, which is nice because the atmosphere is finally starting to relax a little bit.
Totally agree with you. And just to show you the
and that's a bad scan. A bad scan in a good way.
bad scan, good way. Yeah, bad isn't good. Yeah, as the kids say, right?
Yes.
Here's the storm coming through. I don't think the kids say bad anymore. Anyways, that was we were kids.
That was 15 years ago.
Yeah. Here's the line of storms now moving through northwest Indiana. Just to show you the replay of the radar. This is an hour time lapse here. So this is the core of the storms that are now moving off towards the east. Again, watching just the leading edge of it. No word yet as we've been watching the Weather Service information coming in if they will issue a warning. They're going to let this one expire at the top of the hour. So once that ends here at 11 o'clock, we're done with tornado warnings. I said that earlier. I don't mean to jinx it, but hopefully we're done because hopefully this just stays as a stronger storm with some gusty winds that are below severe limits as it moves over towards LaPorte, Michigan City, Valparaiso right now starting to pick up in intensity. Rensselaer, you're going through it right now and just now pushing off towards the east. Winnemac, you're next in line here for these storms as they move eastward. And just to give you a sense here, we've been on the air since about, I think it's around 7:30 or so, and normally we'd have our 10 o'clock newscast at 10 o'clock. We're not going to have a newscast because we're out now at 11 o'clock in the evening. But just to show you the 7-day forecast, because now that tornado warning has moved north of the lake out over the waters, here's the forecast for you. Look at the temperatures. Tomorrow we're in the 50s with frost Sunday morning and Monday morning. Huge difference from what it's been like this week. And then we get a little warmer again by the middle of next week. But the best news I can share with you, Greg, and everybody who's watching at home, outside of the rain tonight, maybe a stray shower on Sunday, we've got almost 6 days in a row of dry weather until we get to next Friday. So thankfully, a dry stretch setting up for us, and we need it to dry out and get those rivers back down.
And we're warning free.
It's over.
Well, don't die.
now.
Yeah, for now.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to programming now that all the tornado warnings have expired. We're going to keep an eye on those storms in northwest Indiana just to see if a tornado warning gets issued. Greg and I will be here for at least the next hour or so to watch these storms get out of our viewing area. I appreciate you watching. I hope you had a safe night tonight and have a safe evening and overnight hours for you. Greg and I, we appreciate your service tonight, Greg, helping out tonight on a Friday night.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry we ruined your evening of television, everybody at home. Yeah. But, you know, these are things that have to be done. I would hope someone would do it from my house, even if I lived out in the middle of nowhere.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you watching and joining us here on this evening weathercast and coverage of the severe weather. We're going to send you back to programming. Of course, if we get an additional tornado warning, we'll hop back on the air. Have a great night and have a great weekend, everybody.
See you guys.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later,
time for parts of LaPorte County. You can see the red outline box on the map here. All because of this line of storms has shown another spot where rotation is possible, producing a tornado for parts of LaPorte County. So let's take a peek at this and tell you that the tornado warning is in effect until 11:45. Also severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Berrien, LaPorte, Pulaski, and Stark counties until 11:30. Let's go in and look at this a little bit more closely on the radar image and show you where the rotation is located. If you're in the towns of Kingsford Heights, just the southern parts of LaPorte, the town of LaPorte, Kingsbury, take your tornado precautions right now. Dangerous storm that could produce a tornado with this line moving off towards the east right now. I'll switch over to the velocity data, and there you can see the little notch in the radar right here. That's the spot I'm watching for that rotation marker, which is pretty close to US 6 and just now passing towards the Kingsbury area and the Kingsford Heights area as well. This is north of US 30. This is really between US 30 and LaPorte is where the circulation is located, and just enough of a circulation here that the Weather Service went ahead and issued the tornado warning for this part of LaPorte County. And the storm itself is moving at about 55 miles per hour. So I'll track the circulation here as it moves through LaPorte County. And if you're wondering why we're on the air for LaPorte County, well, LaPorte County is in our viewing area here in Chicago, and we have a lot of viewers here in LaPorte County that we want to warn and let them know about this potential tornado. There's the track, North Liberty here at about 12:39, Lakeville at 12:49, Olive around 12:44, and then over in South Bend and over towards Penn as we head towards the eastern time zone. So that's why there's a big jump between Kankakee and LaPorte County, and then North Liberty and St. Joseph County because of the time change. Of course, South Bend's an hour ahead of us compared to LaPorte because of the time zone change in Indiana. So going back to the radar again, you can see that line of storms moving off towards the east at about 55 miles per hour. And I've been watching the little notches here along that edge, and this one just tightened up enough for them to pull the trigger here for a tornado warning for LaPorte County, technically in effect until 11:45. So watching a couple of spots here in LaPorte County. The mesocyclone, which is the rotation, was just enough where there was just enough spin where the Weather Service in northern Indiana decided to issue that tornado warning. We've got the severe thunderstorm warnings extending southward into parts of Stark County and Pulaski County as well. You can see the whole entire line moving eastward at a pretty rapid pace. I'll just go ahead and track the whole line itself as it moves through LaPorte County down towards the Winnemac area. So it'll be reaching over towards LaPorte here at about 11:25, and then South Bend around 12:55, and over towards Plymouth about 12:55 as well. So a pretty intense storm continues. This is the same line of storms that blew through our area, producing some high gusty winds. Certainly all the heavy rain you saw in some spots where you're at right now. And we still have that just brief spin up tornado potential with the storm in LaPorte County now moving off towards the east. So there's the town of LaPorte, Kingsbury Heights and Kingsford right in this general area. That's where we're watching the potential for a spin-up tornado with this line of storm. So zoom back in. There's Kingsford Heights, right along US 6 and Kingsbury, Wellsboro as well. Those are some spots here where if you're in this area, take your tornado precautions. Same if you're over in the Hamlet area. You're in track here for this storm to move overhead of Hamlet in eastern parts of LaPorte County as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So a dangerous storm here. Again, maybe a brief spin-up tornado. Let me go back to the velocity data. We'll take a peek at that again, see if it's changed from the last scan we had.
It's pretty nondescript.
It really is. It's not terribly impressive, but they went ahead and issued warning for it anyway.
That's interesting. But, you know, it's had a history, I guess, if there's one thing you can say for it. But, you know, this was the same rotation that was down near Boone. It was near DeMont. It was around Lowell. Remember, we talked about it around Lowell, too.
I also have to say this is a different National Weather Service office.
Yes.
This is Northern Indiana's Weather Service office.
So it is, yeah. It's Northern Indiana's, perhaps, you know, they wanted to get in on the action. Take a look here at that system that continues to produce the tornado warning. You said 11:45, right? And it butts right up to the extreme eastern portion of our viewing area. And yes, there is a Kankakee, Indiana. It is not Kankakee, Illinois, so as you see it on the map, don't worry, the storm isn't off to your west. You are done with severe weather here for the night in Kankakee, Illinois. Now, LaPorte, it's just south of LaPorte at this time. It's kind of around Indiana 6 and crossing its way to Kingsford Heights. To be honest, it's probably one of the weaker rotations that we've seen so far this evening, but when you do look at the radar presentation, it's not, oh, this is the rainfall. Let me go up to the radar presentation. It's not awful there. I mean, you can kind of see that reverse C shape and a little bit of a nudge that comes out from here. So there are definitely some breaks in the line. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some rotation on the front side of it. It's clear on radar. It's just pretty weak at this point, Larry.
Looking at the velocity data again, I've got the scan here, the time lapse for this. And there are a couple of spots we're watching. The first one right around Kingsbury. There's another little notch trying to form south of Kingsford Heights right now as well. So again, nothing that says bam, there's a tornado on the ground for sure, but certainly the possibility of a brief spin up here. That's why they pulled the trigger for the warning. But along US 6, there's 39, here's US 35. That's where the rotation that prompted the warning is now. Started back around Union Mills, and now it's tracked over Kingsbury. It'll eventually push up towards the Hamlet area. Anybody on the south side of LaPorte as well, you're going to get some gusty winds, potentially up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. And that circulation, there's the latest scan, really right over Kingsbury, and it's still there. There's still a little bit of a notch within that rotation center. So still the possibility of a tornado here. And again, it's going to move pretty rapidly off towards the east, reaching into St. Joseph County as we go through the next 30 minutes or so. Technically, the warning is in effect until 11:45, so it's going to be towards the county line here in the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I've got it at 11:35. It's out of the box.
Out of the
at
box,
55
yeah.
miles an hour.
So a couple more minutes here, about 10 more minutes here, we'll be on the air. Once this moves into St. Joseph County, it falls into the South Bend viewing area. But our LaPorte County viewers, and again, LaPorte County is one of our counties here in the Chicago viewing area that watches us here in Chicago, still watching that little spot there. There's also still some signs of some brief rotation up to the north as well, up north of LaPorte, outside of Michigan City. Still some signature here of a possible rotation center. This could be impacting you folks up here in extreme southern Berrien County. There's New Buffalo. Great burger place, Redemax there in New Buffalo. That's moving off towards the north and to the east as well. So we'll keep an eye on that little area as well as it moves off into parts of Berrien County. No tornado warning with that spot, but again, it's another one of those little spots where we get this signature spin along the leading edge of this thunderstorm complex that has prompted tornado warnings in the past, and still something to be mindful of here as we go through the next hour or so with this storm moving into Indiana.
And arguably that part of the line has more impressive rotation on it than the part that's warned at this point. But we talked about this through the course of tonight, right? Like you don't want to warn. Well, we had it a 60-mile swath of the line and have a whole bunch of people on alert that maybe don't have to be on alert. But then there's also a fine line with these transient rotations. As you see, a little bit better of an improvement there. Not quite the notch, but definitely more greens next to reds. But this has certainly improved, I would say, over the last scan. But what are you going to do? You're going to warn two areas. You're going to warn a big swath when it's really only these two spots that you need to be concerned about. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, that moves out of our area as soon as it gets north of LaPorte County, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets warned as it makes its way farther off to the north as they trim up the backside of that warning. So again, as Larry said, the history with this, it goes back pretty far out off to the west to DeMott, areas that are through northern portions of Newton County and Jasper County, and it was one of two twin areas of rotation. One tracked up north to Gary. This one was one of two or three that were on the southern side of the line, and those tracked off to the north and east. And as they did so, yeah, they just broadened up, or they tightened up enough that the National Weather Service out there in northern Indiana decided to get in on the tornado warning fun, like all the other offices from the Quad Cities all the way east through our viewing area, and then continuing now east through the Indiana National Weather Service, and they are seeing this as enough rotation that it warrants throwing down a tornado warning. Again, if I were looking at this right now, especially with this scan and saying warn or no warn, I would go with no warn, but I'd be on the fence about the one off to the north for sure.
Yeah, there's about 3 different areas where it's a borderline call as to whether or not to issue the tornado warning, and the one that has prompted the warning is still there. Again, it's not overly impressive, but it's still showing some signs of broad rotation. There's also just one to the south of that as well along US 6, now to the east of Kingsford Heights. So again, if you're in Hamlet in the town of Kankakee, of course the Kankakee River starts in Indiana, then rolls all the way here into Illinois. Those are some spots where you want to be in your safe room here and let this pass on by. You'll get some gusty winds for sure, but there is that possibility of a few brief spin-up tornadoes. So a couple of spots here in the actual tornado warning box, which is the red outlined area, and we're still watching that spot moving up here towards New Buffalo and parts of Berrien County. Kind of a broad rotation signature here, but certainly the reds and greens are kind of intermixing with each other, which shows us that, yeah, there's a little bit of motion here, a little bit of rotation going on within the storm complex itself, which tends to be a leading indicator of a potential rotation signature. Doesn't look terribly impressive on the reflectivity data. This is again measuring the raindrops, so it doesn't look terrible here on the reflectivity mode. And even down to the south here, we occasionally see these notches, and right there's the one that I was watching a second ago. There's the other one that I was showing you a second ago on the velocity data. Just a little bit of a nudge. It's almost like a little, even as the scan goes by, you can see just a little bit of a little take inwards here of the line itself, and that's just enough to create enough broad rotation to prompt the warning here. I'm communicating with the Weather Service in Northwest Indiana, or Northern Indiana, which is in the town of North Webster, to see if they'll continue the tornado warning, because what we've been noticing is the rotation is rather broad, but certainly still there. So they may just continue this until 11:45, but the storm itself will be out of LaPorte County in at least the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And again, that northern, the one that's on the northern edge of town too, that we maybe think they'll warn in the southern portions of Michigan, that's got until 11:33, so 4 minutes until that officially makes its way out of our viewing area. Of course, I know a lot of folks head over to New Buffalo, especially for weekends, to spend the weekend. Probably not taking off at about midnight though, so no worries there. But that southern area, which it looks like they're updating, I would assume they're just trimming the back edge of the box just a little bit, maybe making it a little bit finer, continues at this hour. So there it is. I mean, if you were splitting the finest of hairs and you were saying, well, I can't even really tell, I gotta zoom back out again, and saying, all right, where is the tornado in here? It would be likely within this area. I guess it's technically, there's a green right next to red right there, but it is a more broad rotation. This is kind of the best values from the greens. These are the best values from the reds. You know, and then we get an update in, and when you're looking for the worst of it, again, there it is right there. At this point, when you're looking for the worst of it, you're looking for greens right up next to reds. And not only that, you're also looking for it to be a relatively strong rotation. So a bright one as you start getting into these kind of, you know, funky neon colors of green, and then the lighter, like almost fire engine reds. When those are right on top of each other, that says, okay, yeah, definitely tornado. You know, probably going to even get a broader rotation. But at this point, this is probably 40 or so miles per hour, and gate to gate is about 45 or 50 miles per hour, so not the strongest of rotation. It is blowing from behind the thunderstorm, but the inflow really isn't that high at this point, Larry. I've noticed those reds are not coming in a lot.
Yeah, look at Salem Heights right now. That's where this potential tornado is located, as Greg has been showing. And here's a different velocity perspective with a different type of pixelation, where you can still see a little bit of red here, but Greg is right. On the back side of the rotation is where there's some stronger winds flowing out of the storm. Those winds are coming in this direction out of the storm, and then the inflow is here, riding into the storm on the northern flank of the circulation. So we're watching it, and again, it's not terribly strong, but it is moving off towards the east. So from Salem Heights near the Hamlet area and then towards the county line, that's the area where you want to be in your safe room and let the storm pass on by. Well, I've been talking with the Weather Service over there in Indiana, and they're saying it's so just kind of broad rotation. It's not quite distinct enough to cancel the warning or keep it going, but right now they're going to keep it going for another 5 or 10 minutes or so.
It's 6 minutes until it gets out of our viewing area.
Exactly, yeah. And the other part that we're watching too is this other circulation that's south of Stillwell, near the town of Kankakee. That's another little spot here. Again, along the jagged edge of these thunderstorms that have been blowing through, just these little notches of rotation have just been enough to prompt the Weather Service to issue tornado warnings. And this one's just about out of LaPorte County. And going back up to the north,
there's even like 2 of them there, I would say. I would pick out 2 just south of Galena.
There's two spots here.
Yeah, south of Galena too. Even like there's like 2 broad areas of rotation. It's questionable, but it's there. And now it's one big broad one.
Yeah, that one up here in Berrien County right now is also looking somewhat a little bit more impressive near Three Oaks as well. So Berrien County, be on guard there. We have some viewers in Berrien County as well. It's not technically one of our counties here in the Chicago viewing area, but there are people that can watch us over there in Berrien County. But there's the latest velocity data, the 2 spots I've got outlined for potential rotation moving off towards the east, and the red line here, that's the county line. So once they get across the county line, we'll go off the air here and send you back to programming. But around the Hamlet area, around Kankakee, up towards the Wills area, those are the areas where we're still concerned about a brief touchdown. Would not be a strong tornado. It would be likely a weaker tornado on the scale of EF0s to maybe an EF1 at the most. But there is the potential here for some gusty winds upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour with the storm itself, even if there doesn't happen to be a tornado. So a couple of factors we're still watching and variables here that could lead to potentially some nasty storms to come through this area. I'll show you the broader line too, because we're starting to dry out here across the city, or at least the severe weather is definitely over here across Illinois and northwest Indiana, but it continues here for north central Indiana up into southwest Michigan. Still some leftover rain. You might hear an occasional clap of thunder as we go through the night tonight, but the worst of the storms are long gone now here in the city and much of the area. It's just that one tornado warning we have left in LaPorte County for a few more moments. And Greg, you got the velocity data there?
I do.
It's almost to the county line, right?
It is. It's almost to the county line. We're like a mile or 2 miles away from it. And the severe thunderstorm warning that's for a broader portion of the county is up to about 60 miles per hour, which is almost 20 miles per hour lower than what we were seeing the storms produce. Actually 25 miles per hour lower than we saw storms produce as they made their way through central Illinois and up into our viewing area. I think I saw the highest gust was 84 miles per hour today, just from straight line winds, not from perhaps any embedded tornadoes, which is above hurricane force, as Larry was mentioning earlier, and will do some significant damage. But these storms, these are much, I don't want to say tamer, but only catching gusts on the wider range of things up to 60. And then you look at that scan, and that's not overly impressive for the last scan, as it is sitting quite literally on the county line right now, about 2 minutes from being out of our viewing area. And then this one's probably about 2.5 to 3 minutes on the northern edge of that. So yeah, 2 areas of rotation for sure. One down near the town of Kankakee, Indiana, Kankakee, not Kankakee, Illinois. And then another one just off to the south of Wills. Wills not technically in the warning area. Then, as you mentioned before, that one up near New Buffalo, not looking as impressive as before, but there's kind of broad rotation up there around the Three Oaks area, and I believe that would be Michigan Route 12.
Yes, and so here's another velocity perspective, just highlighting those 2 spots again. Right here, there's the one south of Wills, and there's the one around Kankakee that's now just about ready to cross the county line. They have not issued a downstream warning here into St. Joseph County, Indiana, so that tells me that this is not terribly strong enough to continue the warning. And it looks like they're going to let this run its course and discontinue the warning here officially at 11:45, but this is basically over the county line as we speak. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it back to programming, because this tornado warning, for all intents and purposes, is over for most of LaPorte County. It's just now towards the county line. So we're going to keep you posted here for the next couple of moments and let this continue to push off to the east. Let's just hang on the air here for about another couple of minutes as we get this rotation spot to move over the county line. Again, it's there. There's the latest scan. It's pretty much out over the county line now, moving into St. Joseph County. So North Liberty, Olive, there's South Bend, Notre Dame's right about there on the map.
And it's out of the warning area too now.
Yeah, and this is going to move off towards the east through St. Joseph County. So what we're going to do is we're going to sign off, because the threat of tornadoes in LaPorte County is now pretty much over. Still some storms over there, Greg. It's going to be another 30 minutes or so of storms in LaPorte County, but the worst, we can finally say, is over for us. So thank you for watching, and we'll send you back to programming now.
Policy secretly tucked into the budget. Now, tipped workers pay the price.